come with 2 teachers? You were not informed too? Continue. No problem. God will see us. There is God. There is God in everything we are doing. Those bloods that are sharing in Bronu will answer. What of 2 teachers, Wike, what of 2 teachers that can tell us that they conducted that exam? Do you come with any? Principal? No, too. You waka come. Okay. Now the first lady is calling you. Come, I want to help you. Come to find your child, your missing child. Will you keep quiet? No. Child. There is God, oh. There is God, oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your Osai got to know ye de Bugame. Okwitara karami nguru ma amiga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria. Ayandaba. Sunu baby subaramia. Sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyo siya kuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Ekason, Jirebi, or Ekurole, Jirebi. So it's back to that Yoruba language thing again. Jirebi. You know, that lands on a question mark. Jirebi, did you not sleep well? Is if you want to translate it into English language. So Ekaro, Jirebi. So that's how we greet in or you are laughing where I come from. Ekaro, Jirebi. So did you not wake up well? If you want to translate it directly to English, did you not wake up well? But that has no meaning. The real nuance is I hope you slept well and woke up well. You know, but as I've always said, the Yoruba language is never frontal, so it always leaves the conversant that's determination to choose their entry point. So Ekaro, Jirebi. So there it is. That's your Yoruba lesson for the day. I think maybe we'll be doing that every time now. So good to see you. Good to have you here. And how are you? So here we go again. And here we go again. So here we go again. We launch into another one. So we take on the week from the onstart of it, and then we cascade through it just as we always do. So there it is. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. That should be as a matter of habit for all of you now. Anybody that wishes the platform growth should, as a matter of routine, be clicking on that like button, because severally we've explained all the reasons why you should do that. So everybody is clear on why they should do that. So if you're looking for the platform to grow and develop and for the conversations to expand, then you should be doing that as a matter of routine. So click on the, don't say I'll do it later, just do it now and then get it out of the way. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe, of course, if you are, if the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then what are you even doing here? If you can't even do that, then what's the point of you being here? You know, it's just a ridiculousness, especially if you come here severally and the subscription button on your screen is still showing red, then it's almost like you are going to a supermarket and shoplifting. You know, that it's actually tantamount to that. If you come here often enough and your subscription button is still showing red, it's tantamount to shoplifting. There can be no other equivalency other than that. You are taking where you're not putting in. So it's tantamount to shoplifting. So don't be a shoplifter. Click on the red button so you're subscribed. So click on like and subscribe. And then, of course, the invitation for you to come and join us on the screen, ever present. You know, if there's one thing we canvas on this platform, because the whole purpose of it, of course, is to take the very best of conversations that Nigeria has to offer. If you want to know the core mission statement of this platform, is to take the very best of conversations that Nigeria has to offer from as divergent as the expanse that is Nigeria, and then condense them down into one core boil and take the gem out of it. So that's what we're trying to do here. That is what we're trying to do here. So from that obscure, little known, probably unknown satellite tribe in the extreme north, to the tribe in the furthest south that nobody has ever heard about, to the main marquee gold light tribes, every of those conversations, we want to boil all of their thoughts into one essential core. And then that core, you know, what we boil it down, we boil all those thoughts into a solidity, and that solidity will then name Nigeria. So we're looking for Nigeria on this platform. And if you want to help us define it, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that is why we are forever canvassing for new voices, because we forever want the conversations to continue to expand. But old voices, of course, traditional voices who present nuanced arguments that has some sort of followership, because everything that any of the personalities that you see on this platform present, it has a niche following. So when you hear something that Thomas has to say, or Ajanle Koko or Prince Daddy, they are not speaking it just as representative of themselves. They are speaking it as representatives of that thought. And if you look carefully in the comment section, sometimes you will see people agreeing and disagreeing with whatever commentaries are being made. So that is to tell you that the thoughts being expressed on the screen, they are representatives of wider thoughts being held by either a niche or an expansive mindset. So that's what we're doing here. So that's why we harvest all these minds and then try and condense it into something that coheres. So I have to click this back. Actually, I was just free flowing, and it seems to make sense to me. So I have to go and clip this now, because even I didn't understand half of what I said, but I'm pretty sure it made sense. So I have to go and listen back to see if I did make sense and see if I understood what I said. So, but that is the core of it. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always ever present. So avail yourself of that. That's always pinned on the comment section. But if you cannot make that reach, and by the way, the buy the coffee thing is 3 easy steps. So it's not a task. It's not something that's especially tasking. So it's just 3 easy steps, and then you can empty the contents of your wallet into my bank account. So you can do that. Or if you cannot really reach, you can do as Alexander Gomez just did and just click on the $ in the comment section. So we want to see more names popping up in this colored chart that Alexander has just led with an example. You know, we want to see more super chats, if only really to acknowledge the efforts. So we don't want to be saying, oh, thank you, Ayo, and thank you, Alexander Gomez, and thank you, Prince Daddy. So as expansive as, because I don't believe that those are the only people with wallets on this platform. So bring out your wallets and avail yourself of that $. But all of that. So yes, let me just get straight to it. Let me get straight to it and immediately to it. And we kick it off with this. So this has always been my anticipation that you remember El Rufai once said that anybody that does harm to a Fulani man is a debt that is redeemable, is even up to 1,000 years. So that is to tell you how unforgiving they are. So now, El Rufai haven't been stabbed in the back by, you have to say, Tinubu, even though he's pointing at Nuhu Ribadu and Ubasani, the governor that he installed to sit after he left the seat in Kaduna State. But really, the stab in the back against El Rufai has to be a stab administered by Tinubu, because the favor done was to Tinubu by El Rufai, who made him president, and the favor owed was owed by Tinubu who now has lined him up publicly and beheaded him in the town square. So there it is. So that was the wrongdoing, and now the payback. Coup. El Rufai wants Tinubu ECOWAS against invading Niger. So in a different headline, he actually described it as an attack against the North. Let me see if I can actually find that, because that's the one I was going to lead with. In a different headline, he actually described it as an attack against the North. So El Rufai describing any military activities in Niger Republic as an attack against the North, that essentially tells you that it's starting to rally the troops against. So that's a dog whistle. Of course, you know that's a dog whistle. So yes, this is where. So it resonates more here. I'll probably read it to you from here. So yes, let me share this just as soon as it loads. So this is what I have to do sometimes. I'm waiting for this thing to load. So yes. All right. We're not going to spend all day. So load up and then we can see. Hold on. Let's remove that. Some of the things you have to do sometimes, you know. All right. As we wait for that to load, let's go on to a different headline. So now this headline, it speaks to that clip that I played you yesterday, where El Rufai was printing and peacocking, that you see now that I've moved from there, it's now loaded. So let me just show you this, just so it's in the order that I want it to be. Invading Niger is declaring civil war against northern Nigeria. El Rufai wants Tinubu. So now this is the journey part that El Rufai is going to embark upon. Is going to try and rally the north against Tinubu, and this is the revenge starting to take shape. So that's the revenge starting to take shape. So now I played you that clip of Yemsen Wike preening and peacocking and posturing and lambasting, just as early as yesterday, telling us that he's going to go to Abuja and behead everybody in sight. So that the pushback against that narrative comes thick and fast, and it's coming from Daniel Bwala. So Bwala, focus on Abuja healthcare, education, others, not demolition of structures. Bwala cautions Wike. So Wike now. There's another headline that I'll be bringing you where Wike actually tells the directors of all of the satellite agencies in Abuja that if he doesn't increase their blood pressure within 1 week, then he's not done his job. He's told them to go and gather their medications because he's going to sweat them hard. So sweating hard, certainly this guy is sweating hard. The price of treachery is the next space that we're going to. The price of treachery. So just as early as yesterday in conversations with Ribadu, we were just reflecting that, we don't even hear the name Oshibajo anymore. And I was somewhat advisingly and perhaps even mockingly a double entendre sort of a commentary saying that the guy should go back to uni and start to lecture. But where will this next guy now end up? Aregbesola restates commitment to APC, launches Omoluabi Caucus. So Omoluabi Caucus. So now, how hath the mighty fallen is really the thought that comes to mind. That's the idiom that comes to mind. How hath the mighty fallen? So this is the guy that bestraddles the national stage as the Minister of Interior, swinging one agbada arm to the other and dancing and peacocking all over the place. So now he has now been reduced back to where he belongs, Elisha politics. Aregbesola restates commitment to APC, launches Omoluabi Caucus. So we find out exactly what's in play there. We find out exactly what is in play there. There's crime and then there is punishment, but we're still on that theme of how hard the mighty fallen. So we're still on that theme of how hard the mighty are falling. But to give you a hint of the direction we're headed with this next headline, is crime and then punishment. But is this sufficient enough of an accusation? And what level of punitive measures are you expecting? Dezani faces court charges in UK over £100,000 bribery allegations. So, of all of the allegations that you are expecting to have been leveled, although people say level an allegation, but you actually levy an allegation. You don't level it, you levy it. Levy. You levy an allegation, you don't level it. So of all of the allegations that could and should have been levied against Dezani, £100,000 bribery seems to be what the UK has come up with. It's tantamount actually to the sort of charges that were levied against Emefiele. Of all of the things that could have been levied against him, they tell us that he has a dame gun and 23 cartridges. But what's in play here, we find out soon enough. Dezani faces court charges in United Kingdom over 100,000 bribery allegation. So we find out exactly what's in play there. So this was the headline that I was looking for. So here it is now. If you can't deliver, seek redeployment now. Wike tells FCDA director. So this is where Wike is telling them essentially to girdle up and gather, girdle up and gather your loins, or however that phrase goes. Let's get this one out of the way. If you can't deliver, seek redeployment now, Wike tells FCDA directors. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemsin Wike, on Tuesday, August the 22nd, advised directors in the FCT administration and that of the Federal Capital Development Authority to seek redeployment if they can't perform in their various offices. Wike advised them to work without fear or favor, adding that they should not see him as a difficult person. He explained that all he wants is results from them. The minister, who met with senior bureaucracy of the FCT administration, FCDA, and members of the media after the official handover ceremony, was down to earth and spoke enthusiastically on issues bordering the well-being of the territory. He told Nigerians and Abuja residents that he's ready to fix the short issues quickly. So yeah, the short issue, it should not be the short-term issues. I don't. He told Nigerians and Abuja residents that he's ready to fix the short issues quickly, while the long-term plan will commence later. He added that the quick fixes to change the face of the FCT are in the areas of traffic lights, sanitation, street trading, transportation, insecurity, and others. So yes, because Abuja, I think they said is the first purpose-built African city built by Africa. Certainly the first purpose-built African capital built by Africans. So it should be a golden beacon that lights up what they call the dark continent. It certainly should not be the den of iniquity that is turning into. And this is where the warning that Wike is warning is. So sorry, I couldn't find the word. So this is where the warning that Wike is issuing is coming from. He added that the quick fixes to change the face of the FCT are in the areas of traffic lights, sanitation, street trading, transportation, insecurity, and other issues. Wike said, "We are here to deliver the short-term deliverables for the people to see that Abuja is coming back to what it's supposed to be. People are complaining of street lights not working I am complaining too. We must fix it within the shortest possible time. There is absolutely categorically no reason why street lights should not be working in Abuja. He told the director in charge of street lights to do everything possible in the shortest possible time to restore street lights in the streets of Abuja. On sanitation, Wike said Abuja must return to a clean city. So if Kigali can be a clean city, I cannot see why a tiny little space like Abuja, you know that they said, is it 1 or 5% of Nigeria's earnings in perpetuity must be spent on Abuja to continue to improve it. So it has a ring fence budget, which is in the constitution. I'm not sure what the percentage is. I think it's around about 5%. That 5% of the GDP of the country must perpetually, till the end of time, be spent on Abuja to continue to evolve and develop it. But we don't see that reflecting in how that place is. The meeting took a dramatic twist when Wike told the directors in charge of sanitation to work hard. He said he was ready to make the director develop high blood pressure on account of the job, as he would not give him rest. He said, "You must be ready to work hard. I must make sure I give you BP. So you must work hard. You can't be sleeping when the environment is dirty. You can't be a director for nothing. It is an opportunity for us to tell Nigerians and Mr. President that we can't disappoint. If you are in charge of sanitation, buy your drugs, carry them all the time, because I will disturb you all the time to make sure Abuja is clean." On transportation, Wike noted, "Wahala don't come." The minister lamented the indiscriminate and illegal bus stops all over Abuja. "I have respect small for women, but this one I will not. If you don't have the capacity, let's replace you now." So the director for that space must be a woman. On this job, people will not like you. But in the end, if you do it well, you will be appreciated. Things are tough, yes, but we cannot live in a lawless society because things are tough. He said street trading will be a thing of the past, just like insecurity will be tackled with all seriousness. Wike reiterated his administration has resolved to deal with illegal structures, shanties, and other illegalities. He said when his administration is done with the short-term quick fixes, it will proceed to development projects, and that Nigerians should expect projects upon projects. Wike declared, "There will be no abandoned projects in my time." So it goes on and on, but I think we get the gist of it. Let me see if it's not much more. Oh yes, I think it's just one more paragraph. Wike declared, "There will be no abandoned projects in my time. There will be the money down before we start any project. We will make a difference. We are committed to achieving what Mr. President promised Nigerians." The Minister of State, Maria Mahmood, urged all to support them for all-round development of their city. So that's Wike then, laying down the law in Abuja. So that's Wike laying down the law in Abuja. Let me bring you one more headline, and then we'll go to the K guys. Tinubu sent NIMCDG on compulsory leave, appoints acting CEO. So let's see. Okay. Yes, we can bag and tag this one as well. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Director General CEO of the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, Engineer Aliyu Abubakar Aziz, to commence on a 90-day pre-retirement leave. In a statement, Ajuri Inga Lali, Inga something or the other, you know what, that one that looks like the Arab. In a statement, Ajuri, special advisor to the President on Media and Publicity, said the leave is to commence with effect from the 24th of August 2023, leading to his eventual retirement from service on November the 24th, 2023. The president approves the appointment of engineer Bisoye Koka Odushote. Bisoye Koka Odushote. So, we cannot continue to see this and not mention it because, of course, when we saw it under the Buhari administration, we mentioned it as well. So the person being told to go on compulsory leave is Aliyu Abubakar Aziz, and the person being put in place to replace him is Bisoye Koka Odushote. So now, when Kemi Adeosun was removed unceremoniously to be replaced by Zainab Ahmed, we all know what commentaries we ran. So now that Aliyu Abubakar is being removed unceremoniously to be replaced by Bisoye, then are we running the same commentary? The president approves the appointment of engineer Bisoye Koka Odushote to serve as the acting director general, CEO, of the National Identity Management Commission for a 90-day period with effect from August the 24th, after which a full term of 4 years will begin as the substantive NIMC Director General beginning from November the 24th. The president also approved the appointment of Honorable Yusuf Buba Yakubu to serve as the Director/CEO of the Directorate of Technical Aid Corps. All of these so-called directorates, the Nigerian life is the worst of everything, but they seem to have a directorate and a ministry for everything. So if even 1% of them served any purpose, our lives will be the best in the world. There's a directorate and an agency for even drawing breath in Nigeria. The president also approved the appointment of Honorable Yusuf Buba Yakubu to serve as the Director/CEO of the Directorate of Technical Aid Corps. This follows the recent expiration of tenure of the former director, Dr. Pius Oshunyin Komi. So maybe that negates my earlier thing about replacing Malams with Yorubas. This appointment takes immediate effect. So there it is right there. So that's a bit of yin and yang taking place there. So that's the bit of a yin and yang taking place there. So let's take that micro break, go to the care guys, then get to the rest of the readouts. There's still plenty of spaces on the studio, by the way. We've got about 2 or so people on the studio. So if you want to come join, come join.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chief Wike keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ òdìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orumeiko, the cockroaches of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku Kuniriwagwese, may death have nothing to do with us. So powerful, potent prayers are by the K guides. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. And you are especially my friend if you've clicked on the like button. If you have not clicked on the like button, then go ahead and do that in the course of the readout. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Invading Niger is declaring civil war against northern Nigeria. El Rufai wants Tinubu. So in Yoruba land, we say Entobagbe Adie Otoshi. In Yoruba land, we say Entobagbe Adie Otoshi, Ogbe Talaroka. If you know, you know. Entobagbe Adie Otoshi, Ogbe Talaroka. So invading Niger is declaring civil war against northern Nigeria. El Rufai wants Tinubu. Ex-governor Nasir El Rufai has warned President Bola Tinubu that if ECOWAS troops launch a military attack on Niger, it is a declaration of civil war against northern Nigeria. So let's just pause there and reflect for a moment, because that is a very, very extremely loaded comment. And I think he said this on Twitter. Let's see if they got the tweet there. Yes, he said it on Twitter. So there it is on his tweet. No, I'm not clicking on anything to accept any cookies. Right. It says so yeah, it's a highly loaded comment. And if El Rufai was cleared by the security clearance and has been sworn in as the Minister of Power, electricity, which was what everybody else anticipated, this tweet would not be out there. Do you see? This tweet would not be out there. But El Rufai has not been sworn in, and this tweet is out there. So that already tells you this is the harbinger of what is to come, the harbinger of what is to come. Ex-governor Nasir El Rufai has warned President Bola Tinubu that if ECOWAS troops launch a military attack on Niger, it is a declaration of civil war against northern Nigeria. So a declaration of civil war against northern Nigeria is not a war between the Nigerian state and northern Nigeria. No, it will be a war between the ethnicity of the person launching the war and northern Nigeria. So what El Rufai is inviting now is a tribal war. So this is what they did to the Igbos in the 60s, and we're seeing it repeat now. Mr. El Rufai, who has been publicly silent on recent political developments in Nigeria and ECOWAS, Mr. El Rufai, let me actually take it from the top again. I don't like the flow of that. Ex-governor Nasir El Rufai has warned President Bola Tinubu that if ECOWAS troops launch a military attack on Niger, it is a declaration of civil war against northern Nigeria. Mr. El Rufai, who has been publicly silent on recent political developments in Niger and ECOWAS reactions, gave this warning in a tweet Tuesday morning. So now that Twitter has turned into X, what verbiage will we be using to describe the output from there? We can't call it a tweet anymore. Is it in an X on Tuesday morning now? So this is the tweet by El Rufai. It says, as ECOWAS beats the drums of war, I recall the 1970s rock classic by Dire Straits, Brothers in Arms, because a war within our sub-region is a war between brothers. Indeed, the people of the Niger Republic are one and the same with those in northern Nigeria. So there it is right there. It says, let us bend, therefore, over backwards to avoid this civil war between brothers. Mr. El Rufai's warning comes after he fell out with Mr. Tinubu over ministerial appointment, weeks after ECOWAS charged its troops to be on standby to restore constitutional order in Niger, following the ouster of President Mohamed Bazoum by members of his presidential guard in July. On August the 10th, at the second extraordinary summit on the socio-political situation in the Republic of Niger held in Abuja, ECOWAS President Omar Aliou Touare gave a directive for the regional bloc's forces to be on standby to attack the beleaguered country. So yes, we know the rest of that, but really, that dog whistle from El Rufai is where I was looking to land. So that dog whistle from El Rufai was where I was willing to that was looking to land. So now on to the next and on to this one. Aregbesola restates commitment to APC, launches Omoluabi caucus. So now this is just I think he should just give it up and just wrap some dignity around himself. It should fade away like Rotimi Amechi, Yemi Oshibanjo, and etc. It should just fade away. So it goes, the immediate past Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, has restated his commitment to the immediate past Minister of Interior, Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola, has restated his commitment to progressive ideals and the All Progressive Congress APC in Osun State, even as he stated that political parties are amalgamations of different interests and tendencies. Ogbeni Aregbesola renewed his commitment to the party during the launch of Omoluabi caucus of the APC in Ilesha on Tuesday, August the 22nd. So there it is right there. So politics is being played out in Abuja, of course, but now he's back to Ilesha, Oshomalo, something or the other. Describing the Omoluabi caucus as one of the many caucuses in the state, it's not even the main caucus, so he's not in government, he's not in relevance, even in Osun State, never mind at the federal level. Was this not the one that was singing, and look at him now. Describing the Omoluabi caucus as one of the many caucuses in the state, Aregbesola, a former two-term governor of Osun State, noted that the caucus is not a faction of the party, but a union of like minds in the state. According to Shola Fashure, media advisor to Ogbeni Aregbesola, the Omoluabi tendency is a caucus within the All Progressive Congress APC, actually one of the caucuses in the state. We are not a faction. We are the genuine foundation members of the party, and we have no intention of abandoning the ship of the party as it navigates the most turbulent waters. So it's just a shame for Aregbesola anyway. He's lost Osun State for the APC. He's lost out at the federal space because he tried to stab Tinubu in the back and is now reduced to forming caucuses in Ilesha. We are not sprinters, but long-distance runners. Well, you already reached the summit, and by your own doing, you fell back to the base level. But let's just leave that. That's just Aregbesola and licking his wounds. So that's Aregbesola licking his wounds. Let's go on from there to this one. Dezani faces court charges in United Kingdom over £100,000 bribery allegation. Former Nigerian Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dezani Alison Madueke, has been charged with bribery by the United Kingdom police. The former minister, who currently lives in St. John's Wood and Upmarket area of West London, according to Reuters, would appear at Westminster Magistrates Court on October the 2nd. You know, I'm half-minded to actually go there and record it. Or if you guys want me to go there and record it, tell me. I could do that, couldn't I? Just go there and record it. Right. Former Nigerian Minister of Petroleum Resources, Dezani Alison Madueke, has been charged with bribery by the United Kingdom police. The former minister, who currently lives in St. John's Wood, an upmarket area of West London, according to Reuters, will appear at Westminster Magistrates Court on October the 2nd. British police said they suspected she had accepted bribes in return for awarding multi-million pound oil and gas contracts. Alice Madueke, 63, was a key figure in the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan, serving as petroleum minister from 2010 to 2015. That's a long stint, actually. That's 15 years solid. This woman must be richer than Dangote, you know, knowing the antecedents of that ministry. She also acted as the president of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. So that would have been when it was Nigeria's turn. The British police were quoted to have said, "We suspect Dezani Alice Madueke abused her power in Nigeria and accepted financial rewards for awarding multi-million pound contracts," said Andy Kelly, head of National Crime Agency International Corruption Unit. So we're seeing more and more of these come out. He said, and this, you know, we had the same narrative with the Bori, by the way, but they are not going after the Malams just yet. Maybe the bribes of the Malams is a bit bigger than the bribes of the Southerners. He said, these charges are milestone in what has been a thorough and complex international investigation. The NCA said Alice Madueke was accused of benefiting from at least £100,000 in cash, chauffeur-driven cars, flights in private jets, luxury holidays for her family, and the use of multiple London properties. According to NCA, charges against her also detail financial rewards, including furniture, renovation work, and staff for the properties, payment of private school fees, and gifts from high-end designer shops such as Cartier jewelry and Louis Vuitton goods. So, so the bribery for all deals now is Louis Vuitton. Alice Madueke is also facing corruption allegations back home, though she has continually denied the charges. So that's Alice Madueke then getting her comeuppance. So that's Alice Madueke getting her comeuppance. Let me read you. I think, is that the exhaustion of it? Yes. Let's just go to the room, see who is available. We've got Ajan Lekoko. And we've got Thomas, so we see where that leads us. So who wants to go first? I don't know. Who wants to go first? Thomas. Oh, all right. Thomas not available. Ajanle Koko.
I'm here. One man.
All right. Do you want to speak to any of these headlines? Maybe we'll just
let's check Ajanle Koko. If Ajanle Koko wants to go first, then if he's not ready, then we go with me.
Okay, let's go.
Well,
yeah. All right.
All right. Ajanle Koko, kick it off then with the Alison Madueke's thing. So she's been charged by the United Kingdom, bribery allegations, £100,000. So what are you making of that?
Well, greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, she lives in United Kingdom, right? And
yes, she lives in St. John's Wood, which is one of the most expensive places, not just in the UK, but in the world.
Well,
the pension must be good from the Ministry of Petroleum to live in St. John's Wood. My goodness me.
Wow. Well, we know the way the justice system works in advanced world, in America and in UK. They won't charge you just for fun if they have not done their investigation well, if they have not got concrete, charges against you. So I believe that
for her to be charged to court with corruption charges. I believe they got some fact to establish against her at the law court. So I believe she still have some money. I believe she will hire a good lawyer to defend her. Probably, maybe at the end of the day, her lawyer will help her by getting minimum, if at all, that if she's guilty, her lawyer might help to get minimum sentence. So that is the best that can happen to her. So we just look forward to that day. And as you are asking us, if possible, if you can visit that court that day, shoot some video if possible, and bring it to the studio for us so we can really see her face, and and then we can discuss about it on that day. So, but it's just so shameful that this criminal will always be criminal.
How come we never get a guilty verdict against these people in our own country, but they are able to get it against Ibori in the same UK? They are able to get this lady in court in the same UK. Ekweremadu is in prison in the same UK. But these people now, where they are committing the crime, we cannot seem to get justice against them.
You can't get justice against them in Nigeria because they control the system. They corner the system. They make the system is designed to work for them. It's not to work for we ordinary people, but to work for them. They can hire. They have so much money. They can hire the best of the best son. They can bribe even the prosecutor. The prosecutor will come up with some flimsy and nonsense charges that can be defeated at the law court. And then even when you see them put in the dock, or they take them through the law process, they will be free at the end of the day. They will win the case. So we have seen what happened to Saraki. We had Saraki before this thing. They took him, kind of embarrassed him that he went with about 40 sons. Have you forgotten? You forgot one man? Hello? One man, are you there?
Sorry, I was responding, but I was muted. Yeah, no, I remember the Saraki case, yeah.
I mean, we saw who is that person, that the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, one mama, one big guy like this. He was the one that led his team. He was senior advocate of Nigeria. He led other 40 sons.
The thing is, these people, they cannot resist the allure of the United Kingdom. Because they like that they like that British way of life, the mannerisms, the accents, the civility. They love it, from Buhari down to the last of them. But the United Kingdom, they don't like corruption, and they are going to make an example of you, whether you are a senior person in your country or not.
It doesn't matter to them. I mean, so I believe
these were the people, by the way, they busted through the hotel room of Augustin Pinochet, who was the president of some South American country, and they threw him in prison for human rights abuse. This was some years ago. So they don't send over for the UK.
No, they're not sent at all. So this I believe they really caught her this time around. They will punish her, obviously. And
Chile, sorry, Alexander, I say yeah.
They will punish her, obviously, and maybe she'll be having her own room next to what's the name of that former deputy Senate president?
Ekweremadu.
I mean, they both. You
know what they call a prison sentence in the UK? They say going to do porridge because that's what they feed them. Yeah, that's what they feed them in prison. Going to do porridge.
So, and the Keremadu wife is there too. No, they will reconnect. They were once in charge of the governance of Nigeria, the PDP. All of them serve in what do you call it? Jonathan administration. Kwemere was the deputy Senate president then, and she was a minister in charge of petrol. So imagine how much this woman must have looted out of that country. So, but I believe they really caught her, and they will really deal with her seriously. And we are looking forward to seeing how they will sentence her in the British.
You know what really amuses me at the list of items that they said what they were using to bribe her private school fees for our children, gifts from high-end designer shops like Cartier jewelry and Louis Vuitton. So Louis Vuitton for an oil block. This was the trade-off. Louis Vuitton for an oil block. Unbelievable.
Those people are disgrace to humankind. I mean, they just make a mess of that country. They tarnish the image of the country. They are so ridiculous. They don't respect them, outside the country because they know they are rooks. They know because they have all their record, they have all their bank account, and they can look at the way the judge that handles Keremadu case. Look at on that final day she was delivering judgment against her. Look at all sort of things that man was saying against him. The way he looted money, the way he punished that little boy, the way he brainwashed, he did everything to beat the system, and how much he have in the bank account. And you see all those horrific information that man revealed to the whole world, that this guy is a criminal. Don't look at him as being one of the former leader. He is a criminal. So,
you know that judge in that case, because the case was actually about human trafficking. Mm-hmm. But the judge in his verdict, he made sure to list this guy's financial criminal past as well. That look, this guy looted a lot of your money. Yes. That's not the case I'm judging, but just for you to know, he stole a lot.
You reveal a lot of looting that he did. How many houses that he had, how much he had in his account, how much he was making every month when he was illegally, how much money this guy was making every month illegally. He was able to tarnish it and just shredded his personality in front of the whole world. So it's the same thing, I believe, will be done to this lady. The same thing, I believe, will be done to her, and we're looking forward to seeing that. So, one man, we're looking forward to that day. If you can visit the court, get us some video, we really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll try my level best. Let's go to Osun State and visit Aregbesola, who is now forming an Omoduabi caucus within Osun State. So it's a case of how the mighty had fallen. This guy now that has straddled in the Abuja administration, telling us that Tinubu will never be president.
One man, I think your set is acting up.
You can't hear me.
Okay, I'm here.
Can you not hear me?
Okay, you're better now. It's better now.
No.
It's better.
All right. I was just saying, let's go to Osun State to visit Aregbesola, who is now forming an Omoluabi caucus within that local space. This was the guy that was threatening that Tinubu will never be president. So Tinubu now president, and he's now trying to find his way back to relevance. So the price of treachery, and Aregbesola Ajanle Koko.
Look, what he's trying to do is to continue to keep his political group and ally within APC together. He is an experienced politician, whether we like it or not. He's an experienced politician. So he can continue to do this and make this kind of statement, and for his followers to keep his relevance and to have them around him and to believe in his leadership, even though that they don't control the state, they are not in good terms with the president. His political opponent, who was the within the party, who was the governor, is now a minister. So he is trying to, is trying to energize his base by making this statement, by making this move, to show to the party leadership at the national level that they are still relevant here. They have nowhere to go. They will remain in the party, and they can still shake down the party whether they like it or not. They can form alliance with another party. PDP is there. The present governor, Adeleke, an astute politician as well. They can partner with him. So what he's trying to do is to send a signal to them that we are still down here. Don't think that because you have taken everything that we cannot shake the party. We can shake the party. We can still ridicule the party. We can partner with other party to bring that party down. So it's just taking a signal for negotiation. That is what it's trying to do. It's trying
but has he not already played his hand? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, has he not already played his hand in that Osun State election when he lost out spectacularly, and then he tried to be a stumbling block in Tinubu's ambition, and he also lost out there? So should we not really go into a period of political hibernation as an act of penance before he starts to come back in the public space again? Should he not have a period of penance that he just fade away to the background and then try and work his way back?
No, it cannot. It can't do that. The only thing that he can do is what he's doing now. He has to continue make himself relevant and keep his political base together. Remember, he worked against the party. He worked against what do you call it? The governor that lost. As a minister back then, he didn't vote in the state. He went and worked against his party. And during the presidential election, I think he traveled out of the country. He didn't work for Tinubu. So
yeah, we're talking about Oyetola, right?
Yes, Oyetola. He didn't work for him. He worked against him. And during the presidential election, he traveled out of the country. So he is sending a signal that, okay, we are not in power. We don't own anything. You guys own it. We are still relevant, whether you like it or not. We still have our people intact, and we are still, our group is
Ajale Koko.
Yeah.
Ajale Koko, do you reckon somebody that have integrity should join politics at all? These people are not shame. You work against your party. And you were looking for a little bit of sympathizing now. These people, Ajale Koko, do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? These people.
Look, politics is about, getting a political power, and you have to do everything to get it. So it is not about personality or integrity. No, that one is secondary. the first thing is do whatever you can do to wrestle that power from whoever have that power, or wrestle or do whatever you can do to secure that power to yourself and use the power to suppress your political opponent. You understand what I'm saying? So he was able to achieve that. He worked against his party because the Oyetola back then wanted to destroy his political relevance in that day. So in order for his political relevance not to be destroyed in totality, he went and worked with another party and then destroyed.
Is it that hold on, Adale Koko? Is it that Oyetola wanted to destroy his political whatever you said, or did he want to become a godfather in Osun State, which Tinubu did not allow him to? He wanted to be the godfather now. He wanted Oyetola not to run a second term, and he wanted Oyetola to subordinate himself to him, which Oyetola did not. So he wanted to be a godfather, but he didn't have the tools for it.
You're right. Actually, Oyetola betrayed him because Oyetola was his chief of staff, and there are templates that they laid down on how to govern the country. I mean the state. When Oyetola got there, Oyetola shredded everything and developed his own pattern on how he wanted to govern the state. So a lot of things that what do you call it? Alegbeshola's people in government, Oyetola took them out, brought in his own people, and that was when the problem started. So Oyetola planned coup, that internal political coup against him, and that was what brought about the problem. If Oyetola had not done that, if Oyetola had been, kept all his political hand in government, allow them to govern together, I believe there won't be this problem. And like you said, he wanted to telegard Oyetola as well. He wanted to be the what do you call it? The political
Baba Saleh.
Baba Saleh. So Oyetola refused.
Baba already were okay, so he could. Baba already were okay as Bajagaban, You ought to be Baba Saleh when there's Baba okay.
Baba okay.
But do you think Tinubu making Oyetola a minister is to signal to Aregbesola that look, thanks for the memories, but there's no way back, because that sends a signal of some sort too, doesn't it?
What's the question again?
No, I was saying that do you think that Tinubu making Oyetola a minister is to signal to Aregbesola that there is no way back?
Yeah. Let me come back. I got to attend to something. 1 month, please.
All right, brilliant. Who wants to pick that up? Pick that up, Prince Daddy, if you are there, Prince.
Hello, woman.
All
Hopefully
right.
you can hear me.
Yeah.
Kind of driving right now.
Yeah, we can hear you. You sound like so you're where?
No, I'm driving right now, but it's okay.
Yeah, no. We could get that you were driving. So I was asking Adale Koko that the appointment of Oyetola as a minister, is that to signal to Aregbesola that there is no way back?
Tinubu is not personal, but it pays attention, and I think so. I think it's a signal to Aregbesola for sure. I think so. Because he made a mess. We did talk about it somewhat, maybe right after the election. It was not a team player. It was not a team player at all. It did work. His absence in itself, it's like working against the APC, quite frankly. So it wasn't a team player. And absolutely, Tinubu was perhaps trying to get back to him for what he did or did not even do, actually. So yeah, Aregbesola seems to be a kind of or maybe a petty guy to some degree. Actually, is it thinks more like most politicians do, right? More of himself than trying to help the party. There's no way he's going to help Oyetola win the election. He wasn't going to do that. If he had the magic wand, he wasn't going to do that. It was, yeah, it was too personal for him. And quite frankly, I don't know what really happened between the two of them. But he could have overlooked that, and for the sake of Tinubu, and absolutely, if it had helped Oyetola for sure, Tinubu would have made him something, or done something for him. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Prince. You may not be able to see it because you're driving, but you almost certainly would have seen it because it's gone round. It says, have you? This is a tweet put out by Reno Omokri. It says, have you seen the video of Abioye Oladeji, who was abducted by unknown gunmen and threatened with death because he is Yoruba? Do you think Obi Ezekwesili would have been silent up until now if this had occurred in the Southwest and someone was abducted and threatened with death because it's not Yoruba? So have you seen that clip, first of all? Did you see that clip?
No, I didn't see the clip, no.
No, so, it was all over the internet space yesterday. Is this chap that was accosted and then detained and kidnapped by unknown gunmen in the Southeast, who accused him of being a Yoruba spy. And then they held him, they brutalized him, and then ultimately sought ransom before they released him. Is this the course of travel that we're embarked on now?
Well, I guess, I mean, those, I guess, what you call them, those criminals in the Southeast, they do to themselves too. It's not unique, really. I'm not sure if you should make it of a Yoruba or Igbo issue, because they do it to themselves. Even worse, if you ask me. I was even surprised they let him go. But to Ezekwesili, right? And I guess she's that's what Reno Marker was trying to draw attention to. She's quick to castigate and bring up the ethnic coloration every time such things happens to an Igbo person or in the Southeast. So I think I understand where Reno is coming from. But I mean, come on, let's keep it real. I think this is almost an everyday thing in the Southeast. It's not a big deal. I don't know the ones that burn down their politicians' houses and brutalize their own people. So it's not a big deal. Unfortunately, that we have to make it a Yoruba Igbo thing, but it is what it is.
All right. And to the Desani space, United Kingdom charged her for accepting £100,000 in bribery in cash, as well as Louis Vuitton bags, etc., etc. So what are you making of that? Nigeria has been trying to nail this lady since 2015, but it looks as though the United Kingdom finally got her.
Yeah, I was going to interject earlier when Ajele Koko was commenting about her or about the case. I was going to ask you, perhaps it appears that this UK jurisprudence or their jurisdiction only goes after maybe Africans or Nigerians or perhaps South American people. What do you know? I don't know, but do you know of any big name that have arrested from Europe or America? Or perhaps if you want to draw a conclusion that these other people don't commit crimes apart from that third.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that I know. That's not
so.
No, Prince, I wouldn't say that I know, but that's not to say that is not the case. You know that my interest is not there. So even if it was happening, it may well have passed me by. But I know that they do go after a lot of Russians, those Russian oligarchs. They go after them. The guy that owned Chelsea, they eventually chased him out of the UK for reasons of financial impropriety. A lot of it political as well, but financial impropriety. The guy that owned Harrods, El Fayed, they eventually chased him out of the UK for reasons of financial impropriety. So they do go after. And
Well,
as I also, yeah.
they go after them, but do they throw them in jail? They let them go, right? They let them vacate their country. But do they like drag them and throw them in jail? They don't. See, I'm not, of course, defending
Are you reading
Madrid.
are you reading a racial undertone to this?
Oh no, man, I'm not the one to do that. I'm just trying to point a finger at the British legal system. That
Oh, wait,
let's not.
Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, let me
Yeah.
help you on this. The question I would have been asking is these people, why did they repatriate the money that they are accusing these people of stealing? They are also sitting in the UK. They know it. They don't touch it. They don't touch the money.
No. They repatriated the Boris money. What are you talking about?
Which is
They
borrowing money they
repatriated
repatriate.
it. They repatriated it, and Malami was saying that the federal government is not going to give it
Wait
back to them.
now, one man. They repatriated the one they charge him for. If they arrest Dezani now for this $100,000, then they will repatriate $100,000, and that means Dezani stole $100,000. What are
Well,
we
they will
talking about?
they will repatriate the one they can prove now.
Oh, you repatriate the one they can prove, but all the money they cannot prove is sitting in their own bank, sitting in their bankers and all that.
So what are you making?
Do?
What is there a rule of law country now?
So why
What do you
is there
mean?
rule of law country? If your country, if there's rule of law of that country, why is it that every illegal money find a way to get to the UK? Why the rule don't stop this illegal money? When it gets there and it sits there, but to take him back to the country becomes a rule of law.
No, more of the money actually goes to all these financial haven islands, like Jersey Island. I used to be Switzerland, but not anymore. But all these offshore islands, that's where a lot of the corruption money is. It's not really in the UK.
We can say
reasons like yeah.
We can say one that never came back. That of this guy that caused us not to go get fruits out to UK. What's it called? The guy Buhari tried to smuggle out of the UK. What's his name? £2 billion to the UK. Marudiko. He never came back. The UK has not returned it. That Marudiko returned the money the last time we checked. So they can only arrest Nigerians and prosecute Nigerians. The Russian illegals were let go. No American has been charged. But Nigeria will be charged. This is now they're going to arrest Desani.
No. I'm not sure that I'm not sure that I'm aligned with you in that thought. Yes, there's a lot of Nigerian money illegally, endless millions, if not billions, in the UK. But are they able to establish a case? That the court will then seize that money and repatriate it. That's the thing. They were able to establish it with the Bori. And that happened.
They're
now in court. Yeah.
MI5, or what you guys call MI5, MI6, they have all the information. Come on, if they want to establish anything they want, they could. So they're not sleeping, and those guys are pretty good. Those your security people.
And by the way, the illegal monies, a lot of these illegal monies actually hold up the financial British financial. They call it the square mile, where the financial hub is in London. A lot of this illegal money hold it up, but those illegal monies are from Dubai, the Middle East, Eastern Europe, South America, etc., etc. So if you are going to loot your own country's money and bring it to theirs, they are not going to stop you. They are not under any obligation. In instances, they'll make an example of one or two, but they are not going to disrupt their own financial system because they want to be a do-gooder.
I totally agree, and I'm not holding them responsible for it. I'm just saying that to the world and those watching and paying attention, the British judicial system can be very selective. That's just my point here. Does Alice Madwick deserve what she's getting? Absolutely. I mean, in a different country, sure, absolutely. But again, to me, they're just selective in how they go about it. Yes, I would agree also that there are not millions, it has to be billions of Nigerian money in the UK parked somewhere, or whatever they do with the money in the financial market, in the London Stock Exchange. They have plenty of Nigerian money there, plenty of it. So it is what it is. So to Madwick, yeah, it'd be nice if you can go video the court proceedings or whatever they do there. And that'd be nice. Um, but these people, just like the Switzerland and all these other places that is rich people park their money, they know how to go about it. I mean, it helps the economy, it helps the financial market. So if it's time to, after many years, to alter Alice Madueke, um, why not? I can guarantee they probably get what they need from her, and know where all our assets are in the UK and perhaps around the world. So it's not a big deal.
Prince Daddy, I've often thought that Nigeria should actually even create some sort of financial haven for the Africans as well. To create some sort of financial autonomous island, maybe like that Snake Island or something, where you can go and park your stolen money from your African country, and the Nigerian state cannot touch it or anybody cannot touch it. We might as well benefit from it as well.
Well, that sounds pretty good. But one thing also, um, if I guess this is saying there's honor amongst thieves, right? See, the rest of the world trusts the white man as a thief than the black man. So I don't know how many people want to bring their money to Nigeria for black people to manage for them. So that's the problem. You know, they believe they have a recourse should something happen, but who wants to get locked up or involved in Nigerian's legal system? I mean, yeah. So they trust them over there. They trust the Europeans with the Americans. They trust them. I know they park money up in the Caribbeans also, or those highlands, but those people are pretty much under the control of the Western powers. So they don't have the mind of their own. These little countries in the Caribbean, Turks and Caicos and all these places, they don't have power. They have nothing to offer. In fact, there's a case going on right now. They have to do this guy, this Bitcoin guy, Beckman Friedman, that the FBI was able to actually connive with the authorities in the Bahamas to do some shenanigans so this guy can get away. These people in that small island don't have power, and they listen to what the West tells them to do.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Invading Niger is declaring civil war against northern Nigeria. El Rufai wants Tinubu. So there it is, right there. It didn't take him long to turn a coat. What are you making? What's he signaling to the space, El Rufai?
Well, El Rufai, a man that speaks his mind. Just like I said earlier, perhaps it wouldn't be this vocal or would have come out if he had been a minister of power, like many had hoped for him. So him coming out right now, I mean, is that truth to what he's saying? I think so. I know I'm not in support of war itself, but I was in support of maybe a precision strike in the first couple of days when the coup happened. We're trying to go into a full-blown war with all the troops, crossing the borders and attacking the Niger. I mean, yeah, it's going to turn to disaster. It's definitely going to create another haven for this terrorist group to come up against. So it's not something I support. Sometimes it's all about deliverables or delivering the message. And El Rufai can be quite forceful and blunt when it comes to his position. And many times they're right. We may not agree with him or his tonality, but they seems to be right many times.
All right, brilliant. And Wike reading the Riot Act to directors within the FCT space. A lot of people feel that it's been somewhat too bullish just from the onstart. What Daniel Bwala actually said, let me actually bring you what Daniel Bwala said. So Daniel Bwala, he says, focus on Abuja healthcare, education, others, not demolition of structures. Daniel Bwala cautions Wike. So he goes on to speak in that light. And I was watching Arise just earlier on, and what they were saying was that he didn't even take time to settle into the portfolio to audit where the pain points are before he went and just had a press conference and was just blustering and flapping feathers. So what are you making of Wike and his threat to the capital city?
Well, I mean, I think you summed it up like a couple of days ago. Was it yesterday now? And his personality may be conflicting with what you call. I didn't know Abuja was that. Is this civilized, you said, or which adjective you use to describe Abuja? But Wiki personality may not be aligned with that. It seems to be kind of brutish in its approach to many things. So, but it doesn't mean it doesn't get a job done. So we can't expect everybody to be like Wiki or be like somebody else. Wiki is Wiki. If I think Tinubu chose him, and apart from helping win the election, to be in that position because he believes in his capacity and ability to get a job done. Yeah, it's that's wicked for you. Um, yeah, no, I think Wiki can get it done, but I was going to mention also quickly now. I know you have this. I don't know. Can I say fascination or uh, this overly interest or like for Bukola Saraki? I think you mentioned earlier that you were aware that was it 40 cents that went to court to defend him. What were they defending Saraki for? Or what was his crime? Um, because back then when you were quick to call Tinubu maybe the looter of Lagos, but there's Saraki stealing from the poor. See, there's one thing to steal from Lagos, and there's another thing to steal from Kwara. I hope you make the
Sorry. When and where did Saraki? Do you know the quantity of Saraki? Do you know the quality of the guy?
That is a medical doctor, okay? That he went to is it Oxford or Cambridge or
no. As a governor and a politician, yeah. You know it transformed Kwara State. Do you know that when Mugabe was kicking out the white farmers in Zimbabwe back in those days, Saraki he made a special mission of going there to canvass them because he identified that they've developed an expertise in farming on the African space. He canvassed them, gave them land, and then they transferred that technology to Kwara State, which then blossomed the agro economy of that space. So that's the level of thinking, That's the level of thinking that guy brings into politics.
No, okay. It sounds like something quite I guess it's not even creative. Something nice to do, but I mean, it is nice what it did, but what is the level of farming or production agriculture in Kwara right now? Is it is it sustainable? What is it? Because so far when we're crying about food and other things when it comes to farming or agriculture, I've never heard people talk about Kwara being the basket bread like Zimbabwe was to Nigeria or Africa. So what did it really do? Is it part of a shenanigans to rob the poor people like him and his father did?
What's your objection to Saraki? Is this Societe Generale? Is that your narrative, Societe Generale?
Yeah, isn't that big? I mean, again, Tinubu. No, I was gonna say, look, Tinubu spent stealing money from Lagos, for example, a rich, state. The percentage that Tinubu steals or stole may not be even bigger than these other governors across the country. Because Lagos got a lot of money. Of course, 10% of whatever Lagos has is a lot of money compared to Anambra or Kwara. So, but it doesn't mean that these other governors, they're not like brutal when it comes to stealing money and reckless. And I think that's the kind of a person Saraki looks to me. That's what the kind of person he looks like to me. So, you can't steal from the poor or the poor of the poor, and I think that's what he did. So with me, it doesn't sit well. I don't care. I mean, they all still, you can include Tinubu also. That is fine, and of course Peter B, because they want to make him an angel that he doesn't do nothing wrong. But to steal from people's
stealing
life
is stealing now. Stealing is stealing public funds. Whether Tinubu still in the midst of plenty in Lagos, and Saraki stole in the midst of scarcity in what do you call it, Kwara State. stealing of public fund. It's the same.
But I understand, but what you just said right now, I don't think you yourself believe what you said. I don't think you believe what you said.
What do you mean? If I don't believe you, why would I be saying?
It's to get more points from your fans.
You
It's
just
to get
want
more
to come
points from
with
your fans.
shenanigan of supporting Tinubu or the weather is still.
No, see, no,
Say you just like to support it.
no. There's one thing to listen. If somebody stole $100 from a rich person, nobody's gonna cry. Yeah, we expect you to be punished for stealing because we're not encouraging stealing, but to go steal from the poor, people will look down upon that. It's just natural. So it's not the same. It is not the same. Even in the Bible, they distinguish between one sin from another. Believe it or not, the sin is sin. It says so in the Bible.
Haven't you heard of Bode George been crying that Tinubu been stealing? What do you mean by people won't feel it? But
they just the cry baby. He always cries.
Cry that Tinubu has looted Lagos to dry.
But they just a cry baby. Oh, he cries about everything. What can we do? He's a cry baby, so it doesn't matter. But again, I know one man likes or loves this Saraki guy, but nah, that guy doesn't sit right to me. It looks like a really flimsy guy that you can't be dealing with.
He provided an effective opposition against Buhari in his tenure as the Senate president. A lot of these rural spaces that would have been fait accompli if not for Saraki, or the time to seize waterways for Fulanis to graze in the south. All of that was part of Buhari's plan in his first term. All of that stopped by Saraki.
Saraki, I think he probably embodies the word opportunist more than Peter B, believe it or not. Because is it not the guy that's Fulani today and you're about tomorrow? Is duplicitous in every way possible. Can you trust such a person?
Yeah, but is that not the narrative of the Kwarans in general? On the one side they are Yoruba, on the other side they are Malams. Is that not the whole of Kwara State?
No. I think you can choose a side. There's no problem having two or multiple ethnic groups or in the same state, but you can distinguish yourself which side you are on. But this Saki guy, anyway, it's not personal with him.
Where's your resentment against him coming from?
Oh, you just
everybody likes Saraki now. You are the only person I've met yet that does not like Saraki.
Oh, really? Well, then they have to look closer. I mean, there's nothing to like about Saraki. I mean, I saw you playing the opposition. Opposition for what? For your own political career or benefit, or opposition because you want the best for the people. That's a difference. That's a stark difference. So
for the greater good. For the greater good.
For the greater good. Okay. Yeah. So and him Peter B has more political magnetism than Saraki does. I don't think he's gonna do well in politics. It's not that what is the word? It's not that catchy as a politician. It's bland for the most part. I know it's highly intelligent, but it's bland.
Saraki is bland. Are we talking about the same guy? Are we talking about the same guy?
Bukola Saraki, yeah, we're talking about the same guy.
Yes.
I've
never yet. Is the most astute politician in maybe the second, not as astute as Tinubu, but I cannot see anybody that can out-politic him, Saraki, in Nigeria.
Well, yeah. Do you think it would do like really good on the national stage as a politician trying to be the president? I guess. I mean, I don't see it. I don't say it's just. I could be wrong, but I don't see it.
Look. Did you follow Saraki when he was the president of the Senate? Did you?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, we heard on the news on television.
How did he perform? How did he perform to you?
Well, to me, it was just a loud mouth person. That's who he was.
And no, you You are not fair to that guy. Look, there's a lot of things that guy did to save that country. And if we had him all through till Buhari ended his term, we won't be in a financial mess where we find ourselves today, because he and his team back then refused to be rubber stamped to the president. They actually represented the mandate of the people in scrutinizing and, in their oversight function of the executive. They did their job very well. But the bad politics that APC played back then, in order to get him out and constitute rubber stamp so that they can loot, So that was what happened.
Well, they can loot, but
because he
Saraki himself.
prevented all those looting and everything that we wanted to do. He represented us well. He stood well for us. He prevented those borrowing that was not good for the country. He didn't let them have their way in looting the resources of the state of the country. So
It was Ajale Koko, it was simply plain opposition, which is fine. Okay, it plays opposition, but it should have started saving money or helping the poor from Quara. Not when it got to the Senate. It was just doing what he had to do. Okay, nothing. Not I know you guys are impressed. You're one man. I'm not impressed by the guy. So it was just doing plain opposition. No big deal. But after all, I mean, what happened to all this money in the last days of Buhari? All those funds they were signing off. What did his opposition really do to prevent such things from happening? They still looted and took all the money they wanted to. What did they do with Emefiele? Was it different?
No. He was not there. He was not there as at the.
That's what I'm saying.
They took him out. The first time in office. They took him out, and after then the APC started the looting, because they had in place a rubber stamp Senate president, a rubber stamp speaker that allow Buhari to just pass everything. Everything goes. And Buhari and Central Bank were looting. Imagine, Central Bank did not declare its annual financial record
for 7 years.
For 8 years.
Is it 8 years?
8 years. Yeah. 8 years. And we have the Senate, and we have APC in place.
But
and now hold on. And now they want to rope everything on the Emefiele when they fail on their own side.
Yeah, but during the 8 years, how many years did Saraki? How many years did Saraki spend? No, how many years? Okay, so, during Saraki's time in the Senate, how many years was it there that Emefiele did not produce one annual report? How many years was it there? 4 years? 3 years?
Yes, I think around 4. I think he spent 4 years.
Okay, Senate. How come he didn't demand it also? If you so cared about the country, how come he didn't demand the report? He had power.
Well, you can share part of the blame too. But what I'm saying is that, look, he did well in not allowing, what do you call it? The administration.
He even moved to try and impeach Buhari at some point, but it didn't succeed. That was when they surrounded his house with DSS functionaries, but he was able to evade them and then end up in the Senate. They didn't quite know how he got through there.
He got in there.
But, the guy is a masterful politician. Masterful.
Yes. So,
well,
look,
if Saraki is
masterful about him losing the election.
I'm not saying that he's not a corrupt politician, but what we are saying is that during his time as the Senate president, he represented the mandate given to him by the people not to be rubber stamped to the executive. And because he wasn't rubber stamped, the APC as a party IPC at the party went after him in all the way they can, whatever they can do to get him out from there. So That was what happened.
He did not lose that election,
But
by
He
the
didn't
way.
lose the election. They rigged it out.
They rigged him out.
They rigged him
It
out.
was one of the worst. The only one that was worse was Matadeyemi replacing Dinomilaye. It was just the Mahmoud Yakubu. He has a lot to answer for.
Man.
But
So
Ajale Koko, are you not thinking Saraki is doing that for his own selfish interest? Are you think he's doing that for the people? Do you think that?
you can't say he's doing that for his selfish interest when he didn't allow the executive to override them as the representative of the people. So we can just conclude that
It was
during his own time
Ajale
of
Koko.
office, yeah.
Ajale Koko. It was one of the lone voices that was speaking against the excesses of the Fulani headsmen during his term. He will go to that Benue space and alarm that the government is not doing anything. That how come this continue? He did a lot when he was the Senate president. He did a lot.
One man, please. Can I make a submission?
It was some of these bad politics of some of these our Yoruba people that started carrying out campaign of calumny and propaganda against him. Oh,
it was Lai Mohammed now.
He didn't want Buhari to succeed, and now they took him out. Now Buhari have done well for you now when he bankrupt your country.
Baba
destroy everything.
Baba Janle.
Yes, Baba.
Sorry, can I make a submission?
Go ahead.
Okay. I want to say that we quickly forget things sometimes. The way Saraki got to that position of being the Senate president in the first place was what caused the rift between Saraki and the rest of the APC guys. You know, as at that time, Saraki was also a member of APC, but he was actually working for Atiku. And when on the day of the election, you know, there was this fake letter that they sent to all some senators that were APC senators to meet at a separate venue. While they were meeting at that venue, Saraki and his own people quickly rushed to the House of Assembly, carried out the election because they already have a quota, as in the forum, or what do they call them? 1/3 or 2/3. They went ahead and installed Saraki with a marginal vote, or even at that, he won with marginal vote, and they went ahead and installed Saraki as the Senate president. And that was what caused the problem between Saraki and the other APC guys. So what Saraki was doing throughout that tenure was just trying to continue to secure his position by being on the opposition end. The guy never went there to do anything for the masses. The guy is an example of an over-ambitious, desperate politician. That is the true description of.
Hold on. You see, when you people sometimes describe some other people that are not in the same political destiny with you people, it sounds funny sometimes. You said it's too over ambition, desperate, and this. Why the people in APC not trying everything they could back then to take him out of that place? Were they not trying? Even they wanted to use the court. The EFCC. And that guy plays politics well. He took about 40 sand to the court to threaten the judge. So look, it was politics. Don't let us. They played. Look, let me tell you, Jide, this is what happened when they formed APC. They from the PDP too that went to APC wanted some position, but the Tinubu and Buhari group wanted to take everything all. So, but Buhari wanted the PDP to have some share, but the Tinubu camps doesn't want what do you call it? The PDP to take the Senate president because the Sarakis group from PDP were demanding for the Senate president that we want the Senate president. You guys already taken the presidency, and you guys going to take the speaker. We must have the Senate president. They didn't want to give in. The Tinubu camp wanted to take the Senate president, and they played the game. They played the politics against them and cornered them. The president, the Senate president. That was what happened.
Saraki was not a member of PDP as at that time.
He was a member of APC. What I'm telling you that they came from PDP.
Under the umbrella of APC.
They came from PDP to form APC, to join Buhari and Tinubu to form APC. Right? And remember, Atiku participated. He participated in the primary for the president. He couldn't win. Kwankwaso too participated. Kwankwaso, as a matter of fact, came second in the primary for the president, for the presidential nomination, primary nomination in their party. So, but those in PDP after the election,
that was 2015.
That was 2015. So they wanted some top position too. They demanded for some top position that we did this thing together. We have all won, but the Tinubu camp and the Buhari's camp wanted to take everything on. As a matter of fact, like I said earlier, the Buhari's camp relaxed a little bit. They wanted to share some position with the PD, but the Tinubu camp doesn't want it. They don't want them to be at the helm of affair. And the what do you call it? The Sarakis them say, are these people crazy? We that have controlled this government before, this federal government, now we joining hand with you to win again. You wanted to relegate us to the background. No, we're not going to do it. And they play that smart politics against the Tinubu team to catch the Senate presidency. And that was when the whole problem started. So it was politics. Yeah, it was politics.
Can you hear me, Baba?
Go ahead.
I know everything Bola Tinubu is always negative listening from you, so I won't even bother myself. But you forgot to take account of what Saraki did. They were the last group to join that APC. They joined reluctantly, knowing fully well that APC will win if they match. And they knew they have no standing when it comes to sharing of opposition. They knew, but they were just trying to say, you know what, let's just try to hijack this thing from them. You know what Yoruba called Okonjua? That was what Saraki. He was and still is Okonjua. If you work in the temple, you eat in the temple. He wants to take over the temple himself, not just working and eating from the temple. So he knew he had no chance. But of course, where is he today? Is he in the office? No. So that tells you about his character. All his political character speaks to that. Only.
And yeah, and one man. If one man thinks
everybody knows Tinubu is holy. Now we all know, but Saraki himself, he entered it from his father. Remember, his father was a former Senate president. So his family has been looting Nigeria dry for a very long time. So no ban lady now. Anyway, let me give the floor back to you.
Yeah, is the woman there?
Go ahead, Prince Daddy. We are hearing you.
He has got to read the fridge again.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you think Saraki is a brilliant politician, if that had been the case, this guy on the screen here, Daniel Buhala, is not a brilliant politician. He's not.
He's regretting now.
I know. I don't know why they keep asking a bunch of questions about Tinubu and the presidency. It's not smart. He thought he could, game the system, but
Prince Daddy. You know, he was promised what Ajuri is doing now. He was promised that position. He said it
By
himself.
Atiku who?
No. By Tinubu,
It was meant to be one of the directors of Tinubu's campaign, but
he was
said
promised this position Ajuri is occupying right now. He was promised that position. And
Yeah,
he
the guy
thinking,
is so full of himself. He talks a good game. He seems to be smart, but even what he says and how he analyzes his legal cases, it's not the best. And he showed himself this election period. He thinks he has the game all rigged to his favor, going around talking about Atiku's going to claim Buhari's 12 million, northern voters. This guy, I've seen lately, he comes on a Rice television, and he's become an expert in everything now. That's what he's become. He's not a smart guy.
Prince, that when I watched the interview at the Sleep TV or today actually, no, where they were making reference to his tweet, I believe. Yes, so I keep saying that Abuja
we
is
can
not.
barely hear you, Dewale.
You can hear me now, right?
Yeah, that's much better.
Oh, okay. Let me speak up a little bit. I'm using Bluetooth, but this Bluetooth is more powerful than the other. So when they were making reference to Moala's tweet about Wike, I don't know. I wrote something on their YouTube channel there. Holy good morning, Bale and Elastic. This man came to the office and was reading riot act to every Abuja resident that that is changing the master plan, the landscape of the city. And this man said, look, it does not matter how highly placed you are. If you build your house or having a property on illegal places and all that, your house will be demolished. Tell me, what is crime in that? And if I did that, somebody has to have a sane brain and do what is right and just. But they were talking about him building hospitals, doing this, doing that. I mean, you start from somewhere, right? So what has he said or done wrong within just a day in the office? And Sleep TV already going for his job. As a matter of fact, he himself made reference to
Dewale, hold on. The criticism is that he did not give himself the time to settle into that portfolio, understand what the difficulties are before he held that press conference and started to read the riot act. So he already came in with a premeditated agenda without actually understanding what the problems of the ministry is. So that's what they were criticizing him for.
That criticism is lame. To me, what he said, I mean, you don't have to even live in Abuja to know what Abuja has turned to. This man said, for security issue, that all those people selling stuff on the road and in front of houses and all that is going to stop. What is legal about that? What is wrong about that? He said, if it is illegal.
Did he say he was going to provide them with an alternative source of livelihood?
There will be provision for that. But the fact that you knew this place was illegal and you put your property there, even if the government doesn't compensate you, that's your wahala. But I'm
talking about chasing the petty traders of the streets. Is he going to provide them with an alternative?
He mentioned that those places that are not designated for market purposes, they are going to, tell those people to leave, and they will provide alternative shopping and buy stuff instead of just anywhere, within the city. What he said was just a generalized statement that he was making. We all knew who Wike is. Wike is like a bulldozer.
Yeah, but he came in with that Port Harcourt mindset to a verified to a
But,
rarified and a dignified space. It doesn't.
yeah, but
It
tell me
not. It
what he
doesn't
has
need
done. Okay,
that
go ahead.
press that press conference threatening fire and brimstone. It was the wrong move to make as his first move. What he should have said was that, look, Abuja has a lot of difficulties. There are deviations from the original plan. I shall, as a matter of urgency, ask all of the directors of all of the agencies to provide me with an immediate report, and I will hold another press conference in 2 weeks' time. So that's all he needed to say. Not that he will be demolishing houses of ministers and gunning down ex-governors and all this bullish sort of rebel rousing kumbaya.
Woman, I like you. You are like me. I like diplomacy. But we all knew who Wike is. He's not a man of peace. Diplomacy is not in his language. So I don't. If Wike had showed up at that press conference and started talking the way you are talking now about, yeah, we are going to ensure that the city is cleaned up, and we look into that. I will say probably this is not Wike that I know.
It came in sounding like he was looking for a fight.
See,
That's
people are going
it
to
sounded
sit
like
tight.
he was looking for a fight.
Yeah,
he's looking for somebody to fight. That's what he.
You know what? Well, you know what came to my mind? There was a particular video clips of a movie where the man said, "I want no peace. I want something like that. I want
problems. I want problems.
That was what came. The moment I saw Wike, yelling and talking, I was like, oh, hey, man, this is the man of Wala. It's like a boogeyman of Tinubu. Somebody has to see. Sometimes people sit tight because of what leaders said. Well, we may condemn him for being a little bit high-handedness, but he has sent a signal. People will sit tight in Abuja. There's a new mayor in town. So for people who are just doing things anyhow, they're trying to turn Abuja to Lagos. No, it's not going to happen. So that signal alone, people will start jittering now, and those land allocation has been given to people.
Dewale, that's one of the regrets of not having El Rufai on this team, because El Rufai is of the same mindset but a better language. So El Rufai will have said the same thing, but not in the brutish manner that maybe it was already on the whiskey before he even started.
There's a possibility for that, because the way he was even addressing the press conference, he called out a Sleep TV reporter. He said, "You are here too." You can have back that. He called out a Sleep TV. I make reference to these days. In fact, I think there's unpronounced fight between these days and Arise or Sleep TV. I don't call them Arise. I call them Sleep TV now.
They're at war with everybody. Yes, the excesses of that Rufai Hussaini. Remember when your Fayose went there and it nearly turned to blows.
Oh yeah, they will close that channel. Last, watch it. That channel.
They will close that channel. That channel will not last till the.
I can assure you. You want to fight the state? Continue. You don't have to be the friend of the state.
Why must it be closed? Beloved, close because they
are overstepping their boundary. What they are doing is to create enmity between the governor and the governors. You don't do
that. And by doing that, they are violating the law, right?
No. See, you know how many times they sanctioned them during the election? You know how many times they were sanctioned during the election? They were fined. Right? They were fine.
It's not the role of the media to rally the people against the government. The role of the media is to hold the government accountable. But what Arise TV does is to try and rally the people against the government. It's a form of treason, what they're doing.
Well, I wouldn't even put it that way. But when all your business is about bringing out negative stuff, never for once, at least say something positive about what they've done in the office. All you care about is projecting negativity to people so that they can create that fear among the citizens. Now, that is not what media does. At least spread good news for once in their life. Everyone in the government, I bet you, if it will be won that election, they won't be saying what they are saying now. They probably will be saying president every second of the day. Since the general election, they haven't say anything negative about Obina. If you watch the channel or the program is very closely. But by and large, I mean, it's the media and they're doing what they're paid to do. But to me, I just felt that with time, there will be something just like AIT. Look at what AIT is today, shadow of itself. You can criticize the government, you can sensitize the public, but don't be too overly biased about it. Because uh, channels at the point were trying to, you know, tilting towards doing that. And they realize no, that's not what we are known for. Politics will go, and politicians will go and talk. But if you continue this way, if you go to that channel now, even to their because they know they are popular on social media, especially on YouTube, people in the diaspora watch their programming and all that. But as it is, they are known for that. But we say it's not going to back down. And I can tell you, they won't win people on this one. Rather, Wike is going to win it because he's in government. He found his way back into the government. He's with the APC. And if PDP comes to power, he found his way back to PDP as well. So that tells you no media can win politicians, except that politicians have done something that is against the law and being prosecuted for that. Other than that, they can't win. They can't. I'm not saying Wike is right or justifying what he did, has done, but they can't win this fight. They can't. It's not possible.
All right, all right, Dewale, thank you. Your connection is still a bit wavy, but we hear you reasonably okay. Let me go on from you to let me go on from you. Mute yourself for a moment. The background noise. Let me go on from you to Jide, who hopefully has a better. I want a strong connection. Jide, let's hear from you, Jide.
Morning, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That seems reasonably decent. Jide, I want to good morning to you. I want to play you this clip. Where is it? I had it lined up just now. I want to play you this clip, which has gone viral. But before I play you the clip, let me give you Reno Mokri's take first. It says, and you may well have seen this clip. It says, have you seen the video of Abioye or Oladeji, who was abducted by unknown gunmen and threatened with death because he's Yoruba? Do you think Obi Ezekwesili would have been silent up until now if this had occurred in the Southwest and someone was abducted and threatened with death because he was not Yoruba? So that's the tweet that Reno put out, and that tweet is off the back of this clip. So I've checked it to see. Let me just make sure there's nothing violent. All right. Let me play you this. I don't think there's anything violent there.
Your name na wetin?
Abuja Oladeji.
Wetin carry you come?
Now my manager send me come from Enugu.
Your manager? Who be your manager?
Mr. Segun. Mr. Segun.
Wetin you send make you come do?
Say see one get on touch with one driver. Since those days, so make I go and check the they track the motor and for one place, make I go check am.
Make you go check am.
Yeah.
Wetin na tracking track am abi na wetin dem do?
Na track
dem track am. Send the address for you. Yes. Okay. Make una dey lis ten to wetin I dey tell una now. Una think say you dey play, unknown government dey play. Make una say to una don cost una brother. Look here. You say that will be your name again?
Abuja Oladeji.
Talk louder, make I hear them.
Abuja Oladeji.
Okay. And this on a brother like this now, we don't chop them. Unknown government don't chop them. On a say we.
And when they're saying chop them, they are meaning literal chop, because there are reports of cannibalism amongst those unknown gunmen. But let's watch on.
They play. We discover around something. On a con they go they send person we go con the track us abi. They can shake where on a motor day. Come bring spy. They can't know where we dey. You understand? On a brother, and I don't forget them. They can see say, we know they play. That thing one a driver, where we hold that time, they turn now. They can believe and say now true. You, we that driver, we live and say because of Naibu in B. But this one, na Yoruba in B. Eh? Ondo to Tunumbu. Shebi na Tunumbu na your brother. Tunumbu no be your brother. Eti Tunumbu be. Na Igbo person.
Na Yoruba.
Eti Tunumbu be.
Na Yoruba.
Yoruba. Eti you can be.
Me I be Yoruba.
Tunumbu no be your brother. No be your.
Na my brother.
Thank you. So goodbye. Thank you for watching.
So there it is, Jide. I'm sure you've seen it already. So this is what is going on now, and there's a lot of concerns that the Yorubas are now in play in the southeast. Jide.
Well, woman, if I said I've seen that video, I'll be lying. I'm seeing it for the first time.
It's been viral since yesterday.
I'm seeing it for the first time, woman. And I'm really disturbed. I'm disturbed. This man will be probably a family man, and they would have by now rendered him his family fatherless. Parents.
No. It's been released. They paid the ransom for him.
They paid the ransom. Well, they were only threatening to chop him, because I know those guys. They do eat human flesh. Yes, because of what we saw in that local government, that they chased the whole community out, as in the Imo state, that they were roasting human flesh and eating them.
Yes, they cook them in drums. Yeah, unbelievable.
One of the shape of one lack person.
Yeah, oh my goodness. So yeah,
don't chop this one.
Don't chop. Imagine that. 2022.
But it's not funny. It's not funny. You can imagine hearing that they're going to chop you. That's barbaric. Traumatic as well. Can you imagine, being told that they are going to chop you while you are still alive?
They were go funny. This is not funny.
Go funny at all.
If this guy, if he watch this video after being released, if he watch this video, I bet you he will tell his wife, or it is, look, when they told me this thing, look,
my problem with them, you will never see their top elite, their big position coming out to kick against this thing. You won't say
that's what Reno is saying. That where is Madam Ngosi's voice now? If they are demolishing something in Lagos State, she's very quick to write.
Yeah, you won't see them, even though it's staged or it's fake. First of all, you have to come out in one voice and kick against it. That no, we don't like
this. Doesn't sound like a One Piece. Is this One Piece?
It's me.
Why is your voice so low like this?
Let me show you what is making my voice sound so calm. Are you see her? One man.
Oh no! One man decided to minimize the time.
Hold on. Everybody's connection is a bit funky.
Okay. Oh, that bundle of joy. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Look at that.
Congratulations, World Peace.
Thanks.
Every year they bump it. Yeah, another one is on the way already.
Yeah, no, I want very. What's it there?
Well, Japan, they look for a person like you that can.
Are you trying to repopulate Japan? What please?
Come on, I have to. I will not put an end to my father's line. I have to produce like my father. So
they carry them, they go, they do and they go,
So that's it. I'm with my daughter.
One man, can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, carry on.
Is it because all of we guys, male, we are in abroad. That is why we are carrying our children like this, being care. Because I don't see many Nigerians helping their wife like this. Few of them does, but so do you think it's because of the West, or because you understand what I mean? I'm just throwing the question to everyone because we are so family oriented in abroad. We carry our kids,
It's
we help our wives.
of
No,
But
no, no,
in
no,
our
no.
culture for man to
Thomas.
carry baby. It's not our culture for man to dey carry baby. When you have a woman, when you have a sister around you, so you can do it inside the house and just play with the baby, but not to have the baby all day and while woman is enjoying herself around. No, it's not our culture. So it's our culture. Let's just accept it. It's good. So you can both people where they carry picking all day, they know why they do them. So we can't rubbish our own tradition.
You see, I think the real reason is because we don't have the support that we have at home. You know,
Yeah,
when you have a child at home, everybody comes. In fact, for you to even hold that child, you have to join the queue. But in
That's
this
true. That's true.
in your Western space, as soon as the naming ceremony is over, they will close the door and say good luck, and then it's left between you and your wife. So if your wife is in the kitchen and the child is crying, what do you do? You know, what do you do now? Do you tell her to
to
leave the
help.
thing on the stove to go? You have to do something now. So yeah.
You are very
Hello,
correct. You are
yes.
very correct. You are right. I agree with you in totality. That's the reason why. It's not that we are that good men to carry baby all day. And we are just what we are. Wherever you go, Africa, that Africanism.
But it's also the modern way. There's nothing wrong with it, by the way. So it's something that men should do for you to bond with your child. You know,
Mama,
I've changed my
your
own.
network too is terrible.
My what?
Your network too is kind of backing up.
All right, let me try and resolve it. Let me come
No,
out and come
it's
back
better.
in. Thomas,
It's
take
better now.
charge.
It's better. It's better now. It's better now. Your network is better now. One man. Oh, okay. Oh. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The network is kind of funky sometimes.
Yeah, both of you are using made in China.
That China man, that Japanese man. What is this? Somebody come up this one day. That China man.
Oh God. Anyway, the net is gonna be fine. This oh yeah, well I think this is the next talking point. This invasion of Niger. Let's wait for Mama to come. Let me reserve my comment first. But I don't understand.
No, see, the window of invasion is gone. Nobody is invading anywhere no more.
I think
What
Jide
do
have the floor. I think Jide have the floor. Maybe Jide can continue with
Yes.
the story.
Angela Coco, everyone, yeah. Is why are we talking about invading again? Is there anything about invading?
I feel El-Rufai is just doing everything to fight back because this is a discussion that is looking like there is a light at the end of the tunnel because even Abdulsalam when he came back said that the visit and the negotiation was successful, that it was a fruitful venture. So El-Rufai coming to
But why is Erufai doing that? Did Tinubu 20%? I don't.
I
I've been. What
I
What is
think
the problem?
I
But
think
Tinubu nominated him, isn't it?
yes, Tinubu nominated him, but see, there like from what I'm looking at, just that I feel El-Rufai is desperately looking for a lifeline to his presidential ambition, which we all know he has. And if he becomes the minister of power, obviously, that would be that would, and if he performs very well, which we all know, that from his personality, there is every likelihood that he will perform. It will give him that upper edge again. And a lot of people might not even remember his shortcomings in terms of his comments on religious topics. But I feel there are some internal cliques too that are rooting for somebody else, and they felt like it is high time they terminate this guy's political ambition before it even germinates in terms of presidency. So that is the way I see it, because if Tinubu has actually nominated somebody, and from the way the House of Assembly went about it, it seems like they respected his choice. So for them now, not taking that into consideration when it comes to El Rufai, and then something has gone down. And I personally, it's my opinion though, I'm just thinking it might have something to do with Shettima, because Shettima is also really projecting himself as somebody that can carry over, that can rule the nation, that can lead. He went to South Africa for the BRICS summit. He has been going after Tinubu came back from these ECOWAS and AU stuff. It has been Shettima going for all the foreign diplomatic trips. So I feel some caucus too feel like, okay, should this guy come in, it's going to be a competition to this person's agenda. You can't rule that out in politics, and they are just trying to checkmate the guy before he even start building a name for himself in that direction. I think that's what played out, and Tinubu's hands are tied, because if I've made you what's it called, special advisor on security, and you now tell me that somebody has security issues and therefore he cannot be a minister. If I go against you from the word go, then I will be telling you that I'm not giving you room to do your job. So Tinubu would rather just let go and let things fly. Probably compensate El Rufai if he's going to take it with a post, maybe ambassadorial post somewhere, and just forget it. I think it's a caucus thing. They're trying to push the guy out of the scene. That's the way I view it.
You know, Jide, I'm not too far away from you in what you just said. Am I better, by the way? Am I better now?
Yes, almost.
Yes, you are. You do.
All right. Yeah, I'm not too far away from you in what you just said. I think this is 20. What's in 8 years' time politics in play now. So after the Tinubu administration is over, it comes to the north. And all of the names that have the ambitions towards succeeding Tinubu, they are already starting to play their politics now. And El Rufai is part of those names that people feel will succeed Tinubu. So El Rufai, Kashim Shettima, Kwakwanso. So you see a lot of politics from that space. And I think Nuhu Ribadu is now trying to play himself in as well. I think a lot of that has to do with it. Did they?
Yes, one man. Yes, one man. That's the way I view it. I don't know if anybody here has a contrary opinion, though. We are here to share knowledge, but that's the way I view it. Because if Tinubu can prevail on the National Assembly to pass Bosun that called them moron, and it was read out to him live and direct in presence of everybody. If he can prevail on them to pass somebody that does not even know where
they passed Wike now. They passed Wike. How can they pass Wike and not be able to pass El Rufai? I mean,
no, even Wike, Wike did not even do anything. They only asked him to tell them what he has done in his state, and he should take a bow and leave. That's what they did. They didn't even ask him a question. That's what they did. So, but for El Rufai, it was a calculated it was a calculated attempt, and they carried it out neatly. He carried it out quickly, and it will only look like Tinubu has played his games like my hands are clean. Oh, it's not me, it's your people, and all those people that are at the front.
Jide, well, what puzzles me is not so much that they sacrificed this guy. What puzzles me is why they did it so publicly, because it's a public humiliation. El Rufai had said that he wants to go back to school to go and do his PhD. And if Tinubu did not want him, Tinubu could have let him go under that excuse. And I don't think El Rufai would have really held a grudge. But Tinubu publicly courted him, saying that, no, the nation needs you more. He said that publicly. I think he said that at Chatham House. And then, only then at the last minute, then, when he's about to get his glory, they just stab him in the back. So why did they do that? Is really because somebody was out to humiliate him. That's just it.
One man, I think it has.
Baba, sorry, one man. Why are we attributing this to Tinubu? Can anybody tell me?
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. It has not to do with Tinubu in this case.
Hold on, let Jide land. Yeah, Jide land. Yeah.
In his cabinet, it does not stop Tinubu from rerunning for the next term in office. It doesn't affect him in any way. I don't feel it affects Tinubu's political ambition in any way. But I feel it is those people that feel that this thing is going against their own ambition that took matters into their hands, and they did what they did.
Yeah, but Tinubu could have overridden that to acknowledge what El Rufai did for him. So that's why the blame goes to Tinubu.
One man,
he could have overridden any, because the Nigerian president is the most powerful president in terms of the powers vested in him. Remember when they were who was that guy? The EFCC guy before Bawa, when the Senate refused him and Buhari held him in situation in an acting capacity for endless time. So Tinubu could have overridden any and everything, but he just threw him to the wolves.
One man. That I don't think that's what happened. I think, you see, those guys played their game in such a way that, okay, they made it a public thing that, okay, this guy has security questions to answer. And since it is security issue, now everybody knows. If Tinubu waits in and says he wants to use his power, don't forget, already Tinubu is treading on a thin line of people criticizing him here and there. There is still the tribunal going. Anything he does, it fires back. The man has to go back, listen to the temperature of the masses and come back again and, okay, tweak his policy here and there to just make sure that, okay, everything is calm and there's no riots or there's no NSAS or anything coming up again. So the man is just trying to do his best. So in this case, if he had stepped in and said, okay, that's the way I want it, it would have been a difficult thing for him to justify. It would be very difficult. But I know if the tribunal case was over, and if it had been over and he already knows that, okay, this mandate is my mandate, and something like that happened, he could step in and say, no, that is the person I want, and this, like that, and that. So, and he will not care about anybody's criticism.
My brother, are you thinking Tinubu is shaking about any mandate?
Hold on, Thomas. Let Bishop come in. Bishop, come in. I'm still insisting that Tinubu threw him under the bus, but Bishop, let's hear from you. Bishop. Bishop.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening. Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on.
Good evening. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to chip something into what Akire said. I think the buck stops at the president's desk. If the president had wanted it, I'm sure, very sure, would have had his way. Now the question is, why did they do it? The man said he did not want to be part of it. You openly made him to commit himself. Openly. A man stuck his neck out when things were going awry. If they had not taken that step to go to court on that issue of Naira swap or Naira conciliation, honestly speaking, we don't know what would have happened, what would have happened about that election, because it was really, really getting out of hand. So they stuck to their guns, they stood, and we just allowed the man, the president now, the president just allowed the man to be so humiliated and embarrassed and disgraced the security report that the president does not have privy to. That is it the NSA or DSS that will go and submit one kind security report on the president's nominee without the president? They are telling them.
You are breaking up, Bishop.
Okay, and now that place there's nothing anybody will. So the box
you are breaking up. You are breaking up
of the president. The question is.
We can't hear you anymore.
Okay, sorry about that. All right.
All right. Back to you, Jide. But when Bishop gets to a better place, we get back to him. Jide, back to you. Let me take you to the Aregbesola space.
Come in. Yeah, Jide, I don't want to subscribe to your reason that they are trying to bring him down now so that he won't be a problem or constitute a problem for somebody's what do you call it?
Political ambitions.
Political ambition. Yeah, I think what do I want to say? I'm suspecting that he had done something wrong. Maybe they caught him doing committed some kind of betrayal act, and they cannot condone it. They cannot take it, and they believe this guy will not be totally loyal to them. It's very risky for them, and they reached that conclusion and judgment that, look, the best thing is just to let him be out. So that's what I suspect. I don't think immediately they just won an election, they started thinking about next state year, who is going to be the next president, who is going to constitute problem for another people. I don't think so. It doesn't play out like that. It doesn't play like that at all. So that's my own.
Let's walk through the logic of it somewhat. To say that they caught El Rufai is a bit fanciful, because El Rufai moved heaven and earth to make Tinubu president. So I'm not sure that they would have caught anything that to sabotage Tinubu after all he did to make him president. So that's one. And then it's very difficult to believe that is any security report. Yes, there might be one or two things in the security report, but I don't think there's anything significant, more so than everybody else that was passed through. So that's two. And then, so it then leaves politics. The only really plausible reason why they denied El Rufai has to be politics. But which politics is in play? So is El Rufai too powerful for the rest of the cabinet? I don't think El Rufai is too powerful for Wale Edun, Dele Alake, and or even Atijani, Bosun. I don't think it's too powerful for them. So that has to then speak to the politics of succession, which really is where it seems to be. That's what I think anyway. I think it's the politics of succession. People want him out of the way. They don't want, if he goes on and gives Nigeria electricity, El Rufai, it will just quietly cross his legs and wait for Tinubu to finish, and he will casually stroll into Aso Rock seat. And that is what will happen. I think it's the politics of
you think that if it is politics of succession, so the president in all the moral sense of it. Do you think the president should buy into that?
I think it was manipulated.
So when it's not, it doesn't constitute any threat to the president' political ambition, but rather to who? Why should president worry his head over somebody that have not even assumed any office, is just out of office as governor? Why should presidents believe that, oh, I don't want him to succeed me in the next 8 years or in the next 4 years? I mean, it doesn't really make sense at all. I think they caught him doing something they cannot accept. And they believe, no, this guy is not good. He's not a good. He's playing as a friend. He's playing as a friend in the public together with us. But behind the scenes, he's playing the dirty politics again. That is what I suspect. It's not suspect. Yeah.
Yeah, but now hold on, Dewale. If El-Rufai was playing something dirty against Tinubu's administration, does that not negate all it did to bring the administration into being? Just applying logic. Does that
not play double standard? Sometimes they play some game outside in the public. They play something else behind the door, behind the scene. Politicians can be they are very, very dangerous. So that's what I believe is going on, or possibly had happened. They caught him in such an playing a kind of dangerous act against them, and they believe it is time to relieve him and let him go. Yes.
Hold on. Let Dewale come in. Yeah.
I was trying to say that maybe there were powerful forces that are hell bent in ensuring that El-Rufai does not become minister, and Tinubu already found himself in a compromising way. And politics is about give and take. You compromise, you make deals and all that. And maybe he caught himself in that middle of it, and he has nothing to do. Maybe those powerful forces are the one behind his, not approval of his nomination. And then Tinubu's hands are tied and nothing he could do. Maybe that is what is playing out. Not necessarily that Tinubu is the one that wants him out, or the presidential ambition of the thing and stuff. Maybe that was what happened. I don't know if you guys can consider that too. For people to have submitted a petition that would be so strong enough to stop his nomination with a question mark about security issue. I mean, who is in charge of the government? I'm thinking maybe the presidency is compromised in some ways, and there's nothing Tinubu could do other than to yield to the advances of those powerful forces and put his nomination into jeopardy. I just want you guys to think about that.
All right. Jide come in, Jide.
Okay. Baba Janle Koko, I also want to say I share that same thoughts with you. And it's possible what you have said now. It's very possible. That's also a very probable cause of what has happened. But you said something like, would they start thinking about 2027 from now? Or would they start thinking of the next 8 years from now? Baba Janle Koko, yes, they would. If Kashim Shettima joined Tinubu as vice president, Kashim Shettima is also nurturing the ambition of becoming the president. And in politics, even if somebody is your friend, and you see that this person is going to hamper your ambition, they know how they eliminate themselves. So this is a case of elimination, and possibly the facts, because we don't have access to the security report that was given against El-Rufai. Somebody must have that very, very top security information and has kept it for long, waiting for this kind of a a period to be able to nullify him. So probably by the time they presented the figure or the data, the report to Tinubu has no other option than to answer. Because you know how these politicians do their things. If Tinubu insisted that, okay, this is the way I'm going to go about it, you will find out that kind of a report might just find itself in the public domain, and they find itself on asleep or a dead TV, and before you know it, another big scandal will rock.
And with the obedience,
and another big scandal will now rock the new government. So I think what Tinubu has just done is just to play safe. Okay, if this is the figure or the data you've presented before me, no problem. In that kind of a situation, he cannot. I repeat that he cannot use his veto power again. If what they have against the man is really implicating and is serious, they will just look at it like, okay, the best thing you can do for him is just to drop him from this thing. That's what they are even doing for him. Dropping him might even be a favor, because should they say they are not dropping him and that thing finds its way into the public domain, the kind of atrocity that he has committed or something, the kind of scandal that will generate, and what it will do to the government that is still trying to project itself in the good light to people after all the policies that have put people in disaster, might be very, very detrimental. So I think that is what happened. Somebody is nursing the ambition, and El-Rufai will stand against the ambition, and he played that card in such a way that Tinubu cannot even return. That is why. That's my own conclusion. Though it could also be what Baba.
Sorry, can I quickly say before I run out?
Yeah, go ahead, Bishop. Go ahead.
I think we are honestly throwing that rule that everyone should be considered innocent until proven guilty to the dustbin, because it's El-Rufai now. So we are assuming he's guilty of whatever anybody has said against him until he is proven innocent, and that's double standard in my thinking. I was saying earlier on that number one, we cannot exonerate the president and commander-in-chief. He was one that personally requested that he wanted this man. If something is going to happen, you shouldn't have let him go through the whole hog just to humiliate. You should have just called him that, you know what, there are something also. So you don't even announce, you don't even nominate him until everything is cleared out. Now, the idea that some people have something very powerful against him that can cause scandal to the president, come on, what are we talking about? The man is just finishing his second term as a governor. People have got the accusations against the president and commander-in-chief himself about drug, about this. Everybody's giving him the benefit of the doubt about that he has no identity, nobody knows him, he is this, he is that, he is forgery. If he could be as bad as what they are alleging against El-Rufai, will have been as bad as those things against Tinubu. I think we should just let us give him the same, treat him with the same standard we are treating others. Now, I don't know what happened, and I don't want to speculate whether it is 2027 or 2029, which I don't think so. Whether it is Shasim Resima, I don't think so. But I don't want to join that way. I am saying, whatever it is, the president should at least have lifted a finger to protect him or to defend him. Not necessarily to make sure that he becomes the minister, but to avoid that humiliation. What they subjected El-Rufai to is unfair. And I say it again, the buck completely stopped.
Yeah, can I come
in? Yes, Bishop, you are gone now.
Everybody saw it. Things were going awry, and the man was there every day, defending, jumping everywhere. No matter how, the president should at least have done something. Okay, let's give you the soft landing. Don't even go for the screening at all until this thing is clear. You know, these are the report. Or okay, don't worry, we would clear him, but we will not put him in abeyance. There's a way you can do it. There are ways you can smartly do it that we not all this unnecessary speculation. But to think that there is something so damaging about El-Rufai that can bring the government down and cause embarrassment and more than what we have already, come on, we're just trying to call the dog a bad name so that to allow us to be able to act it. I think the president takes the full responsibility for what he did to El-Rufai. El-Rufai is 63 or 64. I don't think El-Rufai is planning that he wants to be president in 2031 or whatever he did. These are the people that stuck their to their guns that power must shift to the south. And we saw it play out and to just be treated so shabbily. I don't know. I really wish and hope there will be an explanation as to what happened someday down the line. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's unlikely to be that explanation, but the thing is, even if it was security report, for all of the things that Bishop has just said, Tinubu really owed this guy the dignity of letting him at least handle. If they're saying they're not going to let him in for security report, what Tinubu owed him the courtesy of calling him in and said, look at this, we can't let you in, but you then find a way of withdrawing yourself under your own terms so that it doesn't come out this way. So they should have given him the window to have a dignified exit under his own terms. So they threw him under the bus. That's what happened. They threw him under the bus. Let's bring in Des. Des, you've been a bit quiet. Let's hear from you, Des.
Yeah, one man.
Speak up, though. Don't. Yeah, you have to speak up. Not that voice. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I totally agree with you and Bishop. But to me, I have to speculate because now
you always sound half asleep. Wake up.
Man, it's just that someone just took all my strength. But what was I saying? I think I have to speculate at this point because we don't really know what happened. To me, I feel like during that time of the whole nomination of everything, I think it's got something to do with maybe a misunderstanding or maybe an argument with Tinubu and El-Rufai, because if we check, that was the time that the whole ECOWAS was trying to invade Niger, and we all know the kind of person El-Rufai is. He's more of a Muslim than any other thing. So I think it's probably something to do with that space that kind of got everything messed up. I'm not very sure, but that's what I feel. And I still agree that Tinubu should have handled it in a different way. He shouldn't have embarrassed, although I don't like El-Rufai, but putting myself in his shoe, I think it's quite unpleasant for someone that you have supported, made actually without El-Rufai, I don't even see Tinubu being on that seat, if we're being honest.
Neither do I, to be honest. Neither do I.
Yeah.
Without El-Rufai, Tinubu will not be president.
Yeah, he wouldn't. So I feel like Tinubu should have handled it in a different way than what it is right now. But I mean, with time, we'll see what really happened. It's Nigeria anyway. We always know what happened.
All right, brilliant. All right, let's get back to Jide and take Jide to Osun State and the politics of Aregbesola. So yeah, take us to that space. Or did Baba want to come in? Baba, you're unmuted. Baba.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Good evening, folks. Please like, share, and subscribe to this program. If you can share right now or subscribe right now, the least you can do is to press the like button. I want to come in on this El-Rufai issue. I think Tinubu and his group, they did him dirty. I think it was Sun Tzu who in The Art of War, he said, Pull your enemy, pull your friends, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I think he's making a big mistake making El Rufai an enemy and a vertically challenged enemy for that matter. Here is the thing for me. I'm looking at the
Short
timeline.
man devil, Abi. Short man devil.
You said it
Okay,
downstairs.
yeah.
And I look at the timeline because a lot of things have been happening since Ganduje came into confirmed as the national chairman. Take for instance, this man was nominated. We were told. They said at a point they've all gone for vetting, where security, of course, security vetting. A day was appointed. They sent a letter to the Senate. At the Senate, the day was appointed for them to show up. Every other person showed up. This man showed up. He was not the worst of all those that were entertained at the Senate. And he was embarrassed. The thing is, if Tinubu wants this man, he will insist, and El Rufai will be in his cabinet. No matter what happened, I don't subscribe to betrayal. I liken the situation to you toasting a lady, taking her places, buying her stuff, promise her marriage, even encourage her to bring lists. You want to go to the parents to pay a dowry. You even bought everything. And on the day, on the appointed day, you didn't show up. That's the way I look at it. He didn't show up for El Rufai. And that is bad enough. That says a lot about a man's character when you cannot stand up for your friend. But what I see playing out here, at the time he was rejected at the Senate, already Ganduje was in place. And since Ganduje came into the fore, the Shetima girl met her Waterloo, El Rufai met her Waterloo, and a lot of other stuff. And I'm start asking myself, if my theory is correct, what power does Ganduje have at the presidency? I still can fashion that out on my own. But El Rufai as an enemy is not good enough. And we always say our president is the most powerful president. No. I think by this virtue of the system we operate, he is one of the weakest on the African continent. On the African continent, is one of the weakest by virtue of what the system we operate. Because in Ghana, for instance, there are 16 regions. And when the president wins the presidency, you appoint ministers to all the 16 regions who are like governors of state. And that is power enough. Tinubu doesn't have that kind of power in Nigeria. And that's how most of the other African countries operate on regional basis. So that's my take on the El Rufai issue. Because I believe if he wants him, there are a lot of ways to even skin a cat. If I know I don't want him, I've already committed myself. I can just trim something I know he will not like. Make him minister of sports.
But Baba, if they don't even want him, is there not more elegant ways to have just stepped him aside rather than to publicly say, you see people speculating now that maybe he's the one causing trouble in the north. Are there no more elegant ways that could have let him step aside under his own steam than just to hang him in the public square?
Exactly my line of thinking. And I think the 2031 politics is at play. It's two zones, north and south. But I think maybe if it goes back to the north, they want to micro-zone it to northeast, which is rightful anyway. And with El Rufai powerful, That will not be possible. And who are the people in the Northeast? The NSA and the vice president. So if they eliminate or weaken El-Rufai for the next 7 years, they weaken him and do him a lot of political injury, maybe the Northeast will have a chance if they microzoned it to the Northeast, because El-Rufai has presidential ambition. That's what I think. I don't know.
Do you think, if we want to really expand conspiracy theories, do you think that this move now is to permanently and for eternity break the Fulani stranglehold on the Nigerian space? So if we have Tinubu for 8 years, and then it goes to the Northeast, who are predominantly Kanuris and probably Kashim Shettima or Governor Zalum or Nuhu Ribadu. So then you would have had what? You would have had 16 years plus an additional 8 years coming back to the South. So you'd have had nearly 24 years of no Fulani near the power range of Nigeria.
So and a generation of Northwesterners will have gone.
Yes. Is that taking conspiracy theory too far, or is that in play, that they just want to get rid of the Fulanis totally?
I think it's at play here. It's at play because what else? Because no matter even what, if even that is true, Tinubu still have a way to stamp his foot on the ground and say, no, I promised and I'll keep my promise. He owes El-Rufai that. You took him to Chatham House, you displayed him, you made him to answer 1 or 2 questions in the eyes of the whole world.
But my brother, you haven't answered my question. If you don't mind, please. I said, why are we attributing this to Tinubu? And I don't think Tinubu has that veto power to veto all the House of Senate. Don't you think that?
It saves a lot of people.
Can I answer Thomas that question?
Yes, please do.
Now, if that was Thomas that spoke, Thomas, you are not very correct. Number one, you will realize that the Senate did not disqualify El-Rufai. The Senate, after they have finished their screening, said that a security report came about the 3 of them. I'm not talking about the remaining, about the 3 of them. Now, that Tinubu cannot veto, that's not true. All Tinubu needs to do is his own purpose as led by the Senate President himself. That Senate President Abuja will pass everything through that Tinubu wants him to pass. Because it is the person you are allowed to talk that will talk. All he needs to do is to plant 5 people that will talk eloquently about El-Rufai. And those are the people that you will call to talk on the floor. The ones that you know are going to say something against, you will even call them. And after the whole thing, you put it to a vote. Whether the 90% say no and 10% say yes, it is what you say. The yes have it. So that Tinubu does not have what it takes to make it came true. I mean, that's just for beginners. That's not true. Absolutely, totally untrue. I'm not sure Tinubu lifted a finger in defense of El-Rufai in this whole saga we are going through. Thank you, Baba. Over back to you, sir.
Yes, that's my belief too. I don't like betrayal. To me, it looks like betrayal. That Tinubu betrayed him. That's the way I look at it. That's the way I look at it. You don't do that to a friend.
So sorry, Baba. I wanted to say something because knowing Tinubu for who Tinubu is, and that so many politicians have attested, and we get to that if he promises you something, he will do it. And this is why I was pushing that. I was trying to think in that direction, because what Baba Janle Koko said is absolutely right. There are 2 things. It's either this man did something that is despicable and is unheard of to them, and they saw that it's a betrayal and they wanted to teach this guy serious lesson, and they had to bring him there to rubbish him to that level. which I feel it's childish, because what is the end product? What is the end point of that? You can as well just sideline him and make him irrelevant. But I feel, because if you look at the whole scenario, if you look at the timeline of what happened, this person has been cleared by the security agency. He is already where he would take the what's it called? He will do the screening. And there and then they said a security report came in. From who? From where? How? That's the question. And this is where I said that I see it as a politics of 2030, whatever. And when you look at it from this northeast northwest scenario, Shetima, Ribadu coalition and things like that, you also see that, okay, if that is what they do, it's still it will now look more reasonable that, okay, they did it that because of that. Because I feel if it is not Shetima and it's not Ribadu, I don't think it can be Tinubu's hand directly. And what they did there was that security report came in, and it was already in the public knowing, for, as in, I think all the senators in the house, both those that are minority and majority, already they have knowledge of this report. So they going into a closed door session and say, okay, they want to now still assert this man and confirm him as a minister might now become more difficult. And I think the people that the players of this game, the way they played it is to make it difficult for the Senate and for the presidency to even wade in at all. Because what I'm trying to say to the other time when Bishop was saying was, I'm not saying that a scandal to Tinubu, but I'm saying that, okay, if tomorrow, for instance, we now say, okay, Tinubu is president, he made El-Rufai minister, and that report now comes out that, okay, he so percent of Kaduna money was sent to maybe Boko Haram or something. Let's look at something like that. I'm just speculating. You know what it will do to the government? But they said they screened this guy, but did this and this. So that's what I was trying to paint the other time. I'm not saying that a direct assault to Tinubu's reputation, but I feel that the people that played that game, they looked at the timing. The timing, if it was from Tinubu, I'm sure they would have screened him out from the first screening. But they calculated the timing where, and they made sure that thing came in at that time where it would be open to all the senators, and they would not have any other option than to discredit the man. And for them to even have gone to that extent of rubbishing him, is like they are trying to kill his political career. That is the point that I want to pick out of it, because what happened that day was uncalled for. It was totally disgraceful. And I'm sure that man now, he will find it difficult coming back to the limelight in terms of the presidential ambition that he's holding, because now it's like they've rubbished him. So what I think is those guys that played.
Do you think they will still try to find a way to navigate him back into the Tinubu administration? But they don't. It's a very dangerous man on the outside. We've already seen the sort of headlines that he's putting out on Twitter. They need him inside rather than outside, because if he's outside, then you know his relationship with Lamido Sanusi, by the way. So you have all these two sharp brains breaking against your administration. That would not be wise. Yeah.
Yes, man, it will not be wise. So Sanusi Lamido, we know before that he's not Tinubu's friend in any way. If he's playing paddy now, he has not been Tinubu's friend. And they share the same ideology when it comes to religion and ethnicity. You know, the comment of Sanusi in the past too has pointed in that direction. But what I'm trying to say is this: if you look at even the so-called people that El-Rufai raised in Kaduna, they even worked against El-Rufai in this case. They also they betrayed him. So we know the problem now is we don't know who is betraying who. The first betrayer is from who, we don't know. That's why I'm saying that what Baba Janle Koko said is not out of it. We don't know who first did the betrayal. Then there was the counter betrayal. So what I want to say is that keeping him on the outside might be very bad for them. But I feel if you look at it, that space is still left open. They've not filled that space. The presidency has refused to fill that space for now. They have still left the Kaduna space opened, and I feel it has to do with internal issues. And Tinubu is this kind of a person that if that happened, if somebody has played that kind of a foul game, he might not really go hard on that person on the public, but he will look at a way of settling everything and bringing everything to normalcy. So that's why I'm saying that probably he might still get something in this government. He might still get something, maybe not what he's now looking for.
He will not take it, and if I were El Rufai, I will not take it.
They would approach him. He might not take it. So if he now doesn't take it, it will now be a matter of Tinubu working his way to try to still bring this guy. If Tinubu knows nothing about it, he will do everything to bring this guy closer back to him. And
which what they did? You know what they did here? They didn't withdraw his nomination. The Senate said we are investigating him, and that has put all of us into a speculative mood. What did they do? What's in that petition? What are they investigating him for? I mean, it's strange.
Yes,
nobody's telling us exactly. So it's like they are leaving him out to dry.
No. If you also notice, El Rufai too has just he's stepping back and he's saying, okay, I nominate somebody else. Like he's also
he's trying to do a decent work to say, look, this is what I'm doing. To an escape route is building for himself, since those who appointed him are not ready to protect him.
Do you think for them to be able to get El Rufai back, somebody has to be sacrificed? Because the storyline is too big. They said security report. So they cannot now say that, oh, the security report has now cleared. I don't think that will satisfy the populace. So if they want to get El Rufai back, and he's going to put preconditions as well, then somebody has to be sacrificed.
And his reggae tune really fits into the billing. Because
yes, he's now a Bob Marley fan.
Yeah? Exactly.
Yeah, Bishop, we can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. You see what you just said now, right? The title, security report, it's just, I don't know, I'm trying to look for the right word to use. A very bamboo's way of just describing something and making it all too important. Ask them to present that security report. They can say security report could be on everything. Maybe they have 22 petitions or somebody that accused somebody of everything. It's somebody that is just coming out as a governor. And somebody come and tell us security report. It's just because we have dignified that, I don't know, we have over-celebrated and over-respected that. There is nothing in what they have said. If they cannot, number one, he has not been tried, he has not been found guilty, he has not been charged of any crime. So how do you now say security? It's just like say somebody wants to contest for governor. You are now saying INEC should disqualify him based on security reports that you have not taken to the court to convict him. There is no law in the land.
Hold on. They don't have to try him on the basis of a security report. The security report will indicate to the president that there are concerns about this guy that might not make him suitable, and therefore he's not. So then it makes him unavailable. So I'm not quite sure why you are talking about court. What has the court with it?
Well, let me tell you. When we subject
hold on, let him down. Yeah.
I am saying, when we subject this to the scrutiny of the law, it will not pass. You cannot deny a man of his fundamental human right based on the security report that
It's
he
not
said
a
he's not even aware
fundamental
of.
human right. It's not a fundamental human right
Hold
to be
on,
a
hold on.
minister.
That was why, hold on. Now that's why, hold on. That's why I used the one, if he wants to contest for a governor. Now, if it is same thing, except just we are just trying to balance it up. You have tried him, you have found him guilty, and you have said that he is not worthy, he is not fit to be held. You have damaged his reputation. But what exactly are the offense, or what exactly is the offense that he said? So that is covered under security report. And security report over everybody. They will say the security report about you, about things that you are doing or that you have done. So me, I don't want to subscribe to that security report was very important. If it's that important, let us arrest him and take him to trial.
What do you mean you don't? Hold on. You keep saying trial. It's not. Look. Just hold on. If the security report was, if you don't think it's that important, it's important enough for the Senate not to pass him, and it's important enough for him not to be appointed as a minister. So it is important.
No, one man, you are not following the procedure. You are not following the procedure. You have a list as the president.
Hold on.
The first port of call with your list is the DSS. They have to vet the ministers one by one before you now take them to the Senate. Those vetted by this DSS will be on the list of that letter that goes to the Senate. So at the point they are going to the Senate, procedurally they are cleared.
Thank you.
So where is this security report coming from? Another one done in Atatika or where?
Baba, please. Let me just say something, please. Yeah, so all of us are speculating now. I chose to stay in this angle because I also like Erufai to be even though his character is questionable in this. But I would have loved him to be a minister. But I chose to stay in this angle because I want to see things from a different perspective as well. Now, let's look at it this way. Yes, that's the procedure. But even on that day, he has been cleared. It was in that National Assembly that they now came out to say they have a security report. Maybe somebody just went to write a letter of
a petition, they call it a petition.
A letter of petition against the guy and has proof and presented facts that probably might not be available to the DSS when they were doing the screening. That is very possible. That's one. Two, if that now happened, and if the gravity of what they now presented is so huge that they just felt like, if we scale this guy through, problem will start. They might even be doing him a favor, not scaling him. Let's not. They don't need to try him to court. By the time they try him to court, it will now look like yes, you are paying somebody that has done you good evil, because obviously if they have that security report and it actually indicted this guy, and if he goes to court, there are facts backing it that this guy actually is involved in this case or in this crime, then the guy might not find it easy under the law. You understand? So covering it, killing it, and just saying that we have a security.
Just to remove that, take it to court as a narrative. Let's say, for instance, the DSS, they say, this is just for the purposes of example. Let's say the DSS, they say, they go to the president and say, we have sufficient enough information to be suspicious that this guy is funding some form of terrorism. We cannot categorically prove it to prosecute it, but we're sufficiently confident that there is enough there. So that is enough for the president not to put him through, but it's not enough to convict him in a court of law. So that's a security report. So it's not necessarily something convictable, but sufficient enough concern for the guy not to be put in the space of responsibility.
And he shouldn't have forwarded his name. If you remember, Akpabio, even that they saved him when that Kogi senator came up with the petition. Akpabio rightfully pointed it out to the senator that no, this is for vetting. This is not the appropriate place or time you present a petition. So he killed the ambush. And it was like, okay, let's take a recess for the day. From that moment on, we started hear a different narrative entirely.
Baba, sorry. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
where because I followed that thing. That's why I'm taking this position. I followed it live. Every of the ministerial nominee they are screening. But what I'm trying to say is this: when that man raised it, Akpabio quickly came in to cover up. Okay, covering up, taking recess. Probably they went through this thing and they saw that if we continue with this thing, at the end of the day, we would rubbish ourselves. The best thing to do is to disqualify this guy or say, okay, he's on hold. They might even be doing this guy a favor. You see, there are cases whereby if somebody that you know that is very dear to you, close to you, commits an offense, that's the case of El-Rufai now. And you really, some people are pushing that, okay, we should, because when Bishop was saying they should charge him to court, charging him to court with that fact, let's look at it this way, might not be doing El-Rufai any favor if what they have is damning and they know that it's damning. So just silently covering up and removing his name from the list and just overlooking him might just be doing the guy a big favor. And that's the way I see, and that's the way most of our politicians, because it's not that most of them don't have crime.
Okay, knowing Nigerian political space like we do, or everybody here, both commenters and panelists, what do you think, in your considered opinion, that El-Rufai will have done that warranted this kind of disgrace that Tinubu has not been accused of, or Akpabio has not been accused of, or any politician or Gandu Dollar? Think of anything. Tell me.
Sorry, before you continue, I go back to what I said earlier on, that we have changed the rule now. We are assuming El-Rufai is guilty until it is proven innocent. Unlike the normal way, everybody should be considered to be innocent or it is proven to be guilty. But now we are assuming that he's guilty, that there's so damning thing that can send him to jail, that can send him to the gallows without even the benefit of hearing. If it's so damning, let them cover it up, let them bring it open in the best interest of Nigeria. I don't subscribe to that argument. Thank you.
Bishop, I understand you. But why I was saying this is because we also know the ways of our politicians and how they do things. We know the way they do things. It is that person that they want to make a scapegoat of that they would put in the limelight, and anybody that they is their own person, they cover up for that person, and the issue doesn't become fully blown in the media space. But to what Baba just said, Baba, what you're trying to say, I'm not saying that what has happened, but I want to see it. I am seeing it like it was not a deliberate attempt to molest that guy in that house. If you watched what happened to Tunji Bosu, when he first gave the excuse of yes, the China embassy did me wrong, that is why I posted that thing that I posted about Nigeria. You know, somebody came up amongst that very outspoken senator, came in, covered up for him, also said that when he traveled to a certain country, he saw this and he was annoyed too, and he did this. You know, somebody in the house again stood up again and read another tweet where he was calling the whole
senators
moron. Somebody again in that same house stood up again, wanted to say something, and immediately the leader of the house stood up and said, my child was part of NSAS and this and that, before Akpabio now covered everything. So it might not be a calculated thing in terms of maybe it's Tinubu or something.
No, this is where you are wrong.
Hold on. Can you hold on, please, Baba?
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Yeah. Let me play where the guy raised the objection to El Rufai.
City as a minister, your record is there. And as two-time governor of Kaduna State, you did well. But I have a very strong petition against you that borders on security, unity, and cohesiveness of Nigerian nation. And I think that petition has to be considered along in this screening exercise.
Senator Sani Musa.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. My distinguished colleagues, my name is Mohammed Sani Musa, representing Niger East Senatorial District. Everybody here will attest.
All right. I just wanted to insert that. So bordering on unity, cohesion of the country, etc. And that was the beginning of the end for El Rufai. But for them to have allowed that petition to even was that even a setup? Is even the thing?
This is the thing, one man. This is high-tech political lynching. High-tech political lynching. That petition doesn't belong on the floor of the Senate. Was it written that morning? If it was written a day before, why didn't they take it to the appropriate quarters? Maybe make a copy, give to DSS, and send one to the presidency. Why come on the floor of the Senate and ambush the man? We saw how they saved Bosun. We saw how they saved Keyamo and a host of other nominee ministers.
But there's nothing wrong in what that did. What that guy that brought petition. There's nothing wrong in what he did, though.
That was not the place and time.
No. There's nothing wrong. A petition can be brought up against anybody, anywhere, and at any time.
What if that petition was known by the DSS already before, and they already covered it to screen El Rufai, and somebody went somewhere and did so?
Yes. There's nothing wrong. As far as I'm concerned, petition can be brought up against a nominee on the floor of the house or at where it's been screened or anywhere. So it's I don't see anything wrong in somebody, flashing a petition against him in at the screening. I don't see anything wrong, except just like you said, if some of his colleagues are playing a high-tech ambush, or how do you describe it?
High-tech political lynching.
But if you want to that
high-tech political lynching, yeah. And they really lynch him, seriously.
I feel that petition, I feel probably DSS has covered it to even screen it. He must have thought that he has gotten over that patient. But somebody in that house already obtained the copy, just like what happened in court now when somebody was requesting for movie certificate.
Are you under a duvet or something? I just so we can hear you a bit better, actually.
Okay, can you hear me now, woman?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that, like, what happened to Bosun? Because I watched these things, like, what happened to Bosun? Bosun was rattled. You could see it on him that day that if he was just being a man, his eyeballs were red and tears were almost like dropping, because the guy was like looking at it like, if he had known. That's the first thought that would have come to him. But the way they covered it up, yes, they covered it up, and the Senate president was able to apologize to him using the fatherly narrative of everything. But how do you cover for somebody that's on national TV. So
That's the wrong analogy now. The Bosun one was just him lashing out on Twitter. It's not anything to do with cohesion of the, it's not security report.
Can I if that's Jide, can I just say something based on this clip that the woman played? Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Now, based on this clip you played, I'm just hearing that for the first time. We can very safely deduce the direction of what the petition he was referring to. He said based on security, 1, on unity, 2, and cohesion. So we can attribute it to Erufai's statement. Some of his statements, I can reference 2 or 3, that rattled some people that some people were not comfortable about, not because of something that he did very specifically against Nigeria. If he's talking about cohesion, maybe when he talks about winning an election using religion, or that what they did in Kaduna, that some technically that look some votes are not relevant, that they never voted for one session. So if you can do without them, why not? So basically, it's not like there's
but Bishop, when I heard that, I didn't think about his commentaries. I talked about the killings in southern Kaduna.
No, it's not.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
No, it's not killing. Has nothing to do with killing.
There were no killings in southern.
No. I'm saying that's nothing. No, hold on now. I'm saying killing in southern Kaduna predates El-Rufai. Wait. Have you forgotten the 1992?
We know that. We all know that. But there was a real spike. It was his handling of it and some of the commentaries that he made to it.
Security situation in Kaduna is complex. And I'm not one of the people that will come. I'm a Christian. I'm not one of the people that will come here and paint the picture as if that it's only the Christian in Southern Kaduna that have eaten. It is not. Both sides have killed themselves more than enough. And that's the truth. Yeah, it's okay to whip up sentiment and say, oh, they are killing Christians, oh, it's genocide. It is a blatant, bloody lie. Both sides have violent people and they have dealt violently for different reasons. So somebody to come and say, maybe, so the accusation is that it is El-Rufai that is encouraging or that is sponsoring the killing in southern Kaduna. We should go beyond that. That's not something that somebody
What do you mean, Haba? Hold on. You can't say Haba now. When they're talking about him not being able to pass security reports for reasons of national cohesion,
Wait, the worst that can happen here, is sponsored Boko Haram. As in Undume, Modu Sheriff, haven't they been accused before? Didn't they finish their
but El-Rufai is also accused. Remember a time when he was giving money to bandits and telling us that he had to pay them off to stop the killings? That's sponsoring terrorism.
Let's address that space. That space too has been completely, totally misconstrued. And the narrative that is out is the narrative that, the very popular one that he was paying bandits, he was paying Fulani herdsmen. That's not the correct narrative. Now, if you permit me, the correct narrative is 60 seconds. Was that when that 2011 after election riot happened, a lot of Fulani they were coming from Sudan and outside the country were caught in the what you call it? They were caught in the mix of the riots and they were killed. And those people, under Jonathan, the security report showed that look, those people wanted to be compensated. Otherwise, they were sneaking in and they were wreaking havoc. So it was Jonathan that set up the committee. It was the Jonathan committee that released a white paper. I read some of the white paper then, many years ago. And it was in the white paper that they recommended that, okay, since the owners and the family member of those people that were killed have been identified, they should give them a compensation. So when El-Rufai came, he said he asked all the white paper, all the security reports, all the the recommendation. What happened? Why were they not being implemented? And he was given, that was part of the ones that he was given. What is stopping? If they have approved it, there is a white paper and they have released money, why was the money not disbursed to the people? And that was where he came in. He did not set up that committee. He did not release the white paper. He only implemented a white paper that the previous government under Jonathan had already approved. So when people come up with that narrative that, oh, he was paying bandits, he was paying, it is not the complete story. It is not. And it's very damaging. It is not. Of course, people mostly use it for political reasons when it is convenient for them. But it's not the whole truth. They can do a little research on this and know the genesis of that paying that compensation that has already been approved, that has already, as I said, has already been approved by the previous government. So we should not add it into the mix.
Bishop, one man, please. Sorry, let me just say this so that you can move to the next person. I think I've had the floor for a long time. So what I want to say is this, Bishop. Everything you said, I share the same sentiments, because we are just speculating, and I'm only speculating because I just felt what can be so big enough for them to treat El-Rufai in that manner. And I feel the biggest thing that could happen is a political tussle, and those that could always be the culprit are those that have northern ambition, and it will not be outside the Shetima and the likes. And that's why I came to the conclusion of what I just said. But by what happened on the floor of the House, that was what happened to every nominee. And if you notice, immediately that man rose up and brought out that envelope, 2 or 3 arms also went up immediately. It means that some of them have a knowledge, or most of them have a knowledge of this petition. Even the DSS will have a knowledge of it, but it must have been probably played down just to screen this guy because the president. Now, somebody bringing it to the fore, we cannot say it's just based on a statement. We cannot say the petition is based on a statement because actually we don't know the content of the petition. And the way they played in that house that day was that they were even avoiding the guy presenting the petition or reading it out or giving it to the clerk of the house. That's why they started all the rumbling and everything, and the Senate president had to come in, because I watched it. So they did not want the content to go into the public domain. That is the major issue there. So what they had, we might say here and say is based on a statement, and it might not be based on a statement. But I believe that if somebody on national TV, the likes of Arise channels, all of them watching, and somebody brought out and say, okay, I have a petition on security issue, unity and whatever surrounding some. If that person, if they go ahead and pass him, knowing fully well that there are some member of that same house that don't want that guy there, both in the minority and the majority. So these people, those that the man worked against, that his role in helping Tinubu become president has stifled their own the chance of their own candidates. These people also would fight at the level of confirmation and say no, they don't want it. So if the house don't want more problem, the best thing they can do is just to let it go that way. Because if what is in that envelope finds its way into the public domain, we might not be discussing what we are discussing now. And that's my own point. And that's where I want to leave it for now. So, one man, you can move. Yes.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Jide. Well put. So let's go from you, Jide, to Baba, who's with us. So Baba, you're up next. Let me start it off with what you are looking at in the news. Is there anything especially that caught your attention in the news today?
Desiani, yes, the issue, we discussed it sometime, I think, last week. And what I see playing out here again is the Ibori saga. These people, the West will always beat us. They will always beat us. I don't want to use any offensive language against us. We were pursuing Ibori. He was picked up ahead of us, taken to England. They charged him, collected all our money from him. And even till today, they are still trying to impound, I think, some hefty millions of pounds again from him. All this money in their treasury, they're enjoying it. Now they've done it to Desiani. They kept him over these years. They didn't say anything. They have a whole dossier on her. And now they look at now, okay, maybe they are running a race, maybe with the Nigerian authority, or I don't know, because this looks like a holding charge to me. Of all the billion, even in the body of the accusation they level against her, we're talking about billions. And here we are, they're just charging him for bribery allegation of £100,000. So it looks like a holding charge to me. So when they take her to our courts, that gives them meat to now dig in to say, okay, she's in court, we can release her. And maybe 3 years, 4 years down the line, they will put her in jail and have the right to even ask America, those monies in America and Switzerland, to collect it. Not at our behest, but for their own pocket. They will now start going with application in hand to retrieve those monies. This is a game they played over and over and over and over again. And good for our people. They would rather go there and stay. So I just don't know. Because Buhari made a mistake. We all knew as of the time of Jonathan that this woman, this is exactly what she was doing. Even I think pre-swearing in of Buhari, she boarded the same aircraft with Buhari on her way to London. She never returned from that point on. Why did they allow her to go? Why did they allow her to go? In the first place, why did they allow her to go? Why did they allow her to get away? So all those monies, they got all gone. Just like that. I hope the Tinubu presidency will not make this kind of mistake again. That's my take on the Desiani issue.
All right, brilliant. So now a blast from the past. Aregbesola restates commitment to APC, launches Omoluabi caucus. So Aregbesola, he has now gone back to Osun State and even to his local ward where his politics begins again. So he's now forming this. He refuses to call it a faction, calling it a caucus instead. Trying to reacquaint his relevance in his own home state. So what are you then making of Aregbesolah's journey to where he started to restart all over again?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Aregbesola is just deceiving himself. You know, we have a way of, even when we look at the mirror, to deceive ourselves. Bí Aregbe tó bá gbọ́n bí Ifá, kó mọ̀ bí ọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀, he is gone as a political force. If he has knowledge like Ifa and a know-how like Okbele, he is gone. He's a spent force. He would never rise again. Even in PDP, in LP, nothing will happen because of what he did. Do you know what this guy did? I mean, from looking at all of the issues, political issues mostly, I always look back to timeline and what they did, so I can learn. I'm at my age, I am still teachable. I am still teachable as far as I still draw breath. I mean, you don't stand, whether we like it or not. He himself said his story that it was Alaja Abibat Mogaji, that is Tunumbu's mother, that handed him over to Tunumbu in her house and said, take this man as your brother and prop him up. This man made you a commissioner in a state where you don't belong. After that 8 years, you now went to your state in Osun and still made you governor and made his cousin to be your chief of staff. And at the end of your 8 years, that 16 clear years of political office holding, and he said, okay, let my brother succeed you. We didn't like that. You started fighting this man. There's nothing. There was a day I watched him at his, where is that his place? Not Oworoshoki, in Lagos, where he gathered people and was spewing rubbish and singing, Orin Ote, according to how Yoruba says it, calls it. I mean, I just opened my mouth. I couldn't close it. What would drive a man to this kind of thing? Don't you remember yesterday? We have to be very careful. Now, he wangled his way. I don't know how he managed it. He warmed his way into Buhari's bosom, and he enjoyed another 8 years as Minister of Interior, non-stop. And at that point, he thought 2 years arrived. Tinubu is nothing. He's a spent force. And lo and behold, this man you put under and stamp on him became the president. Now you want to come back. Who does that? You should just go and enjoy his 8 plus 8 plus 8, 24 years of political office holding. You should just go somewhere in Osun village, build a mansion, go farming. I mean, I don't like such people.
Baba, you can't discard him like that as a non-relevant politician. Whether you like it or not, he is not in power. He's not controlling the power, but I think he's still relevant in the state because he still have his own people. He still have his group intact, and they can use that group to help somebody to power within his party or outside his party. So he's still holding a stick that he can use to, he can still swing the game to wherever he pleases. So you can't discard him like that.
Well, but Jaleko, it's about political patronage. The Oyetola and Jagaban will outspend him 100 to 1 any day, anytime. And if he has followers, the followers have been out of power and they will want to come back because they've not made much money as much as himself. So it's about money.
What I'm saying is that the politics, Baba, the politics of that state is dynamic. The present governor is a very, very strong politician in that state. So if he align with that person, let's even agree that the Tinubu and Oyetola doesn't want to do anything with him. If he should align with his the present governor, they can win election. And Oyetola, the present governor is very, very strong politically. He defeated them, the APC, in power twice. The first one, they rigged it, and the last one, they wanted to, this guy, the present governor, and he supported the present governor to get to the position of power too. What's the name of this guy?
Adeleke.
I'm talking of what's the name of this already one year, okay, the former exterior minister. He supported Adeleke too. So to get there, they didn't work for Yetola. You remember? They didn't work for Yetola.
Yeah, he didn't work for Yetola. All these people voted for Adeleke. They made Adeleke governor. Actually,
that he can see, he can see swing the pendulum to wherever he pleases, and that is where he will win the election. So it's It's making that move to send a signal to them that, look, I'm still present, I'm still here, and you better come and negotiate with me. If you don't negotiate or you let us have come back together, I will still use the stick I used the last time against you guys anytime, any day. You know,
But he has no
that's my
political favor to
opinion.
dispense. He has no political favor to dispense. And politics in Nigeria is about what you can dish out to your followers. Loyalty is on thin ice in Nigerian political space, as I know it. So for how long will he carry on? All the money he has now for 24 years, he will want to waste it to fight the presidency. And I know Oyetola is a minister. I don't think, I think he's on his way to oblivion, political oblivion. That's my own take.
Please subscribe to Face TV Africa.
So sorry, I was speaking. I was speaking. I didn't admitted myself. Let me play you this clip. This speaks to what went down then.
Listen. Take a listen.
Láti wá dá ẹgbẹ́ wa padà síbi tó yẹ kó wà. Torí a tẹ̀lé ìlànà àwọn ọ̀gá wa tá a rò pé èèyàn ni wọ́n.
Are you listening?
So that was the back and forth battle for Osun State when Aregbesola was stabbing quite heavily Tinubu in the back. Baba.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't even have the whole clip, only Ote and all the rest, and he even talked about how he was wetting himself. He talked about it, and that's what made a lot of people believe that Tinubu actually wears Pampers. He alluded to that in that environment he was. Loyalty is a thing for me.
One man, please never join politics in your life. Oh.
It's a dirty business, isn't it?
Of course.
Oh my God.
It's painful. That's Nigerian politics for you. I mean, it's not nice.
But we cannot totally blame him. We are trying to put the whole blame on him. But Tinubu betrayed him back then too. When Tinubu was expected to act and tell the then governor Oyetola, you know, to go. What am I trying to say? When it was expected of Tinubu, you know, to do the rightful thing by telling Oyetola to not to disregard his boss, his former boss, and not to destroy all the his former boss hand in government. You know, Oyetola took all his men, all the what do you call Aregbesola's men in power. I mean, government. He took all of them out. That angers him. That angered him so much. And Tinubu did not act. Instead of that, Tinubu, went the way of Oyetola at his detriment, and that was what.
You are very correct. You are very correct.
And that to him was like Tinubu betrayed him by supporting his own is it nephew or what do they call them? Is it
his cousin?
his
Then that means
yes.
he now cut his nose to spite
Yeah.
his face.
Please, I beg you, I'm sorry for it. I beg you to allow me. There was absolutely no justification for what Aregbesola did. We are Yoruba.
Exactly.
We are Omoluabis. I'm coming. Sorry, sir. We are Yorubas. We are first and foremost Omoluabis.
Omoluabi in politics.
Look, there is Omoluabi and there is Yoruba land. I mean, I don't believe that politics has to be gutter and gutter behavior and treachery and all this. Aregbesola went a little bit. Is that his name? Aregbe, right? He went a little bit too far. He threw the victim of Omoluabi to the wind, to the gutter. He behaved like there is no tomorrow. I used to think he is a. There was a time it was very rough for him in Osun. Tinubu and the likes were the one that came, and everything. And you work with people. Even Yoruba used to say something. One day Tinubu and ìyá tó ju ọmọ sínú ẹ̀rù. Tí inú ìyá bá rọ̀ sínú ẹ̀rù ò bá rọ̀ kọ́. The house that you have suffered to build just because you were momentarily angry, because for once things did not go your way, you pulled it down. Come on, Aregbesola is a disgrace.
Raufu náà dẹ̀ ló ń jẹ́ àbí Raufu kan lórúkọ ẹ̀ ni.
I used to support him and I really liked him, but going back, I shrink the embarrassment and I didn't fool myself with some of the things he did. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no justification for that betrayal or Dalemi or Dalemi Lojoko. Maybe not today, but sometime, very soon, his nemesis will go there. So whatever he's doing now, all this nonsense, people let's undo APC in your state. That people that allow you to reign for 8 years, peacefully, just because you did not have your way on one leg, for people that have been supporting you for years, I like Michitu, I like Duro, I like Kalatia, the boy.
Tinubu dalẹ̀ ẹrùfáì sí ni. Ṣé Tinubu náà dalẹ̀ ẹrùfáì ni? Tẹ̀bí Tinubu náà dalẹ̀ ẹrùfáì.
I didn't support Tinubu now on that issue even.
I'm still waiting. I mean, maybe I'm very, very, very.
That is how he plays out in politics. It is politics.
No, but we cannot compare what Aregbe did to Osun and Oyetola and Tinubu. There was a time he was doing one thing that he was singing one only on the last people Tinubu. They know now, but we all had it. So for me, there can be no justification whatsoever. You were wrong with it, guys. Thank you.
You've taken the wrong turn, Abi. One way. All right. All right. Let's go on from there to
You caught me, right?
Yes.
You were wrong there.
Hopefully some camera. Are you cameraed in America? Because if you take a wrong turn,
on this top mic, there is serious camera.
Okay.
I paid already. It's a toll road. I paid almost. Now in less than 200 or 300 miles. I paid almost about $40 on tolls. Thank you.
Now, wow. How you people even live in that country is beyond me. It's just a hellish space. Let me take you to Wike Baba and the riot act that is reading to the directors of agencies in Abuja. So what are you making of that space? And did we even get your commentaries on Wike yesterday, Baba?
Yeah, I think Wike is on the right track. The other day we were talking about Abuja, and I think Ajan Lekoko talked about the green zone and stuff like that. Wike talked about it yesterday, because we should not turn Abuja into another Festac. Festac was like a model town, beautiful, with a lot of things designated for recreation. But today, Festac is like a glorious ghetto. Abuja is too beautiful, too precious. This is the time to set it back on proper track. We can talk about everything under the sun that is good for Abuja yesterday, and we all know that it's always direct. He doesn't hold back. He doesn't pull his punches. And he came prepared because he talked about people even already lobbying him and stuff like that. And he told them, well, hold your horses. Let me sit on the throne properly. Then
Baba,
we can talk.
please,
Yes,
let
sir.
me ask you something, please. I think our democracy has evolved. All these people have been being fed that there will be some taking down. You know what I mean? Political taking down. But I think this election was so everybody. Even I was scared for Peter Obi to be honest with you. That maybe Atiku could have maybe planned something. You know what I mean? I don't want to. You know what I mean. So we little bit involved this cycle of election. There was no political assassination. Taking down people for political reason.
Yeah, the thing is, whether we like it or not, our political cup, which some people will see as half empty, I see as half full. We have to, with every political cycle for 4 years, we keep on improving. And by the time maybe we'll get to the 25th cycle, we'll be on the right footing then and beat our chest and say, yes, we've come of age politically. Baby steps we have to take, and we all should be forgiven about it. It's a process. It's not an event. It's not going to be perfect maybe in our own lifetime, but we have to lay all the good foundations so that those coming after us, the next generation, can enjoy what we do. Today we talk about American politics. But do we know a lot of adjustment, fine-tuning, tweaking that has gone into that their politics? We should situate things properly where they are, and I think we will get there. Wike, for instance, is boisterous, very loud, but that cannot take anything away from his competence. He's always a determined person. I've always thought that he will be a Minister of Works, so that he can be the person to man FCT because of our Eastern brothers who populated that space. But then what the card they dealt him also fits. So all those dirty things they've been doing, rightfully he said, if they put things on the waterways, on the recreational space, on green zone, for God's sake, you should pull it down. No matter who you are, whose socks is God, pull it down. Even if you spend $10 million for it, pull it down. It's not supposed to be in that space. This is our federal capital. It's a beautiful place. It's all green. I've had opportunities to be in other capitals within the African space.
Do you own property there? Do you own property there?
Unfortunately, no one, man. But two of my kids have property there.
I regret that too.
Yeah,
your kids have. Okay.
Yes, but even when they were, I've always been. I would say the truth here. I've never believed that Nigeria will not go asunder. So because of that, it might take way back. It's like better do everything you need to do in your own neck of the wood. Don't go and invest there.
I'm clapping for you here because I don't own anything in Abuja for exactly that reason as well. I've always been of the thought that Nigeria will not hold ultimately, and if I own anything in Abuja, it's just really it goes with the north. You know, so that I've never, but now I'm regretting it because it looks
I'm
as though the
regretting
country
it
wants
too.
to, yes, yeah. But I had opportunities, but I just thought that no, this country is not going to survive. So why would I will, you know, and that's why I never venture beyond Ibadan, you know, I never venture beyond Ibadan. Yeah.
Never. That's it. But it's a beautiful space. Honestly, it's very, very fine. It's the pride of all of us. Because even foreigners, our African brothers, when they come to Abuja, they're always amazed at what we've done with that space. And I give kudos to the fathers who chose the place. That is Dr. Aguda and his team in that period. They did well. And those first administrators that administered the place, they did well. And Julius Baja, which was
the credit really goes to Babangida, doesn't he? He was the one that really promoted the you know the idea of
and he spent a lot of money there. He spent a lot of money
No,
there.
no. You are not talking. You are not going back to the. Yeah, Babangida contributed his own fee for people that decided that we needed a centralized federal capital. People that mapped it out and people that designed it. Remember Professor Babu yes, and what's this other guy that designed it? So a lot of people have contributed. But Abuja is
Dr. Aguda was the chairman of that committee.
Of the selection of
the point I was really making, Bishop, of course, Abuja is not Babangida's concept, but Abuja had remained on paper up till the point that Babangida decided that no, we're moving there, and I think he like you said, he moved heaven and earth to move the capital there.
Yeah, because the rumor then was that the wife wanted it and to be in Aso because when he was even in the Dodan barracks, if you remember, he goes there even for weekend frolicking, just to
I don't know about that.
He forced the embassies to go and a lot of the ministry. He practically forced them to move. So
I remember they were paying civil servants to move to Abuja then.
Yeah, they gave them houses and everything. They were paying them to move. So he actually did at least 60-70% of the work, in my own opinion, though.
Yes. It's unbelievable. There's this Kenyan girl that I follow. She calls herself African Tigress. She travels all over Africa. I think she's in the UK now. She travels all over Africa. When she went to Abuja for the first time, she nearly passed out. You know, she nearly passed out that she could not believe that she was in Africa. So but hopefully Wike doesn't turn it into some drinking den, you know.
Wike is good. You understand? He's self-deprecating. Even yesterday, he said, they call me a drunkard. I don't care. You understand? He said, I like such people, and I just wish him well. I hope he doesn't disappoint us.
All right. That video of the Yoruba guy that was kidnapped by the unknown gunmen in the southeast. Is that a space that you've been following, and do you have any thoughts on it?
No, I only saw it here, but I just think I think somebody said the guy ransom has been paid and is back home. I think we shouldn't give it attention much. While some people are building the country, some small group of miscreants are trying actually to dismember us, to cause chaos, spoiling for a fight. I think ignoring such people will always serve us better. You understand? Because I don't want to pay premium to that kind of rascality.
Baba.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry if I pronounce your name right. I completely beg to disagree with you. Very respectful.
Okay, say on.
And I'll tell you what.
Okay, tell me what.
Let me say, I have said, and I'll repeat it. The good thing is that the guy was released, and because it was purely Tinubu's brother. Now let me see what I want to say. If the situation of that woman and her 4 children that were killed, that pregnant woman in Odija happened towards in that same space and towards the direction of the Yorubas, look, I will throw everything caution to the wind. There will be reprisal attacks in Yoruba land. There will be, because if the people that owns those space cannot call those miscreants to order and cry out about what not a single person have condemned that video, the way they treated that guy. And thank God he came out alive after the payment of, according to them, 4.5 million. Then we should be able to send a strong message. If you hit one, we will hit 10. Don't let us say that we should not dignify that space. It's becoming too much. Nobody has the monopoly of madness. So if there are mad people and their owners cannot rein them in and call them to order and condemn their atrocious, stupid, animalistic behavior, then they should wonder what you're about one later, not about one now. So if that stage of that woman happens, there will be reprisal attack. There will be revenge. And first way for us to not be in the papers, how do they put out something? The first way to do that now in the paper. That's too completely animalistic. And nobody condemned it. Not a prominent Igbo person, leader. After that video circulated, not a governor. Imagine that they have done that way, an Igbo man in Lagos. And imagine what our hands they will like. That's very realistic. Sometimes the gentility does not cut it. We should be able to speak out this thing. It's stupid, it's insane that it happened. It's doubly stupid and insane that they did not see it condemnable. So I won't tell your lies, sir. Respectfully.
Yeah, I understand your feelings, Bishop. You understand, but the way I look at it actually is that there are some people who want to knock our heads together. I have a lot of Igbo friends. I've been to a lot of towns for weekend getaways, for burial, for weddings, and a lot of things. So I know fairly, even at home, yeah, I know fairly well our Eastern brothers. What is happening now is very, very unfortunate. I always look at it that we have our idiosyncrasies as tribal groups. You understand? We have Yorubas, we have our shortcomings. The Igbos have their shortcomings, and the Hausas have their shortcomings. If I have to deal with an Igbo man, I know exactly how to deal with him. If I have to deal with Hausa, we know how we all behave. You see, in that their space, actually, I will still use the word, the miscreants amongst them they are spoiling for a fight. They want to cause confusion. They just want war. They just want chaos. You understand? Should we allow them to burn down the country? No, we shouldn't allow them. What they did there in that video, I mean, you can see that it's directed at the Yorubas. It's like confrontational. Is that daring us? Okay, you dare do this, you dare do that. And there are people who are like prominently on Twitter talking about issues that doesn't really concern them, and they're quiet about these incidents. Put credence to the fact that it's deliberate and pointed. But I think it's early days still. We shouldn't fall for the bait. You give people long rope, let them use it to hang themselves. That is my own take here.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on this. Tinubu sends NIMCDG on compulsory leave, appoints acting as CEO. So the NIMC
that's a main thing.
Yes, that's the National Identity Management Commission, and the person that he sacked is Aliu Abubakar Aziz, to be replaced by a Yoruba sounding name. So it just brings up that question that we saw a lot of this under the Buhari administration, by the way, and it led to that narrative of Islamization. So, is this a cause of a journey to come? What are you making of that? What are you making of that?
Well, let's put it straight, urbanization. Okay, fine.
Urbanization, yes. We are trying to avoid that, but yes.
Fine with me. I look the whole thing as spoils of war. You understand? So who do you want? Baba feel like someone diwa or I will put the bid on that man's a child. No. But the only thing I advocate for is that whoever is fitting into certain position, they have to come with a high level of competence. That is all. But you're urbanizing everywhere, nothing. Everybody, except you want to pretend. When the Hausa had their chance, they Hausanized everywhere. When the Igbos have their chance, they Igbonized everywhere. In 1966, 60% of the officers' corps are all Igbos. They are all Igbos. Then the few federal universities we had then, all the VCs are Igbo. So they had their time, even Jonathan time. The Rovers had nothing during Jonathan's time. I think from up to the House of Rep everywhere, we are not present. We sent our Obas, we sent our first 11 politicians to go plead with Jonathan. He will promise, but he didn't do anything. So we've experienced marginalization before. We know what it looks like. So there is no problem there. Whoever doesn't like it, let them wait for 2027. Yeah, one man does it.
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah, sorry, my connection dropped for a moment, but that may well be my cue to just bail out. So let me bail out and hand over to you, Thomas. For whatever is left of the session, if you can rustle up a panel. If you can rustle up a panel, you have Ajale Kokana and Baba to chat with. So super chat from Alexander Gomez, Ayo Aseva, and Akim, who seems to be joining that list. So gentlemen, let me bail out and hand over to Thomas. And then
one man, have a restful night.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Keep Thomas company as it tries to as his crew comes.
Hello, Thomas. Ìjọba ológun.
Wọ́n máa gbé mi wọlé dáadáa lónìí.
Kò fi tókùtókù gbé ẹ wọlé. General Thomas.
General. Oh, thank you. Ajani Kuku, if you can help me, I've been missing on the platform quite some time. Did the Senate read anything on the floor that that took what this guy Erufai down? That story, I still don't have any clue. Or it's just allegation. It's just allegation.
Actually, we have to be fair. It's not the Senate that took him down. It's the presidency. Because the Senate invited him for screening, during that process, one of member, one of them, one of the senator um, brought out a petition against Rufai, and the Senate president stepped down that petition by saying they cannot treat that petition there. That is not the appropriate place. And after that, they went on break. And when they came back to continue their screening, um, they didn't say anything about it. So later, after some days, when the final names of those that passed the screening came out, Rufai name was not
missing.
was missing, and the Senate said they were waiting for clearance from the presidency that the name is going through security clearance, and as soon as they send the name to them, once it's clear and they send it to them, they will pass. They will what's the right word? They will.
They will screen him.
They already been screened.
He already been he actually applied on the floor. He appeared rather.
He appeared.
Oh.
He appeared on the floor of the Senate. And, yes, it was during his screening that they brought a petition against him. And after that, they went on break. They came back. Everything, they didn't handle this matter anymore. I think they forget about it. And later, after some days, the Senate have to read the name of all those that passed the screening. So his name was missing, and they said it was as a result of security screening on his name. That once the presidency send his name to,
give them go ahead.
Yeah, they will pass his name as one of.
Why are people saying you've been humiliated? Do you think it's just an allegation? And what do you think?
We don't know what was going. We don't know the reason why they have to remove his name. They have to totally remove his name from the nomination, because that is what actually happened. His name was removed, and who is responsible for that and why, we don't know up to today. But we can only speculate that maybe they saw some bad thing against him or something like that. But a lot of people are quoting Tinubu that why should Tinubu do that? Why must he, send his name for screening, and after now, withdrew the name on the basis that they saw something against his security.
When Tinubu sent his name to the Senate, he didn't know that somebody will bring any allegation against him. So I'm trying to remove it from Tinubu's head, but people still taking it to Tinubu's head.
No, we can't remove it from Tinubu's head, because who is the president? If Tinubu wanted to clear the security clearance, he would have done those.
But Tinubu is the Alpha and Omega.
You don't know. He's the one that appointed the person in charge of the security clearance now. If you just tell him, look, that's my boy, pass him. Forget about that nonsense petition. Lossy trash. Go back petition. But he didn't do that. We don't know the reason why. We don't know what is behind the removal of his name. But maybe in the future they will tell us what actually happened. But for now, we just it's it's clear that they don't want him there, and they
But
love his name.
if
But
they
I
were to clear
suspect
him for security something, do you think El-Rufai should even come back?
no.
No.
It looked like his name has been rubbish, tarnished. His reputation has been tarnished as a security risk, because that is what it appears now. There is a security risk. If he can't pass the security screening, and they have to take months, it shows that something is not right. Why must he be the one, Rufai for that matter? Why should he be the one that they have to be tough on him when it comes to security screening? The person that fought hard for the president, before the primary, he was in the lead to say, "Oh, power must shift to the south." And during the electionary campaign, when they were doing the Naira swap policy, he was the one that stood for Tinubu, fought hard, and took the federal government, the Buhari, who was the president, the federal government and CBN, he took them to court alongside
And they are party member. They are both party member.
And yes, and they won. They won the suit against the federal government and central bank. They went all the way to Supreme Court. They won. The central bank said, well, the old note and the new note should continue to operate in the economy. And he really fought hard for Tinubu. So what is the problem now that Tinubu cannot fight for when it gets to his own?
Don't you think this is the repercussion of what it is? Then maybe the oligarchy and the cabals, they are the one coming at him now.
We don't know. It might be possible, but let us just keep watching. One day they will tell us this. One person will come out and say, politician. It's a matter of time. Their mouth can never close. They will reveal it. They will tell us. It's a matter of time. We just have to be patient. They will come and tell us the truth. So. But Rufai, what he's saying today, that is the subject of the matter, or rather, should have been the subject of the matter, instead of us talking about is shunting. Is that Tinubu should not and ECOWAS should not declare war on Niger, because if they should declare war on Niger, it's a declaration of war against the northern Nigeria. So that is the
Ajale Koko, ṣé trailer ti gbàrin wọn kọjá náà nìyẹn? Ṣé trailer ti gbàrin wọn kọjá náà nìyẹn?
Àní àwọn wo?
Tinubu and El-Rufai.
Ta ló mọ̀? Ìṣẹ́jú mélòó? Kò máa ń pẹ́ káwọn politicians kan tó pín gàrí. When they pín gàrí, wọ́n dẹ̀ lè come back together later. We don't know, So politicians are funny, man. Thomas, they are funny. It's not the best to get into their fight. They are all crazy, mad people. They don't know the way they operate. Maybe in the night. They operate in the night. But in the dead of the night, when everybody is sleeping, that is when they operate.
Oh my God!
I'm telling you, that's when they operate. It's
very unfortunate for El-Rufai.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
I didn't expect that. He really worked. He fought for Jagaban.
Yeah,
he fought for him. I don't expect him in this quagmire. Nah. Even Wike, that I thought if we have problem, Wike was spraying and it was fast.
Oh yeah, Wike is a superstar in this government. Did you watch the inauguration yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
You watched when they announced Wike's name?
Yes,
Eh?
I saw it.
You saw the way the whole the you saw the way the hall went agog, everybody
Well, yeah.
clapping. So they went
I don't
agog.
think Tinubu, I don't even think Tinubu will get that kind of reception.
You know that that shows that Wike is popular, very very popular among the politicians, political leaders around that country.
He could have paid me if Tinubu didn't pick him up. We can't.
Eh?
That man can't just go. He would have paid me if Tinubu didn't pick him as the minister. That man that can just go to rest. He has a lot to do. That guy, no. That guy, no. He has a lot to offer for Nigerians.
You mean Wike?
Wike, yes.
Oh
Yes.
yes. I agree that
He
with
has
you.
a lot to offer.
Oh,
He has a lot to offer.
Obedient can cry from heaven to hell, but is popular among the political leaders. And you know what that show indicates is that if all political leaders across
I gotta go. I'm losing you.
okay, show music.
Yes, I'm hearing you now. Yes.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is that if all political leaders from all the political parties in that hall, particularly what do you call it, APC leadership, can give him such a resounding, you know, rounds of applause.
Accolade is a
Uh-huh.
big accolade, my brother. Is a
Yeah,
big
yeah.
accolade.
It shows that he's a popular guy, and it shows that they really love him. They love
But I
him.
tell
They
you,
like him.
why don't you reject the appointment? I thought he would get the appointment.
No. You can't. What are you talking about, Thomas? Why must they reject the appointment? You can't reject. Look, every
It's from
politician.
opposition party, isn't it?
Ah,
It's from
oppo-
opposition party.
opposition, opposition that were looking for his head. That opposition party you are talking about, the PDP, PDP was looking for Wike's head now. If if he had not supported Tinubu and he didn't support Atiku, where will it be today? It'll be nobody. For every politician, particularly political leader, they like to keep their relevance intact. So for him to accept appointment offer from Tinubu is is an effort to keep his political relevance intact. You know, so and if he serve very well, if he perform very well, if he deliver well, I
He
mean, it
will.
will
He
add.
will.
It will.
No,
It will.
He will. He will
It
deliver.
will
He will
uh-huh.
deliver.
If he, if if he can do that, he will add that to his CV now. That
His
during his time,
resume, yes. Mm.
so and the future, he can still come back to contest for election in the future. You know, you never know. He's still young. I think it's just 50 something years. Wike is like maybe 55 or so.
So
So he's
Ajali
still a young.
Koko, is
Hmm?
Wike 50 now or PDP?
Hmm?
Is Wike 50 now or PDP?
I want to give him 2 years. He will declare for APC. If Wike serve well and perform well and he become popular in APC, look, 2 years maximum, he will declare for APC.
So
Or
is it still PDP now or
or
let
or
one leg
at
in,
worst,
one leg out?
what is going to happen is this. He will wait in the next 4 years when they want to contest for what do you call it? another gubernatorial election in his state and across Nigeria, that is when they will come out openly to declare for APC. They might not declare for APC now, but they will have working alliance with APC. But you know, in the next 4 years, when they are preparing, they will switch over to APC because by then the political relationship and alliance, they will have reached a very conclusive agreement. Yes, and by then, at the close, more president, what is near Shepadada, and what's the point? Let me,
all those league meeting in France, Wike with Tinubu, that means that is true. They have been in talk.
Oh yes.
Oh my God, politician! Wow,
politician. Okay, look at, they left Nigeria to go and have a meeting in France, in Britain, in Turkey. Look, those people, they can go any length to get whatever they need. Whatever they believe that is good for them, they will go any length to get it. So but he did very well. Yesterday was, we go down in history that an opposition this thing on the inauguration day for inauguration day to assume office for swearing in to take up his appointment, receive a resounding, round of applause. Yes, round of applause, accolade, and any way you want to describe it. It's wonderful. So Wike is a popular politician. He knows how to play the game.
Is this not how our politics should be? Forget about Wike help Tinubu to become president. At least we can say in Rivers and some of the environment. But if we are talking of competency, Wike is competent. This is what we need. Forget about I'm from PDP, I'm from APC, I'm from Labour Party, I'm from HIV, I'm from AIDS. I don't care about your party. For competency, after the election, they should come together. Be like a new unity party. Like Peter Obi now, he's good in anything. They should call him. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, that is the way it should be. But well, it's not like that in Nigeria. It's winner take all. Wike is just lucky that he supported Tinubu during the election. Unfortunately, Tinubu won the election, and he has to get compensation for taking the risk to abandon his party candidate for Tinubu, an opposition party. So, an opposition party candidate. So, it is.
It's very obvious. That is payback. It's very obvious. We can't rule that away.
Oh yes. Obviously, but don't pay payback. He worked for it. He did everything for him. Do you know he didn't hide it. He did not hide it before the election. He did not hide it. You remember, he was traveling.
That is why I respect that guy. He didn't hide it. He said it. I would do it, and he did it.
Other than that, you remember you went to Lagos to go and donate a lot of money for women organization in Lagos.
And he even applaud Sanwo-Olu. He was there with
And
Sanwo-Olu
so
there.
he declared support for
He
Sanwo-Olu.
declared for Sanwo-Olu.
Wike is
Yeah.
a crazy guy, man. He's a real crazy guy. He knows how to play the politics well. He knew that Atiku can never win. He knew that. And he didn't play game to deceive himself. Say this Atiku that have disappointed me, that play game against me. No, he may not play game against any. And he achieved it.
But Ajale Koko, do you like his politics? I like it.
Oh, yes. I like his politics. You know, one thing I like about him is that he doesn't hide. He doesn't. You will know. You will know what Wike can easily be predicted.
Predicted. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you can easily predict his action because he doesn't know how to hide. He doesn't know how to hide his feeling. He will let you know immediately. That is why I like him.
Yes. I'm
That
for
is why I
you
like
or
him.
I'm against you. He will let you know.
He will let you know. He doesn't pretend. Backstab, he doesn't do that. He just do it. If he wants you, he will say, I like you, I will work for you, and just, and he will do it. So
And if he doesn't like you, we said it to your face. You
he will
can
say
go
it to
to
your
hell.
face. Oga, I don't think so. If he work for you, you see, you did you watch his address with the senior director of his ministry?
Yes. You better to go and buy medication, high blood pressure medication.
Wèrè ní Wike yẹn wèrè.
Wike wèrè.
But I like that guy. I just like it. He's a great entertainer. I really like him for that.
No. And Ajale Koko, you know what he's trying to say, that you have to work. You can't sleep. You have to work.
Mm-hmm.
That is the bottom line. People may
Mm-hmm.
say he's threatening them. It's not about threats. You have to work. You have to work. There is no doubt about that. You have to work.
And the work is not going to be difficult for him because that work is just a work like a governor. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just like a continuation of his work.
Administration. Yes, exactly.
Yes, it's just like he's spending third time in office in another location.
This guy was commissioning projects almost every week for almost 6 or 5 months, if I may right.
No,
and we have some states that they have the same derivation. They got millions, billions for federal government. Nothing to show for it. Nothing. Zero. God.
That guy, I hope he will be given all the resources to succeed. And I believe Tinubu will not disappoint him. Because Abuja is turning to Ajegunle. That is what he was telling them yesterday.
Yes, yeah.
And that is what he was saying yesterday. All this nonsense. Hawk. All of you that are hawking on the street, all of you that have open illegal bus station and nonsense. or people that build houses that is not in conformity with the plan of Abuja. He said, go and read your house will go. That's why I like him. He doesn't hide. You can easily predict him. You can know what he want to do. He said, that house go. That house go. He said, heaven no go fall. Heaven, look. He said, heaven go thank me for good job where I do. Heaven no go fall. Wike. Bad with it. Wike, man.
And I know if anybody, even if his family member house was on the way, they will clear everything. He has to show big example. It's not that yes. You remember, I forgot one minister that did that. Even his family member house was among the house to be demolished. I don't remember. Maybe it's El-Rufai. I don't remember. Paku, if my memory serves me well, he said the family member house is among the house that was demolished. The house is going, and they demolish it. Who don't remember that person vividly now? Because we need strong politician like him. He doesn't give a damn. Maybe you like him, you don't like him. He will do what he want to do. You may like it, you may not like it. What can do?
Wike.
That guy.
But do you know what is funny, Thomas?
Yes, Baba. What?
I was watching Arise News. Do you know the way do you know how these people were so mischievous?
Oh, those ones.
They were trying to twist what Wike said. They didn't put it in the right perspective.
Yeah. Sorry for cutting you. It's just like when Tinubu Sokwe Bula Balu. We know what he's trying to say, isn't it?
You know what? They were saying, he said, how can he be threatening people? He said he's going to bulldoze people.
There you go.
But
go.
What he said but they didn't say it exactly as how Wike said it. Wike said that those people that have violated the plan, the structural plan of the city, those people will surely have their house bulldozed. They did not say, they say, he started threatening people, he's going to bulldoze theirs. I said, yes, he said he's going to, but what did he say? What did he say in company to that statement? You people are not saying it to people. What is going on? So, I want people yìí ṣá nǹkan tí àwọn kan ṣe máa go after them nìyẹn. Sometimes they want to act in such an erratic manner that you just think that they are so stupid and foolish.
I've been waiting one day. The Arise will disappoint me. That they will do their thinking cap to analyze objectively in their lives. I'm waiting one day to disappoint me. Just one day.
But Wike for that for receiving a very warm and resounding welcome by the even when he was having a handshake with the president's smile was at its best. When he was having handshake with the president's smile was at its best. You can see that connection. You can see the huge laugh and smile on the face on the president's face. So it shows that he is really loved. He is really liked by the leadership in APC. So and that tells me that he's a guy that know how to play his politics well, and it's a guy that you know um, in the future, if he aspire to, I mean, for the highest office, political office in the land, he knows where and who in politics to visit and you know seek for their endorsement and support. So that's the way it is.
Angelico, the obedience they are causing Wike now.
They are causing who?
Wike. Those people, they will
One
never
day,
change.
I'm waiting for the day they're going to cause Obi himself.
If
That
Obi
is the
agree
day
with
I'm
the
waiting for.
no, if Obi agree with the verdict of the tribunal and said let us move on, they will cause him. They will cause him like they don't care now. Those people, they don't care. They will cause his generation. Yeah. What do you
Yeah,
know? It's because we didn't support Obi, so you expect that now. They will be after him.
Let them cause him. If they want to cause Obi, let them cause him. Who care?
But Ajamiboko, if we can see that Obi has the pathway to presidency, why would you support him?
Is their payment? Huh?
I said if Wike knew that Obi did not have the pathway to presidency, why will you support him? Are you going to support a loser?
He is not stupid. They thought he can be stupid. They thought he can be stupid like that, or stupid like some of them. He's not stupid. He's not dumb politically. He's not naive politically, and he's a political leader. He's a leader in that country. He know how the game is played. He know where the pendulum is going to swing to, and he follow the and he followed he followed he did the right thing. He did the
Follow the
right step.
trend. Follow the
Yeah,
trend.
yeah.
But you know now they want him to support Tinubu, that support Peter Obi now. So they want him to support Peter Obi, and he didn't do that. So
Even if he has supported Obi, and today he's saying, okay, let everything be bygone, the bygone. No, Tinubu don't win. No, let us support him so that they will go after him. So
they will still go out, of course. They will
so
go after him.
Can
If they can go after Doni Okupe because of his comment, they went after him because he talked about Tinubu's hit the ground running with the subsidy remover. If you see Twitter, they were cursing him. Yeah, Prince Daddy, are you there? I'm waiting for you to speak so we can go and sleep.
Prince Daddy.
Oh, I'm here. Yeah, what's up?
I'm fine, my brother. So the
Let's hear,
session
let's
is
hear,
about to end,
let's hear you.
but I saw you so that you give us your comments. I think you've been listening, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been listening in the background. Yeah, I was listening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just hear from you there. We'll call it a day.
Oh, I spoke earlier. I mean, guys, pretty much um Wike. When it comes to Wike, I like Wike. You know, he's a doer. You know, it gets the job done. And people may not like his style, but you know, it works.
I didn't like his politics back in the election time, but later on, I begin to like him because he stood by his word, and you know that is what we need. Is to stand by your word. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it, and I don't even know what came after. What came uh, on Atiku's edge. I think he can just this G5. He can just bypass them and become the president of Nigeria. I remember Peter Obi's problem is already there again, haunting him in the southeast. So I don't get it. Why can't he even settle this rift among the G5? I just giving this is the last chance of Atiku, the last chance. I know he may be coming back 2027, but this is the only
Wow,
chance.
you think he's gonna come back?
People said he's coming back. Atiku is coming back.
Oh, really?
Atiku is coming back.
No, he cannot come back, Thomas.
But people said he's
Everybody
coming back.
who says so.
People are permutating that he's coming back.
People, but I don't think he doesn't have his political relevance is. I think Nigerians are tired of him. This is the last. This is his last chance, and he missed it. It's Tinubu. Tinubu has retired him. He can't come back. Tinubu are sending packing. Out
Do
of
do you think he's do you even think Atiku is a good politician?
I think he is. He's a very good politician, but he didn't use his wisdom well. He was dumb. Maybe he was following some people. According to the information we had, there are some people in the villa was promising him that don't worry, Tinubu, we will bring him down, and that was what was responsible for the naira and all this thing, all the naira swap and all the things they did
But
against,
Ajay Koko,
for Tinubu to fail.
and Ajay Koko, Prince Daddy, don't you
Yeah.
think if there was no obedience, Peter Obi in the picture, and there was no G5, we could have Atiku presidency, possibly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we will have won. He will have won. Obi is the one that destroyed Atiku completely now.
Yes. Obi was the one.
Yeah.
It ruined Atiku's chance
Obi,
big time.
Obi is the one that gave that presidency to Tinubu now. And instead of those obedience to acknowledge that and move on, that is Obi that gave that presidency to Tinubu. Wọ́n ti lọ sọ wípé wọ́n lọ ń jan pata káàkiri.
It's Obi that gave the presidency to Tinubu now and nothing.
Yeah.
I was scared for Obi. I was scared for him because
Why?
if anything happens to him, maybe they will, you know what I mean? Yamutu. Because Atiku is a desperate politician. No. That guy is too, it's too desperate. That guy is too desperate.
Atiku plays the politics of money, politics of strictly money, if you know what I mean. Because if he is a good politician, I can't tell. I can't tell. I think he just use money for everything. And but even in politics, if with all your money, you still have to know how to play politics. And to me, I don't think his political IQ is that high. Really, I don't think so.
It's very unfortunate. But that makes me happy because we saw that we do one another now. So, Peter Obi, thank you so much. I think we should be congratulating Peter Obi every day, concept, because he really pay off to the South. Because I think presidency, my brother, heavens will not follow. Heavens will not fall. People will just shout, Yoruba nation, Biafra. I think we will bring out the gun everybody down. That's what they're gonna do because even maybe if people that won the election, maybe me that doesn't even want Yoruba nation, maybe I will be doing Yoruba nation by now. So the people to better of it.
Yeah.
I think it's definitely. Do we have Kulata in the house?
General Thomas.
Oga pátápátá.
Asabika wa kinyin ni o.
We miss you, my brother. You just abandon us.
Abandon. I still dey join now. Whenever work they deal with me.
Kulata. Èmi tí mo sọ̀rọ̀ gan mi wey dey talk. You know say I know they come like that. My work schedule change. I work for my brother. Work. Mortgage dey there. Family dey there. So, no problem. Do you have anything for us before we call it a day?
I don't even know the topic. I really just can't greet everybody. Me, I know I've never reached paper or anything today, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, we're just talking generally about Tinubu and people, blah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Maybe we just call it a day.
I think it's a good idea. Baba Jali Koko. I'm Prince Daddy. I did.
Yeah, I did. How you doing?
Ṣájálé Koko, Sean listen to wa.
Níbo ni Kòlátà ti gbà wọlé?
Mo gbẹ̀yìn yín wọlé ni. Mo wá attack.
Ó gbẹ̀yìn yọ agbóhùn. Ẹ̀yin òṣòmàlé ẹgbẹ̀yìn yọ ẹ fẹ́ wá gbowó.
Òṣòmàlé wá gbowó.
Ó máa sùn sẹ́nu lẹ̀kọ́ ẹ nípa àlọ́ máa gbowó ìṣe. Ìwọ tó jẹ wó. Oh God.
Before you go, what do you think about the reception what this guy Wike got at the inauguration yesterday?
He got reception?
He got a good reception when they were inaugurated yesterday. As if it's even APC. What is Wike APC now or PDP?
But it's for all intent. Someone working for the benefit of APC is functionally APC now. I mean, is it PDP now? It's just PDP in name only. So I mean, is Wike right now? Is you can as well call him an APC member because I mean, he's working for APC. If he worked for the election, he's also working in the government. So he's also representing APC in Rivers State. So Kilo Tuku, that's it. It's for all intents and purposes is APC. It's APC. But I think he's going to do well, Sha. I hope he does well.
I think so as well. I think he's going to do well. The guy amazed me at the tail end of his administration, commissioning. Kilo day, what happened now?
Yeah, but that his portfolio is not difficult though. Abuja. It's just to govern. I mean, it's just to run a city. Really, when you think about it.
It's just like he's running like a third term as a governor. That's it.
Honestly, he's a glorified mayor. That's his job. That's it. Because federal, I don't even understand Nigeria.
Third time
Why
in
do we?
office. His third time in office now. It's just like a governor of a state.
It's like governor of a state. In Washington D.C., is there anything like a federal secretary of Washington D.C.? It's just mayor. It's mayor.
It's just mayor. Mayor not Nimbena.
It's mayor. So honestly, this minister of Abuja is a useless ministry.
It's not useless in Nigeria. It's very powerful.
They use it to be harassing people all over the
They harass people. That is it.
Those kind of shenanigans.
That is the power there now. Just go and harass people and mingle with the minister, the president, and what do you call it? When foreign dignitaries like head of state, they will meet him and this and that. That is just it.
So Wike is going to literally be Tinubu's bulldog in Abuja. That's his position.
Bala bulldog, Buruku. Oh, God.
But the one I'm interested in now is Oyetola moving to the new ministry. The blue, what's it called again? Is it blue? What? I don't know.
Marine,
blue ministry.
Marine and blue.
Marine.
Yeah.
Blue economy or something like
blue
that.
Economy, yeah, blue economy.
Because I mean, any port to Bamboba, I think Tinubu wants his cousin to like all the key areas of the economy. Is Yorubanized to the core.
Tinubu is in charge of everything now.
He's in charge of. He's fully
in charge of everything. The economy, the current economy, the future economy, the military, the police, the ESL,
Congress, everything.
Everything is in full control of everything. You know. You look at the blue economy. He have his brother there.
That's his brother.
Yes.
That's his brother. People don't know. That's his brother.
That's his brother there. Blue economy, and that place is a revenue generating department right there.
And they will be controlling the seaport and all those things.
Oh yes. So it's a potential revenue generating agency, right? Ministry, and another revenue generating ministry is the Solid Mirror. He have his boy there.
Alake even said that there's a reason they put him there. He didn't even hide it. Could you hide?
Go hide there.
Go hide it.
But it's good now. You're not hiding. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, but when you look at someone like Alake, I mean, a lifelong journalist, you now tell that person to be running, mines and all.
Mining and mineral resources.
Then look at Wale Edun in charge of the finance and coordinator of the economy. So that
Yes.
one will coordinate a lot of ministry. A lot of ministry will still be under him.
Yes. All this blue economy one.
All this
I mean,
blue economy, the what do you call it? That Daily Alake
I
and
like a budgeting,
trade, marketing,
trade.
trade and commerce, all those one. I bet now.
They'll be reporting to him.
What
and
I think is
and the Ministry of Oil and Gas.
And gas. That one
All
is
of
directly
them are
under
under
Tinubu Gonsef.
they are under Alake. What is the name of that guy? Wale Edun.
Wale Edun.
So it's in full control of,
what I think, he just puts those people as figureheads there. There will be experts that will be working underneath. That's what I think. But he just put them there so that he can mine everything that is going on, like a gatekeeper. Just stay there. Just stay there. Monitor everything that is going in, coming out.
But there's some ministries that that the ministries that are Jeku-ready ministries, those ones, Jacking Badum, just
like Ministry of Education. Àwọn yìí tí àwọn ajálẹ̀ kòkò ń fẹ́ bí kẹ́ fún wọn free education àwọn Jeku-ready. Awúsá kan báyìí lọ fún sí
all people more consider that. I think the guy works in Base University or something.
Base University, yeah.
Those ones is just Jeku ministry.
The Ministry of Health. Àwọn ajálẹ̀ kòkò tó ń lé good health fáwọn èèyàn, just give them this. Give them
but that health guy, the guy is most likely
a super
to
brain.
No? He's a super brain.
And even the person that deputized him too, that's another super brain too.
Is it that person from Lagos State?
Yeah, from Lagos State.
That person is super smart too. I mean, the guy has, isn't it the one with the kidney specialist something in Lagos or something? He runs some hospital something in Lagos. That guy, I mean, is super smart too. The health will be good. That health will be good. Education too, I can share any. I think that guy that they picked, I think that guy has something. The one that is, in my opinion though, that's just my own myopic opinion, an absolute joke that should be taken seriously is defense. That defense. Because I don't understand putting Matawale as someone that ran Zamfara to the ground with insecurity. What is he supposed to contribute in defense?
I wonder.
Zamfara upon all states. That's the states with one of the highest insecurity in the country. I think that one was because he lost the election and they just looked for one place to put him.
That's another immunity, second immunity.
They just gave him something.
Nobody will come after him. I suspected this. We can't rule that away. There will be family and friends. Appointments. You can't rule that away. My own thing is they should just work. They should work.
I hope so. I hope they work.
No, I hope they work. No, we can't afford any minister not to work or any parastatal not to work. This dispensation that we find ourselves, they should work. And I would like Tinubu to take this cognizance as hire and fire. If you don't work, even if it is 1 month you use there, just fire them. Get another.
I think Tinubu has propensity to be able to fire people. I don't think he's shy about that. Unlike Buhari, that once they hire you, you're going to stay there for 8 years.
Even though when people doesn't even want you anymore.
Buhari doesn't check anybody's
Remember how many years we were talking about the service chief before Buhari removed them? Oh my God.
Buhari, once he appoints you, it doesn't even meet you.
Why do we end with somebody that even planned a coup? Why is this? Something that cannot even have. Imagine somebody plan a coup in America. It finally become president of the nation again.
But well, if you were around that time, uh, everybody thought Buhari was the savior because of war against the discipline, because
I
of some
know where
draconian.
you feel that draconian laws that yes, that
Uh, so they fell in love. They always thought that he had something up his, like he had a plan. And for someone that's been running for presidency for that long, you would think that the guy has plans. As soon as he gets there, he's just going to start unleashing his plans. He running, but boy, when he got there, that's when we knew that he had zero.
minister for how many months? I think
6
6 months
months.
or there. Oh
Uh,
my God, that is accidental president. That means
uh,
it's not even ready. You can't compare it to Tinubu. Everything has all their appointment is already on ground. It's
uh,
almost everything is on ground. They know who is this, who is that. They know their minister, even if they haven't shared the
no,
portfolio.
Buhari was a disappointment. Let's not even lie. It
No,
was
no,
a
no, no,
massive
no, no, no,
disappointment.
no, no. They, if it's possible, they remove even his name. They should just demote him. But no, no.
He
Buhari,
bankrupted that country.
no, no, no. Buhari, no, no. Oh my God. And some people said it, Kolata. Some people predicted it that this guy, you guys are going with this guy. He doesn't have anything to offer.
But you see, it's that, let's not lie. You see, it's because, especially for Yoruba folks, it's because they thought that Buhari is the gateway to get a Yoruba president finally. When I say Yoruba president, not like your Obasanjo was not a Yoruba president, but a
Yeah,
Yoruba
well,
president that was in opposition. You know, Obasanjo was not opposition.
opposition, of
So,
course.
like opposition, I mean, essentially getting this guy now, getting Tinubu. But when you look at it, that's what Oyinbo called a Pyrrhic victory. Like
Mm,
you won, but you lost everything to win. But
mm.
look at everything we've lost. We lost the economy. We lost. I mean, look at debt. We're in debt to our gills. Like the reserves, $3 billion. Lukumbe. It's like it's a total Pyrrhic victory. It's uh,
But Kolata, but why if everybody knew, even the opposition party, they knew Buhari has run down the country. So how do they expect miracle from Tinubu in 3 months? Heavens,
yeah, but
manna is not going to fall from heaven.
uh, well, Tinubu said he's ready and is ready, and nobody should cry for him. People's expectations is natural, as in, if you think you're a problem solver, they just expect you to get in there and just switch the light on and everything is working. But it doesn't work that way. It's not. I mean, we may not even get a lot of movement for a year because what the Wale Edun will do, that's what everybody's hoping for. He has to do. They have to do unorthodox stuff. They have to do things that we're not used to, because at this point in time, conventional approaches to fixing the economy, it will be hard for Nigeria.
It's not going to work for now. It's not going to work.
So they may have to sell assets. They may have to raise money. They may have to do stuff that we've normally not done before. And it's just going to be what it is. Well, they should not really try for government to fund this, government to fund that, because it's just going to be a waste of money too. So these are the times they need to look at how do we open up, like how do we attract FDI? How do we attract FDI into the country, like to get companies to move? What all during the Obasanjo, he was lucky there was GSM. We need to look for the next GSM. We need to look for the next frontier that people will be attracted to, that they want to come and make money in Nigeria. if we don't have that, we need to look for stuff to sell.
So to boost the economy, isn't it?
Yeah, just to get that. I mean, if we can get that 10-15 billion dollars that we can use to just, there are two things that if we can get that, and if we can get import substitution, meaning basically what I mean, not anything fancy, just local refining that all the oil marketers can buy from a local refinery. Then we will not be using 40% of our dollars to import petrol. Then that means the pressure on our dollars will go down. And that misery 1 million barrels that we're producing a day, maybe it's not enough, but at least it won't be as bad as it is right now. Just if we can just be buying our own, I mean, just be spending naira to buy petrol, and we are not using dollars to import. That will go a long way. And then if they sell, another thing is, if they keep using the NNPC refinery, it's not going to work, because, especially if it's under the ownership of NNPC, because people that are making money will sabotage it. They'll sabotage it, and then they'll start all over again. That turnaround maintenance. You know, this turnaround maintenance, how many dollars, billions of dollars we spent? Because when they fix something, someone will spoil one thing, and then they'll start again and start again.
And they will not even refine 30,000 liters of fuel.
They will not. I mean, when Buhari entered, every day ran the Port Harcourt refinery briefly, and then it kaput. And look at, since then, have we gotten anything? No. I know those people, they have employees that I don't know what they're doing. They've always had full employees. Now we're not refining anything. They're paying people salaries.
Oh God.
So it's a. I mean, Tinubu. I don't envy him. I don't envy him.
Yeah, Kolata, before the election, you said it, that there's nothing miracle is coming on Nigerian way. There's no miracle coming anyway. We're still going to suffer it a bit.
I will suffer it though.
Yes. They said dollar drop, 100 naira drop from dollar there, so Nigeria is happy. I said, forget about it. Anything happen tomorrow.
So
everything will just skyrocket again.
If we even sell assets for dollars and all, if the pressure, I mean, the naira will continue getting devalued. Except we have drastic productivity increase. Not just, if we do import substitution and we start exporting to make more dollars, let's just say by miracle they stop stealing our oil and we're able to export 1.7 million barrels, and then by miracle Dangote refinery starts to work and is able to supply all local needs. Then we will.
Dangote is a fraud. That guy is a fraud. That guy is a fraud. So, Kolata, what do they commission?
They commissioned buildings.
Ah, God.
But the place is producing fertilizer already now. It's producing fertilizer.
Are we going to pour this fertilizer inside water?
See, that's what you're going to use to plant agbado and all these things.
Oh my God. Nigeria. It is well. Everything, if I heard my word, I always said it is well. It is well with us.
It is not well. All that Christian bullshit that we do, there's nothing well.
We are hoping, not me. We have to hope, my brother.
It is well. That thing annoys me. It annoys me.
It is well with us.
But if you go through the CV of those people, all the minister, Majority of them have a very good CV. Hello?
CV, in terms of like the experience.
Yeah, education, working experience, and everything. Even the Bagudu that we are talking about, do you know that guy is an economist?
He is now. Bakutu is educated, but it's just because of his experience as a bagman for Abacha.
You know that he's an economist, and he was even work at Central Bank.
He's smart. It's not like he's not smart. It's just his propensity for Jaguda behavior.
For Jaguda.
That's just the problem.
Gbogbo àwọn tó wá látòkè ọ̀yà tí gbogbo wọn tẹ̀sẹ̀ yà wọ́n rí bẹ́ẹ̀ gbà táwọn kékeré àwọn lọ́kìlì àwọn la máa ń pè wípé wọ́n hán náà wọ́n ṣe kínní wọn ń jalè. But àwọn ìtọ́ nílẹ̀ lọ wọ́n ti gbé wiri púpọ̀ jù. Kí ló dé?
But they're still very honest, honestly speaking.
But I mean, Buhari did not do good for that nation. He really damaged, serious damage of his. It damaged the image of his people very, very bad because he got himself surrounded by him, and they were looting very, very bad. Is it Abubakar Malami you want to talk? Is it who? Abi Fintiri, or what do they call that one name? That is cousin or something like that.
Kirari. Oh no. I know the one you're talking about. His nephew. And that guy, and that small boy that used to sell SIM card. Tunde Sabiu.
What call that one name?
Tunde Sabiu.
And the one at the aviation. And the accountant,
the guy is bearing Tunde.
You know, it's in common. It's because of Idiagbon. They just named him after Idiagbon.
Oh yes, yeah. Just like Rotimi Amechi.
Just like Rotimi Amechi.
Yeah. Buhari, if they are praying that Buhari will not happen to you, you'll be saying the big amen.
But the people that chopped under Buhari, as in, they really want jail. As in, for generational wealth that they've stored. These guys that are dead now. What's the name of that one that was patting Emefiele on the back? What's the name of that one? There was one picture like this. And then there's, of course, Kerry. And, what's the name of this Fulani guy? I can't remember. But that inner caucus, not including even King Gigbe. Forget the kind of money those guys have. To the detriment of our country. But, well, they will not take it to heaven. That's the consolation.
They bankrupted that country in such a way. We don't even have more than 3.5 billion.
$3.5 billion in our reserves. A country that produces crude oil.
Well, we hope Tinubu will turn it around. With all this blue economy, marine economy, and blue economy. And we hope.
But Ajanle Kogo, you notice one thing.
Yeah.
The same, all the time that Yorubas have been president, they've inherited a mess. Because remember when Obasanjo took over too, it was similar circumstance. Maybe not as bad as this, but it was terrible.
It was actually bad then. But then we had less than 1 billion in our foreign.
And our debt was like 40 billion or something.
And the man left like 45 billion as at the time he was leaving.
Yeah.
And the economy was very buoyant.
So why do they give They never give Yoruba people presidency when things are bubbling. It's when things are so messed up.
They want you to work it out, you know. Work it out.
So
Work
any
it out.
problem solver.
Ó mọ àwọn ará bí tí wọ́n lè jẹ́ kí yẹn ṣẹlẹ̀ náà. Kùlátà. Kí ọ̀dẹ̀ fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀ náà.
No, mo get.
Pípẹ́ kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ń dà fún Yorùbá. Kò possible náà. Ọmọ ìjàpá ni.
I was just wondering, but why terrible times. The Obasanjo period, it was a terrible time. Terrible. Zero reserves, all debt, nothing. Well, I mean, eventually, look at where it took us. So maybe there's hope in 8 years or so.
But what I think, nobody can be worse than Buhari. That's what I say.
Kulata. Another thing is that whenever a Yoruba man governed and left economic robust economy, they will bankrupt it. Only for Yoruba man to come and redo it. Yes. The same thing Obasanjo left in 1979 when he was leaving. The economy was buoyant. Everything we had. What is it that we did not have? We had Nigerian National Shipping Line, Nigerian Airways. We had all these industries working well. Within 4 years, these criminal politicians, they destroy everything. They destroy it. They brought it down. 4 years. Brought it down. The GDP was minus 15. At the time, minus 15. In the world, minus 15.
Yeah, under Shagari, everything cratered.
It was bad. Just the same way. At the federal level, it was bad. It was bad. They were buying planes. They were buying. I mean, it was bad. 4 years.
Maybe we are the solution solver. We are the problem solver.
But you solve the problem, and then for someone to come and
destroy it again. Yes. So they bankrupted when Obasanjo came. They solved it. It left a buoyant economy. And instead of Jonathan to develop on that, that was running. He allowed corruption free of charge for corruption everywhere. We thought that one was small. Then when Buhari came,
Don't you think it's due to the mentality, Babajale Koko? The culture and the mentality of the people.
I agree with you. You can expatiate on that. I agree totally. That is what is
because sorry, and if I expatiate on that, also it will touch you a little, so don't mind. If you have a society that is not built on wealth, that is built on sustenance, give, bring, just like welfareism kind of thing that does not promote wealth creation, that does not promote people striving to be successful, that they are just contented with little and they don't build on anything. Don't you think that is the mentality? Sharing, let us share. bring this one. God will.
Simba, that means let's just live. We are not thinking about tomorrow. Let's just live.
Exactly. That is the mentality. You are in the US today because some people struggle and built that economy. And what they are now doing is that they're just maintaining what they have. We have nothing to maintain in our country. We have not built anything. So when people now come here and say people are suffering and you have to give them money, though that one will not develop the economy. It will not develop the people. You remember when we were even growing up, the only thing that our parents were telling us, just give us you have to go to school for you to get a job. They are not even instilling any kind of innovation in us. The only thing that the only thing that we think that we have to be educated, not to develop us, but to get a job. That is why you see an average graduate in Nigeria will come out and say, "Hey, I finished university, and there is no job." Don't you think that mentality is wrong? The people that we're all shouting about in the world today, they don't go to school for somebody to give them job. They create job. But and that's why I say it will touch you because we are the same people that be promoting, hey, government has to give this gift. If you are just and then even our religion is also a problem. Because what we're supposed to do, what we need a physical solution to, we'll be seeking spiritual solution to it. So everything about us is wrong. And that is why, to me, there's no hope. If we don't change our mentality, everything about us is wrong.
Simba, I actually calling to talk. This one you made is one reason why I just called to actually speak to that. A few days ago, right? They made a statement here, that one country, I think Uganda, said the president made a statement saying it's no longer the resources has in the floor. It will not allow anyone to come in and take it and sell it raw. Say until they come and start investing and using it to turn into finished goods in their country before you allow them
to develop their country.
To develop their country. So I said, why does he have to wait for an outsider to come and bring their expertise? But which is good, it's nothing wrong. Why you can invest in the brain of your own people to go into research and figure how to become expert and do it themselves. And then Nigerians on this channel were asking me, how would the people do it? I'm like, invest in their brain. They're like, how? Won't they still need experts to come and teach them? I'm like, that's the mentality. It's like we don't believe our people can actually, figure out how to do something. We don't believe it. And the people look at me like I'm ridiculous. Like you just think we, black men, Africans, cannot figure how to become technological advanced people. They believe only Oyibo can become a technological advance. And when you're asking me how, I said they will use their brain. They say, how will they use their brain without an expert? I said, okay, how did without somebody coming to show them? I said, okay, the Oyibos, before they figure it out, did somebody come from somewhere to come and show them how to figure it out? So we believe we don't have brain to become people that can create things. That's one thing we believe. Yeah. So that's where we have to. That's why our education system needs to stop. It needs to change because in this Western world, when they're teaching them how to think, the real education is not their public school, but in their private school and those special school. They teach them like, listen, this is how you think. You have to understand your brain works. Your brain, first thing first, you have to imagine something, and whatever you can imagine, you believe it can be done, even if it's looking impossible. Once you believe it can be done, and you're going to research, you'll figure it out one day. Even
But
if
you
it look
see,
impossible.
Mike, we're not oriented that way.
They were actually insulting me on this panel, including Ajali Coco, like, you use IFA to do it. I'm like, come on, they don't understand the human brain is. And I'm like, okay, the Oyinbo people understand something. They believe like 1 out of, I don't know, maybe 1 out of every maybe 10 people, I don't know. He's a born genius. You understand? He's born with one kind of special brain. You understand? He's just a genius. They call them genius. Those kind of people exist. And there was a science research that showed that when they were going around the world to find out which part of the world produced most of those kind of people, and they found out it was West Africa. Me and my brother was the one telling me, I didn't believe it. He brought that research. I'm like, really? He said, actually, that West African area produced most of the people born with those kind of special brain. Now, it doesn't mean those people, it's just that those people may be born into ghetto and all their life, they know in themselves that their brain is special, but they just no one is investing in them. You understand? But in
The
your
society
country,
will kill. The society will kill the something in them.
it's not even different from someone born with sport talents. That kind of like Messi now. Like you see how Messi was born with that, and Ronaldo, they were born with that special talent. You understand? And lucky for them, they were born in a country where they found them at the early age, and they're like, okay, that boy there is just special, and it took them, put them
You know,
into
Messi was so lucky that somebody spotted him and took him out of Argentina. It would have been a Cocaneta in
a
Argentina.
third world country. You know, that's the difference between third world country and this advanced country. Those countries understand that. It's the same thing in their science too. In their school, when they find out one kid like that is just a genius, they quickly take them out of that school and go and put them in a science academy or anything you are very good in. That's how those countries are structured. That's all they do. And those people end up becoming the people that will produce for them in the future. Same in sport. I'm messing up. Barcelona took him and they invested in him, and he made build the amount of money Barcelona invested in Messi is not to a fraction of what Messi later on made for Barcelona. You understand? So it's the same point I'm trying to make. Like
Mike, what you are trying to tell us now that even this education we are talking about, everybody don't need to go to school to make fortune in life.
You just need it. Our mentality about school is to get job, is not to develop.
That's why go there, go and try, become a doctor, become this one, become that one, and get a job.
And that's why we get fixated. And you see that you say, unemployment is 40%. When people graduate, we just graduate, and they will sit down and be waiting for government to pay them 50,000 naira. How ridiculous! How can I invest in a child, and then you will be telling me that I want to work for government? I will throw you away. Believe me, my investment in you. Let me tell you, Thomas, in Afe Babola University in Nigeria today, if you want to study medicine, you pay 6 million naira per session. So if I take my child to Afe Babola to go and study medicine, and he will graduate and will be earning 300,000 naira per month in Nigeria, is that an investment? And the other issue is that when you are in a very poor society, there are two things that thrive in such a society. One thing is that that society will become more religious, and then the second thing is that they will become more how will I put this one as the second one? They become more religious and they become more fertile. So the only thing they'll be doing is that they will go to church, go to mosque, to religious house, and then the next thing is to procreate. The population will now just be growing. Those are, just look at the whole world. Poverty-stricken countries. Those are the two things that they are known for. Religious will be religious, and the population will just be skyrocketing.
No, Simba, stop it now. Oluwani kama busy, kama resti.
So, but when we have people that are supposed to know better, if we, another thing that has affected our mentality is that some of us will live in a welfareist country, maybe a socialist country, where government give people because they are built, and then now they are enjoying what they are built. And then so people will say, okay, in USA they give us free money, and they give us free education, they give us this. But have we built our society to deliver such things?
I will tell you guys something that's very
funny.
funny.
Are you trying to insult Angelico? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, please, Daddy. That is coming from your mouth, not from me.
Simba came to frontally attack Angelico.
Hey, Thomas, let me tell you guys something very funny. Surely, I know where they practice traditional this thing, right? I'm always there, So when our people, Nigerians, when they come, we want to sacrifice maybe for one or something like that. So we tell them to pray. And also a lot of time I'll be around those Igbo people too, like the Brazilians, those Cubans, and
The
some white
Brazilian,
guys. Them too, when they want to pray. So I always, when they say, okay, do your prayer to this thing, whatever you want to, he wants to answer your prayer. I noticed that my people, their prayers is no more than irewo omo, irewo ato ire omo, owo and omo, and maybe Ishegota. You understand? Those three things.
Man, that altar thing is bullshit. That is the worst one.
Wait now, that their prayers like I already know what they want to pray for. Ishegota, owo at omo.
Which altar is chasing you? You're your own altar.
My God. But then those when people when they want to pray, they'll be talking about. They usually like they're having conversation with the in their prayer. They'll be talking about some things about one work, something they're trying to do. They are talking about some things that has to do with progress that they can't figure out. It's like things about their life, progress. That's what they're praying about. That's what they're talking about. So they know they're communicating with the deities, and they are talking about some things like some things they want to know, they want to figure out. The wisdom to figure it out. I'm like, people are sophisticated, but our own people, it's like they're just programmed to say that same prayer. Check out that. And some of them, you see one woman, born like 10 already, and she's still praying for Omo. Like, it's like you're even praying for more problem.
Mike, your own more money, or more money to do there.
Now, poor woman, Shadra. Just like you get picking for back. You don't born like you're in poverty. So you're coming here to pray to Richard to ask for more children. When these people come, then they are praying for some kind things what they want in their life, what they want to figure out, they want to achieve, some things, some sophisticated things, like even me, I don't even know what they're praying about because they're talking about things I don't know, like about themselves.
Mike, I think the other problem is that we all of us, we used to have this sense of entitlement to something that does not even belong to us. And we have that one to our neighbors, to our siblings, even to God. We are just being lazy.
God, thank you. Even in church, it's the same way they pray. It's not different.
The mentality is so lazy mentality.
Figure out to do computer. We don't pray to God about those things. How many times? Even Thomas said,
manna is manna now. Manna
for God to
manna.
How to make computer,
manna.
How to make,
we pray for manna. Miracles. It's only in Nigeria that you see them advertising miracles. People will be advertising miracles.
What about this one?
I'm living in abroad. I don't pray for those kind of things.
Because your mentality is changing. The environment is changing.
The environment now.
Guys, what about this one on Facebook? That they will write a message and they will say,
send it to 10 people. Or send it to 10 people.
You know what I do? When I see any of that message, if I see anybody on my friend list that passed that message, I delete that person because I know that anybody with this mentality, I should not be talking to that person. I just delete. I delete
Bible for you. The book of Exodus, Kiniko. He said, God said this and that. I want many of them, especially those in Nigeria. I don't want to. I know you want to, but guy, if you don't get any idea of business or anything, I don't like all these things, man. If you want to contact me, talk to me about what we can do to something creative. No, all these religious talks, man. There's no time for this. I beg. I don't think.
But you see now, I mean, when a lot of Nigerians sit down and talk, they can be talking about spiritual attack, this, that. Nobody's talking about productive farming. How do the yield, which seedlings is producing? I mean, it's not like some people don't talk about it. Some do.
They will not. They don't share productive things.
But
Eh,
at least if they go to church, they just pray to God to teach them
And
people,
even
to teach them
even
how to do
another thing is
it.
that, Mike, even if somebody has an idea, because of the mentality also, he will hide it, he will not share it,
That's
and
true.
the
They
thing will
hide it.
die
Yeah,
with him.
I noticed that. We hide things. We hide it. We don't want the next person to shine. And I gave
Exactly.
one example now. Like when I tell Nigerians, like, I'm looking for someone with talent so I can invest on that person to develop and maybe can succeed. They will say, another person begin and you want to make it. I mean, they don't want someone else child or someone else to just shine. It's very bad. It's very bad. Because okay, we are hoping that one day somebody will help us fix problems. Now, if we don't want anybody to shine except us, that person is going to fix the problem. So if that person doesn't succeed in life, how's the person going to end up fixing the problem? So that's one mentality you have to change. This idea of I have to be bigger than the next person. I don't wish that person to be bigger than me, so I don't wish him well. I don't wish him to make it. If I have this
but
information that the person might need,
how does the mentality change?
is we have to talk about it now. Our
Total
education,
reorientation, even
reorientation,
How?
our education system.
our education system
Yes, the teachers, everybody, they need to be reoriented so
reoriented.
that
Yeah,
they will start from the grade, from the younger ones, and
Simba.
start instilling
But
that kind of mentality.
which one has more bang for the buck? Reorientation through education or reorientation through cultural institutions?
Kulata, I'll give you one
Education,
example.
no, education, Kulata,
Simba,
don't make that mistake. Education is not only the one that you learn in the four wall of the classroom, right from
Simba,
home,
Simba.
even the parents.
Let me tell you guys one thing. In America, right, whenever they want to change mentality of society, for example, when America wanted to start allowing people to tolerate LGBT, homosexual, and everything, what did they do? They started putting into their school curriculum to start educating them about how to tolerate those things, which all of us are complaining about. Like, what is this rubbish you're teaching our children? Because the goal is to shape the mind of the new generation to start thinking different. So they always trying to shape their curriculum to shape the mind of their people. You understand? So that's how they do things.
But also they also use culture too now. Look at all the
Yeah,
embedding it in
culture too. Yeah.
movies, embedding in movies and all the songs and all
Movies
this.
and all this exactly. They shape the
Uh,
mind of their population. That's how they do it. Just invest. But in
that's what I'm
Nigeria,
saying. Like, which one is the bang for the buck? Either through
it's both.
culture or
Both.
through education.
Both is acquisition of knowledge now. Culture is education as well. But the thing we call education, you just believe education is when you go to the classroom or something. Everything in life is education. What we are doing is education. It's not acquisition of knowledge, and then what you people consume, what you make people consume, you know, it's part of education. Yeah, acquiring knowledge, acquiring things.
Yeah.
In fact, it
If
start
I
from the
interject real
parents.
quick,
If the
yeah.
Go
So
ahead,
I agree with
Mr.
I agree with Mike, but I say more like formal education. To Kulaka's question, because formal education is more deliberate and structured. In so doing, then you can make sure you have the most impact on the people you're trying to affect. That is the children, right? So, um, yes, these people, they're quite deliberate. They go through education. Right now, you're right. When it comes to this um, sexualization of children, it's being taught right now in schools, even in kindergarten and elementary schools. That's what they're doing because they know that's where they're going to have the most impact. But we don't do that in our society, and that's why it's kind of hard to compete with these people. If you want to change the mentality at a young age, right, from 0 to 6, they say children are like sponges. They absorb everything they come across, and that's why they go to the schools and try to quote unquote attack the children to get into their brains.
Yeah.
But let's look at what we're trying to do. We're trying to create productive people, right? That's the goal. People that can think for themselves, want to fix. They're looking at the glass half full, not half empty. They want to fix problems. They want to think stuff out. They want to have the ability to copy solutions and maybe put their own spin to it. So, but how do you encourage that through education? Because it has to create a culture of competition and also a culture of being inquisitive. And really, our educational standard, we need to just uh, take down the reward for cramming and upgrade the reward for original thought. You know, I mean, our
Yes,
educational
Salaka,
system.
but would you disagree that I agree with what you said, but would you disagree that Nigeria's educational system it's has its advantage also? Would you say
It
that?
is what it damages his so if you understand Yoruba like that,
Well, yeah,
is
but I'm
is
saying
calming.
that it does have its own advantages also because Nigerian students, they tend to do very well when they go overseas and go to these top schools around the
My
world.
dad told me one thing that Nigerian students, because his school abroad too, they do well academically, but when you go to the research lab, that's where you fall behind.
Exactly
That's
to the point. Exactly to the point, and I do agree.
and that is the application of the education.
Exactly, exactly application of the education. We don't do very well when it comes to that,
We
and
don't do
also
very
that,
well in that.
It's
and
because
also that
there's no
if you look
philosophy
at all these
curriculum.
many societies um, that are creative, um, you don't have to have a PhD or a master's degree. That's why the West they are quick to tap into children's or people's creativity and imagination, and that's what develops society, not PhDs. PhDs they work in classrooms or at desks in offices, but people that are creative are the ones that build society, and
It's
that's why
Yeah. So,
if you look
but
Prince
how do
quite
Daddy.
you
frankly,
foster
Thank
the
you,
culture?
Prince Daddy. Thank you very much for that.
How do you foster the culture of creativity? Is the
well,
thing like
we
how?
we can be doing things like uh we promote that culture through maybe it's when we do maybe they start doing competition, this competition, science competition, creativity competition, just promote that culture. And
but
also
well,
another thing is this, we have to we government needs to invest in libraries. You understand? They need to invest in libraries. Brings that in all these advanced countries, one thing you see in almost every corner and every neighborhood is they have libraries. In all those libraries, they have different sections of different books of different uh, studies. If you are very good in something, you have passion for one area of life, whether it's literature, whether it's science, whether it's physics, you just have that imagination. Like, I look at, as a young person, you always just have that passion for something. You can just walk into a library and spend time, grab one of those books of it, and just expand your knowledge by just going into the books and just
yeah,
kind of
I
dig
agree, and
into that
quickly to
world. You
say,
understand? But in Africa, if you don't have libraries everywhere, anywhere, and someone is just gifted in one area of things, how can they expand this? You understand? And also, if we discover those kind of people, it's like, oh, this one is the goodest thing. We can encourage. You can have a mentor. Mentor can say, have you heard about, maybe let's say you are good in physics, you are born to be Einstein, that kind of thing. Someone can tell, have you heard about Einstein? Have you heard about the law of this thing, the law of physics, this law of thermodynamics? If that person is born to be a physician, like a physicist, you understand, he'll be into it.
yeah.
And he can
Let,
easily
let
just
me
go into that library, just pick book, learn about those laws, and from there, he can just look in his environment and say, if I put this and this together, I
But
can do
Mike,
this.
we no
but
longer need physical library. We have the internet on people's
Even the
phones.
e-libraries, thank you.
that's true. But let me ask you guys a question to anyone. If you look at a society, a country, or whatever, a society, um, how do you determine that it's a productive society or a creative society? How do you determine that?
How?
Yes,
Well,
whatever criteria you use, I don't know.
I think my overriding criteria is this. Um, I mean, what's the English now? People that are inquisitive. Number one. Number two, ability to copy. Ability to copy. That's my number two. Then number three, independent thought process, whereby a kid is inquisitive, asks questions. You know our culture, when, especially Yoruba culture, when a kid is too outspoken, when he thinks freely and all, they will try and stifle him that you're
They won't
disrespectful
follow
or
you.
you're
Yeah,
this,
you can't
you're
ask
that,
questions.
you're
They will
this, you're
slap you.
that. So those kind of things, ability to copy is very important because I can look at something, I can figure out how it works, and I can replicate it. And if I can replicate it, it means I can add to it. And that's exactly how Asia caught up to the West because they started copying. People laughed at them when they were copying. Like Japan, when Japan was copying, people were laughing until Toyota became a thing. Same thing with China. At some point in time, all of us here perhaps snubbed anything coming from China that Baruf is China is Chinese. But now it's no longer that. It's no longer a synonym for fake goods. They still do a lot of fugazi, but they produce a lot of quality stuff too nowadays. So that a nation's ability to re-engineer something, I think, speaks a lot about if they'll be productive or not.
The key thing
No,
you
no,
forgot to mention, Colata, like I had it to it, our series of is investments, like people investing in people. You understand? Because
Yeah.
there's no whether it's government investing, government program investing, or just individual investing. You understand? Like you're not here, to be honest, Colata. We can easily just go somewhere in Nigeria and just open one building and I just put maybe science or computer and things that has to do with science information, just load it there, and then just incentivize kids that have talent just by saying, okay, if you spend time in this, if you maybe you go through environment, find those ones that are just through the schools, you can go there and find kids that are especially in science, excelling in science, and just okay, if you spend time in this lab here or this place here and be doing research and spend time, we're feeding you, especially children that are very poor. So hunger, just say we guarantee you 3 square meal a day. If you spend 8 hours inside this building trying to read all these, study these things, do research, use your brain to just figure things, a whole bunch of them, you will get free food. That alone. Do it in the ghetto. Because most talents are born in the ghettos. Where you shouldn't just that alone. But if they spend 8 hours a day just playing with this science, information, all these things, by the time in 10 years' time, trust me, they will come up with something. If you take bunch of 10-year-olds, put them there, say, okay, every day, if you spend time here, you eat 3 square meals, 3 delicious meals. They'll be coming there every day. Spend time in that lab, then rubbing minds among themselves. Just bunch of talented one, no, don't pull do there. Bunch of those kids that are very good in science in school. You take them, go through, maybe work with principals from different schools, and just be snatching those children, the one that they are known to excel very well in science or mathematics.
Mike, Nigeria society is a talent killing society.
Because no one is investing in anything, in anybody.
Because let me tell you, when I was in Form 2, I used to have this classmate. This guy is very, very good in fine art. The guy can mold anything. He can draw so many things. He left our school when I was in Form 2. And then when I now graduated, I was on Facebook one day. I just saw this guy. And I exchanged contacts with him. And when I was talking to him, he said he's an accountant in one private company. I said, what a wasted talent. How can you be an accountant? The guy is there struggling with maybe less than 100,000 per month. And the problem we have is that when we in Nigeria, there are 3 things. If there is a problem that you have to do to a problem, it's either you fight the problem, you run away from the problem, or the problem kills you. But in Nigeria, we don't fight problem. We run away from the problem, and that is why you see Nigeria japa, because we don't want to fight the problem. Then the last one is that the one that cannot japa will die with it. We don't fight. So that's our mentality.
And then, Simba, you see, the unfortunate thing is this. Okay, we have 2 people that can play a role in fixing problem, right? Those that have the talent to fix it, and then those that have the investment, the money, or their advantage, the resources to put on the table. It's kind of like you have a brain in your own business. I have the money, so we put it. You bring your brain, I bring my money. That kind of situation. So we have Nigerians that are privileged. Like those of us in the West now, maybe we have great job, we make 6 figures a year, or we have companies, we're doing well. Okay, and then we know that in Nigeria there are people there that are born genius. Like I give you example, but they don't have anything. They are poor. Have their poverty, no resources. Now me, I'm here. I have the resources. All I have to do is maybe invest $10,000 from that one person, and that person can take his talent and push it to it as far as he can go. But we don't do that. We don't do that. A lot of us would rather sit down and just complain and complain and complain. We have money.
I
We
agree
don't.
with you. It's complain.
That's why I always
We
look at
like
those Nigerians in
complain.
diaspora. They sit around complain and swear for Nigeria every day. I'm like, and some of them are like doctors, engineers. They come on doctor damages. They have money. I'm like, why are you sitting here every Sunday coming here to complain? Go there and go and invest in someone that can solve the problem. If you can't solve it,
I used to give example of India. India health system was actually developed by private people. The great Apollos. All of them, they traveled to US, developed themselves, and they went back and developed the health system. If you see anybody going to any hospital in India today,
even
it's not
America,
a government hospital, it is a private
Simba,
hospital. And you
You
see
see,
people from America, Britain, from other developed countries coming to India for healthcare.
if you
you
read
see,
books of all these American landmarks, this invention, the greatness of America, just go and read the origin. You find out it was one guy that they will just say this guy, that guy. The guy is not a politician, just ordinary American person. He just had passion for that thing, and he went and spent years doing research and everything. And then he came up with the discovery, and America claimed the credit. They say, "Oh, this comes from America." This, yeah, and then some Nigerians will say, "Look at America, look at us, our government. We have bad leaders, our leaders." I'm like, God, do you think it was their leaders that actually came up with those discoveries? Is the some
I
people?
think the biggest narrative missing in diaspora talk, the biggest one is what can you do in spite of the government? Because there's so many things you can do in spite of the government.
Government, exactly. Kulata, the way we look at government is the same way we look at God. We look at nobody. Yeah, exactly. Everybody just waiting for another. You are the one that have the problem, but you don't want to provide solution to your problem. You are waiting for another person to solve your problem for you. That's our mentality. And we always claim the victim role. I will have done this if not because of this person. I will have done this if not because this person did not provide this. I will have done this. Is a lie.
Simba, you know my philosophy. What you can do for yourself, God will not do it for you. That's my philosophy.
And before you know it now, they will say, you people are anti-people. You are anti-people. And the anti-people, you are the anti-people.
The car is sitting down there. You can drive the car. God will not come down and drive the car for you. You have to do what? You go and learn the car. You learn how to drive, and you drive the car.
Tom,
So,
Africa,
for yourself.
If we really analyze Africa, we're supposed to be slapping ourselves. Okay, and even before I used to join people that used to come and insult Oyinbo, like, they are stealing our resources, so they are wicked, not lie. God create Oyinbo for Europe. You don't give them any resources to even not to use to make anything. God put us for Africans, put everything in the soil, all the cotton, the mineral, the raw material to do everything. And these Oyinbos have to come to Africa to come and trick you, to come and play you, just to take your resources and go and build what they want to make these manufacture things that they need. And then you are sitting here insulting them. At least they are manufacturing something. We blame Oyinbo people for slavery. For example, I used to be someone I used to swear for Oyinbo for slavery. But after a while, I say, come. Okay, we too were enslaving people in Africa now. But at the aftermath of the Oyinbo man slavery, what is the result? He built great countries. He built monuments. We can say, okay, after they enslaved people, we see country where they build, we see structures. The slavery we will do for Africa, what we will build? No, absolutely nothing. So our only evil is like when we do evil, there's nothing that yields out of it. But Igbo man, at least evil, the resources where they claim that they can't steal. At least when a Frenchman comes to Niger to rob you for your coat, at least you will look France, you light up France now. You understand? At least it make life better for some people somewhere. You can't steal to make another person life better. But you, when we say you that you are there, you have the resources, you can't even figure out to use it to do anything for yourself. And you're sorry for somebody else for taking it to do something for himself. So at one point, we just need to start looking in the mirror and say, "Come on, come on, something is wrong with us."
In fact, our problem is a calamity, Mike. Okay, let me give you for example now. Maybe you have an American passport now. I don't think there's any country you want to go to in Africa now that you need a visa. But within Africa, you understand? I cannot say I want to go to Kenya now. They will ask me for visa within same Africa. You can see what we are doing to ourselves. And it's the earlier we realize that we are the problem of ourselves, the better. All this one that we always point our accusing finger that these are the people that are stealing our resources and the Arabian people. Did they allow those people to come and steal their resources? They don't allow them. They are making the best use of their resources, and that's why they are making progress. But I don't know. We only complain, and this one is the one causing problem for me. Another one is one causing problem. You don't look at yourself and say you are the problem of yourself.
No, Oyinbo is our problem. Oyinbo is our problem.
See, the woman they are talking about France come to Niger to take uranium to go and light up France. So is France stopping Niger from taking the same uranium to light up Niger? You understand? Is this stopping from taking the same uranium to light up Niger?
What baffles me? Nobody invented anything anymore. It's the existing thing on the floor. It's what I mean is existing the technology that has been existed. That's what people are building on. So why can't we go into that technology as well and do something for ourselves? But if this complaint running your country down, oh my God,
Yeah, to have that the question I asked earlier, if you look to me, a creative society is a society that has great sports. Why do I say that? If you look at the West, if you know the number of sports that they have, that if you pay attention, you may be amazed actually. These people, they have so many sports. Name what they don't have sports in. Is it climbing rocks? Is it on water? Is it in the air? Name it. They are so creative in this. Let's just talk about America. They're so creative in so many ways when it comes to sports.
Please, Daddy, don't you think that even that one? Sorry for cutting you short. That is the even sport alone. You know how many millions sports can employ in Nigeria now. The schools now,
of course,
they don't do anything. The child that's supposed to be an athlete is now struggling to be an accountant. The one that's supposed to be a footballer, he will not be struggling. Everybody will focus only on one direction.
Dangote wants to go and buy Arsenal for
$300 billion. Why won't we have unemployment? Look at England. Look at how many people are engaging in football alone. Millions of people that are making money.
Dude, England is let's say small boy. Let's put it that way. If you look, do you know how many? Maybe it's close to actually probably close to $1 trillion when it comes to sports in America. Do you know how many people are employed in sports in America? Do you know how many people? Do you know how much billions they generate like every freaking year, if not trillions? It's huge, the industry. So when I go to Nigeria, I'm always like cracking up when I see people say I'm an Arsenal fan, I'm a Chelsea fan. Nigeria.
That thing is so annoying, man. Chelsea for life.
I'm telling you, the most annoying thing to me.
Please, Daddy.
They are so proud.
Where is our Rangers? Where is our Shooting Stars? Where is our Calabar Rovers?
Simba, Dangote, he wants to go and spend 300 million to buy Arsenal. When you can use that money to develop.
Why can't he have a club? Why can't Dangote have a club with Nigeria?
Exactly.
They worship this their colonial. We just this activity in Europe.
Okay, look at what the Saudis are doing now.
One thing that the government does not invest in. One thing the government does not invest in, at least in America, well, somewhat, not all the way, it's sports. Sport is mostly private enterprise. Okay, but these people are so smart because they're gonna generate so money for the cities that they go into. the local government or the state, they end up like paying millions of dollars to build stadiums and sports facilities for private businesses, because over the years they're going to generate like billions of dollars more.
Before the private companies, they are the one that owns clubs in Nigeria. If you remember the time of Leventis United, Abiola Babes, ACB of Lagos, Stationery Stores of Lagos, those are private. Exactly. They are private people. In fact, government they don't usually have club side. But at a time, they just kill that thing, and it's now state government that are owning club side, and they'll just run it anyhow. People don't even know when they start their league. They don't know when they end their leagues. We don't even know the players that are playing Nigerian leagues.
The government should have invested some. Say it's not about we want government to do anything, but for private businesses, if they can leverage their funding or whatever money they have with that of the public, why wouldn't they do it? I'm telling you that there are cities in the United States that build $500 million facilities for private sports companies. They do, and it is public money, public taxpayers' money. They spend on building facilities because they know what is to come: jobs, revenue, taxes. All these things are going to come. People are going to be employed. Those people are going to pay taxes. Okay, the sports teams also they're going to pay taxes. So much money to be made. That partnership and collaboration, we don't have that in Nigeria or in Africa, and that's why people go around. I know people that travel to England to go buy Manchester United jersey because they're fans. These people, Dangote wanted to go spend 300 million that you guys said to buy a team in Europe. How come with all his money, get a bunch of other wealthy people together and invest in sports?
when there is millions of talent in Nigeria wasting, looking for somebody to promote them.
Yeah, exactly. To your point. But Thomas, do you not see the coloration and do you not see the resemblance between our natural resources and that of our natural talents and human capital? Is it not the same thing? At the end of the day, is it not the same thing? All our talents, they go play in England or go to school or become doctors overseas. All our natural resources, we siphon them, take them to other places to refine. So is the problem not with the black man or Africans?
In summary, what you are saying in summary is that both our natural resources and human resources, we export it.
Exactly. Of course. Is that what we do?
Nothing is left. Nothing is left.
Look at the French.
The white man comes. The white man comes to take our natural resources, this and that. What about the people? They got on a plane and left themselves.
We walk there on our own.
Exactly.
Simba, I bought my air ticket myself. I walk in myself.
You say, yeah, of course, another slavery.
And Prince Daddy, I like that point you just make. And it's because our nation does not work. That is why we are all running away. We don't have leaders that... Hold on. We don't have people in position of government that knows how to manage resources, human resources, and natural resources well. They don't know how to manage anything. And that is why everybody are running out. Who among us here is in Nigeria? None.
Do you know that it's not
hold on.
The job of government is only to protect life and property.
Hold on. I told you that the job of government is to protect what?
It's not their job to invest in you.
You don't know. You don't know anything.
I'm just telling you the reality. It's a fact.
You don't know what you are talking about.
We just gave you an example of Dangote trying to buy Arsenal. It's his job to invest in Nigerian sport league with his money.
You know it can be funny.
No, the
Anybody that
politicians,
listens
their
to you,
job is so
any
their job of creating policy
and
and building
any
infrastructure is already enough. It's too much for them to now be taking on managing every other thing in society. It's the people that have to manage every other things. The government, the job of a president, they have to manage the economy, have to manage building infrastructure, have to manage foreign policy. His job is too much for him to now come and be managing human beings. No, no.
it
We
seems
can't
that
sit
you
around and
don't
wait
get
for government to come and manage us. We have to manage ourselves as people. We have to be productive, figure out, use our own brain to do things for ourselves and do it for our environment. It's
you you
us.
you
We,
don't
we
know
just give an example of sport league. Is it government have to build a Nigerian sport league? Or people like Dangote are there. He love football. Why can't he put his money invest and start a league? When they talk about Premier League,
what
Barclays,
are you
was it the
talking
British
about?
government that built the Barclays? Come on now.
What are you talking about? Sometimes when you talk, people that are listening to you, I think they will be disappointed. So
It's no people
disappointed
that will be
sometimes.
disappointed now. Any person will
They'll be disappointed because everything in any country, everything in any country that is done successfully, go and look at it. Government is behind it. If
No, let me
government is not in anything,
okay, every
any
invention,
success,
government was behind it.
hold on. Anything that is done well in any country, the management of the country, the management of the people, the management of the resources, everything that is managed well in the healthcare, the food security, the security of life and property, anything in the country is government.
No. Government policy. Government create
Support.
policy, but they don't manage
Okay.
things.
Wait, hold on. They manage it.
Okay, who's the number one employer in the United States?
Hold on.
Government or private sector?
Hold on. Government make policy. Government do the regulation. Government monitor it. They make sure
No,
that
they don't. No,
you what
they
Mike,
just make
what is the
laws.
answer to
That's
your
it. They make
question?
rules. That's
What
it.
is your answer to that question about employment? Who employs the most?
government will monitor what you have because they have regulation, and you have to act within the confinement of that law.
Sorry, 1 second. Can Mike answer that question about who employs the most?
Who employ the most in America?
Private sector. Private sector.
Thank you.
No. So, okay, here's a question. Who's the single largest employer in America?
Single
Government.
no,
Is it
Of course, it's
American
the
government?
government. Of course, it's the government.
no. But wait. Prince Daddy. That's what happened, right? Government create agency, right, to create policies and things like that, right? Now, how they make their money is through taxing the private sectors, right? Now, the private sector, if all of them shut down, government won't have a job. The more the people create, the more government can also be employed. So the people creativity is what create employment for government. You understand? When the people create a new sector of economy, now government now have to create agency, right, to regulate that sector. And now through creating that agency, now they now create employment for themselves. So we actually create job for governments. You understand?
Sorry, I have
Yeah,
a question
yeah.
for Baba Jale Koko. Baba Jale Koko, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, because you only emphasize that we have bad leader. Can you explain why we have bad leaders in Nigeria? Especially, okay, let's go Nigeria as a whole country. Don't let us extend it to Africa generally. Why do we have bad leader? Explain.
Okay. Why we have bad leaders? There are so many reasons. There are so many factors that are responsible for that. Number one, we have bad leaders because we have a system that encourages bad leaders. to
What
operate.
constitutes that? What constitutes the system? What constitutes the system?
Hold on. We have a system that encourages bad leaders to operate freely and run the country with impunity and get away with it.
Is it the same system?
And you know why? And you know why?
Same governance system.
And you know why? Because those bad leaders created the system to run in such a way.
Well, this bad leadership that you are talking about, when did this start?
Hold on.
No, don't say hold on. We are conversing.
Let me land.
Oh.
You have bad leaders that created a system to run so bad against the interests of the people, but only for their own interests alone. And that is why, and they run it perpetually from one regime to another regime, and because that is the only way they can perpetrate corruption.
So all this regime
for their own this thing against the interests of the people. So you can't blame the people.
You have not explained my question though. Because all this one that you are just the way you preach every day. That's one thing that you want to say. I said what actually you said bad leader. How do we come about this bad leader? It's not as if God created some people and said, okay, these are your leader, you'll be picking from them. It's not as if they created they are separate group of people somewhere that we just pick them.
They came from
they came from the followers. These same people that you are talking about, they are people among us, and we started at a point. It's not as if they were special people. God say, okay, these are your leaders. We pick them from these same people that you're a man of the people. You are the man of the people. The same people that you are talking about, we pick them from them right from inception. And they create the pit. Let me tell you, it's the people that create their leaders. The behavior of the people is the behavior of the leader. So you cannot exonerate people and say these are we are the people. We are the people. It can't be better than your skill. Our leaders is a reflection. Our leaders, they are a reflection of our society. They are the reflection of our society.
That is, you are wrong. That is the excuses that you people will give in order to allow these people to continue to operate in such a barbaric manner against you. Look,
I don't understand because you are sorry. You have experience. Babajale Koko, listen to me. The people that we are calling leaders today, they were followers of yesterday.
They were even fighters. All of them were.
You understand? They were fighting. All the governors that we have today, I don't think we on this platform, they are in our age group. Do you understand? In 1980, they are probably even Good Luck. How old was Good Luck in 1980? Where was he in 1980? It was just an ordinary poor boy in Otupo or whatever he comes from in Bayelsa. And that time he also will be complaining that the leaders are bad. There is a leader today. The people that are complaining today, that we call you, the people that you pity, that you call the people, they will be the leaders of tomorrow. And because the way you talk about leadership as if they are just a spirit or a group of people created differently, and they are not they are not a member of the society. That is the picture that you people always paint.
Especially in
look, let me tell you.
You normally paint.
No, you guys are not because position of leadership is a position of responsibility. When you go to people,
something different from what we are.
Hold on. When you go to people, campaign to them to vote for you, and you promise them, when I get there, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I will do to make life better for you. And the people look at you, they look at you, your antecedent, where you are coming from. They know you're a good person in the society and they voted for you only for you to get there and abandon the people and start amassing wealth. So, do you want to blame the people or you want to blame that bad man that, you know, you can't totally blame the people. You have to put the larger blame. I'm not saying that you
No,
cannot
they
blame the
didn't make
people
that man.
sometimes.
He came from us. He's one of us.
I'm not.
We raised him.
Let me land.
Let's
Let me
yes,
land.
dear
Let
bro.
me land. Let me
Bishop,
land.
let's
Let me
Ajali
land.
Koko land. They will come
Let
after
me
Ajali
land.
Koko. Yeah.
I'm not saying that. Yes, you cannot apportion blame to the people as well, because some people know some criminals when it's even very obvious that this guy is a criminal. He doesn't deserve to be voted for. You know, they will still vote for him. I'm not talking about those cases, but there are many of them that came from industry, that are people of impeccable character, people of, you know, people that have really distinguished themselves. But when they get to that place, high up there, they abandon the people. So, position of leader is a position of responsibility. And why do you want to hold Holy Bible, hold Holy Quran, to swear an oath before your God that you will use your good offices to deliver good governance to the people, but only for you to fail and amass so much wealth for yourself and your family alone? So you can't blame leaders in that. People are bad people. Sometimes when they get to a position of authority, they change, they turn to bad people. So that's my take on that. Let us wage war against them, and that's the only way we can defeat them, and you know, bring sanity to that level of leadership. That's my take.
Yeah, Bishop, come in, Bishop.
Yeah, okay, good evening, gentlemen, once again. I'm really struggling to understand the position Ajali Koko is trying to put forward. They have not said anything too differently from what Siba, I believe, said. If Siba is saying that it's not like there are some aliens. It is still from among us. Let me tell you something. We are focusing on the leadership and the political space. Several years ago, the president of the student union is one of the southwestern states. That's many years. They connived with some people, stole student union money to the tune of millions. Bought buses that people were using to run, went and built a house as the student union president. Is he not a leader in his base? We saw in churches how some people have abused their office because they gave them a small position of responsibility. The problem is this. There are leaders and there are people, but our leaders are also a product of our society, and that's the point Siba is trying to make. That we need an ethical reorientation that will bring out genuine people. Let not position of authority change you. Vice chancellors in Nigeria should be in jail. Chief medical directors of hospitals are leaders. They should be in jail. Ordinary person, one DPO here is also a leader. In estate association, a few years ago, there was another scandal that robbed federal government colleges when some people in the PTA embezzled money. They were awarding contracts because there's a lot of money there. You go to a professional association, look at your last time, they said the person that wanted to become MBA chairman spent more than 100 million to become ordinary MBA chairman. So the bottom line is that, do we have a leadership problem? Yes. But our leadership problem can be traced to followership problem. Because every leader we have produced, we produce them from, they were once followers. We have Salisu Ibrahim, we have Dimeji Bakole, we have Yaya Bello that was less than 40 when he became governor. What have they turned out to be? We have people that did not have anything, that ordinarily they were just elected to state House of Assembly. From House of Assembly, they became something, before you know it, they climb up to become governors. We have local government councillors that have become House of Assembly members and governors.
Wike.
When they were ordinary people, were they not one of us? Were they not among the people? So I still believe very strongly that, apart from the fact that we should look at leadership, followership is very important too. We need a total ethical reorientation. I was going to add, when you were talking about education the other time, that we need to not only reform our education sector, our curriculum must change. Let me give a very funny scenario that everybody here will agree with. Do you see Nigerians, engineers, real engineers, come to America going to work in the factories? But we see a civil engineer in Nigeria that wants to stay in the office instead of being on the field. It's not that he doesn't know that where he should be is on the field. But when we come to America, when we go to United Kingdom, when we go to Australia, when we go to Canada, we are willing and ready to go and do factory work. It's not that we have not acquired enough education, but the application of that education is faulty. So for me, yes, the leadership question must be answered, but we cannot answer it in isolation. It has to be taken alongside with the followership question too. People must be responsible. We must change our orientation. And they used to sing those people that used to say ethical revolution. We need a complete ethical reorientation and revolution from within ourselves. Civic duties, civic responsibility. What are your responsibilities as a citizen? Today, people don't know. And sadly, many have gone to school and they have graduated. They don't know what are even just the simple, basic things that is expected of a citizen.
Bishop, even
so for me,
patriotism.
I still want to agree. I mean, because I was struggling really to understand the position of Abajale who was trying to postulate. Yes, leadership is a problem. So also is the is the followership. Thank you.
Bishop, I said even patriotism is among these. Patriotism.
Thomas, the question I asked Adele Koko.
A big part of it. Because we just feel like our country owes us everything.
That is the sense of entitlement. That is the sense of entitlement that we are talking about.
I don't want to use that word. I don't want to use that word deliberately. That sense of entitlement that the country owes you everything. And you are always demanding and demanding and demanding and demanding and demanding. Ordinary patriotism
is a culture.
Even when they haven't contributed anything to the country. They haven't paid anything to the country, but they want everything.
You have a country.
Can I interject real quick?
Adele Koko, the same entitlement you experience in your family, that is an extension that we are doing to everything. Your member of your family, they will ask you for money, and they must get it.
It is poverty. It is poverty that is responsible for that.
I disagree.
The question I ask you, Adele Koko,
hold on.
Please.
Poverty.
The question I ask you that why do we always create bad leaders in Nigeria? And you started as if the leaders, they just came from heaven and they just landed on us. We started with them.
Hold on.
You understand? He didn't answer the question.
I have told you a lot of things, a lot of factors are responsible for that. Number one, if we really let us even break it down very well. Number one, let us look at our political structure. Our political structure, political party administration is fraud. Completely fraud. The constitution is fraud. The political structure is fraud. The political administration is fraud. You can't yield. You can't get good leadership when the foundation that's supposed to produce good leadership for you is totally fraud.
Who laid that foundation?
Oh, okay, hold on. So
The people.
when we are saying that when you see some people,
I'm sorry, Thomas. I'm sorry, Adaniko, hold on. Adaniko, please hold on. Thomas, please. I was there. When somebody complained bitterly when you put him out the other day, I was there. There is nothing we have said here that is out of place that requires that demands that you should be muting me. What are we doing? I mean, the other day the guy was breaking. I did not want to join because you did exactly the same thing to me. Why are you muting me?
I didn't mute you. There's a noise coming somewhere.
No, you muted me. You muted me. I was saying so. I wanted to interject.
No. Bishop, can I respond?
Go ahead.
You've spoken, and there's a background noise somewhere that tried to mute everybody. That's what happened. I didn't targeted you. I'm not targeting you.
Because I was just saying, okay, go ahead.
No, we couldn't hear you. Maybe no, we couldn't hear you, Bishop. No, I will not do that. No.
I've had you now.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yes. Go on, yeah. Ajale Koko.
Papa.
So no, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Okay. So you cannot, when you see some people asking for the right thing to be done, and you see some, because of their own selfish interests, doesn't want that.
Do you know what Simba is trying to tell you? That you and I, we are the problem of the country. Everybody will have a quota.
No. You can't put the blame on the people in general. No, that is totally wrong. Some people are given the responsibility to fix the country, and they fail. So you can't hold me responsible for what Tinubu is not doing right.
But what about the things you are not doing right as the people in society? There are many things you're not doing right.
We are all outside here today because our nation failed us. If we have a good nation that runs well, we will be in our country. But we don't like to face the reality. We want to continue to say, Nigeria is good, we don't do it. But
we Nigerians will fail Nigeria.
Run out of Nigeria. Every one of us running out of Nigeria. If Nigeria work well, if Nigeria is running well, we will not leave.
Nigeria let me tell you, Nigerians joy.
When we are growing up, when we had a currency, a country that runs very well, I must say the whole lot to be lofun and one who don't kawela abroad. We send money to them. But what do we have today? It's the other way around.
Back then, we're still complaining.
So what are you talking about? Toba wa fun holiday, that is school. Toba pada.
Baba Janoko. Okay. Don't you think that when we no, Baba Jale Koko, can you let us just go back as you are mentioning the past that when maybe we are comparing currency. Though the currency of a nation, how hard your currency is not a reflection of your economy. I hope you understand that one. That's one.
That is not the issue. When we have
when we have the money, when we have just hold on.
What I'm saying is that our economy was working well. It was an economy that created jobs. There was no unemployment in
Really?
Nigeria.
There was no unemployment in Nigeria.
There was no unemployment.
Okay, even if you say Nigeria was better than US that time, I agree.
No
But don't you think
unemployment.
that
What was regarded as
Ajale Koko,
unemployment, there
that
was
time
no
when we have
unemployment.
everything going.
Oh, they finish the school. Omarishe.
How many people don't finish
agree.
school, man? It's just
No, Mike, just hold on. Mike, hold on. Let me tap you. Now, that time, that was the time we have the money, we have everything going on for us. Do you think we really invested very well to lay the foundation for the future that time?
We did.
What are the foundation that we laid?
We did. Look, Nigeria was a country that was moving towards industrialization. In the 70s, in the 80s, it was in the 90s that we derailed, particularly when Babangida.
No, it's not that what you are saying. I'm very sorry, it's not in the 90s. Babangida came in 1985.
Okay,
and with Falai,
yes,
that was when it started devaluing our currency.
Yes. Late 80s and towards 90. Yeah, you are right. But all president introduced a structural argument.
But
that was when the nation started to go down.
Let me tell you.
So
in 1975. Wait. Don't let us always give history that somehow have a killing. I could remember I read what Muritala said when he took over from Gowon. He was still talking about bad economic policy. He was talking about corruption. He was talking about nepotism. He was talking about bribery and all those things. As far back as 1975. What engaged in discipline? You understand? But when the same thing that was Buhari and Diagmo said when they came in 1983, I was not, at least I knew what was happening then. And there was a time I read Obafemi Awolowo's campaign during the time of Macaulay and all those things, as far back as 1945. Corruption was part of those things that they are campaigning against, even when they were still under the military rule. And that's also, don't let us rewrite history. All these problems that we are talking about today has been existing.
What are you talking about? The corruption you are talking about, was it
open? Corruption is corruption. Whether it is open, that time it might be available to some few people that corruption is corruption.
When anybody like listening to you now, we think the way corruption works now is the way it used to be back then. Even that corruption you are talking about, people cannot see.
Don't forget, Ajale Koko is older than you.
People cannot see that corruption. You can't see.
Because you cannot see. Let me tell you. Let me give you this, Ajale Koko. I think about maybe 4 or 5 days ago on this same platform, I said Nigeria is poor. If you remember, I think you are on the platform, and we are trying to explain. Let me tell you, there is no country, there is no corruption. But let me give you an example of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia produce 11 million barrels of crude every day. Nigeria produce 1 million for 200 million people. Saudi Arabia for 35 million people. Even if they are stealing the money, there will still be enough to go around the people. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that is why what your argument now that time people don't see the corruption because people don't look for it. They don't see it because the money that they still made available for the people is enough for them. What was our population? But now the resources are so scarce, the little that is available is not enough to go around. And that's why people are complaining. So levels, corruption has level. The amount of money that Nigeria, a whole country, Nigeria, that we have is not more than what one person is just wasting away in some country. One person. If somebody can just go and buy ordinary photograph for $500 million. You understand what I'm saying? So the problem is embedded in us. It's not as if it started today. The problem is within ourselves, is within the people. It's not as if some people just came and just drafted something.
Hold on, Simba. Hold on, Simba. Let me make this point. Okay, so let me even agree with you that, okay, the problem is with the people. Do you believe that if our leaders turn around and start to act right, they do away with corruption, they're functioning well, they're doing, and people can see that, yes, they've turned a new leaf, they are honest, they are running at every level of government, they're running transparency,
accountability,
corruption. What do you think will happen to the people downstairs, downward? Do you think that will
yes.
not? Do you think that it will not change? They will not start to change the cycle of the people, the psyche of the people.
Most people will change.
Huh?
Can I interject?
Hold on, Simba. And my question is to Simba: if you see the leaders acting well, and the people can see them that, oh, they promise they will give us good education, good health care, they will build road. Don't you think that
the bridge were already built, they already built the training.
Leading by good example,
Baba Koko, what you are seeing is the outcome. Is the outcome. The people, the leaders, the so-called leaders. I'm going to work.
If they are leading by good example, what do you think will happen to the people around the country?
Can I interject?
Let me answer the question before I leave. The question you asked, let me tell you, before a leader will emerge, there will be an election.
Forget about the election. They have been voted.
No, wait now. The election, okay, one thing leads to the other. These same people that you are talking about,
now you want to change.
They've already milked. I'm not changing the story. They've already milked this so-called leader that will emerge. They have already collected. It's just, let me tell you, election in Nigeria is an investment. The people have already done their own damage even before the leaders emerge by asking them for money, by getting so many things from them.
Oh God, no, forget about all those ones. Forget about the process. About the process. We are telling you that in the position of authority, they assume office and they started acting right. They are delivering good governance and they are leading by example. How would that reflect on the people? How would their action reflect on the people? They follow the rule of law. They follow the election law. They follow you to the letter. They don't want what do you call it? Bribery. They don't want to bribe them. What do you think? How would that reflect on the people? Simba.
So Simba, can I interject before you come in, or you want to go ahead?
You go ahead. I'm going to work.
You see, you cannot answer that question now.
Okay.
But you only want to focus on the people. People are bad. People are bad.
Okay, let me, good morning, everybody. It's quite an opportunity to be here again. Before you guys started discussing this particular topic, I've already realized this is Nigerian mistake for a long time. I've said that leadership comes from followership. And if your followership is as bad, then you expect your leadership to also be bad. And when you talk about in politics is also whether you like it or not, there is corruption in politics. I will put it this way. Politics is not, corruption is not only when people give you money or people ask you for money in exchange for something. Corruption can also be, this is my paddy, this is my friend, or this is my in-law, this is my brother, this is my sister, this is my, we come from the same ethnic group, I should influence him more. When you know, in terms of merit, it does not merit it compared to the other people. So, and in everywhere, all over the world, this thing always persists, not only in your so-called Nigeria. Only that our Nigerian context is just too much. And in the early 80s, the Baba Jaliko who mentioned, those people that are being sent abroad are the children of rich people at that particular moment, that time. Only some selected few that would have worked in some industries, maybe in a bank or whatever for some years, and they are able to put the money together to pay the school fees, and then they can go to London. Also, I agree that the currency of Nigeria is very strong that time. Unfortunately, we did not really plan very well. When we come out from, when we get our independence, Nigeria was so good for the first 6 years until it was interrupted by coup. And after the coup and counter-coup, Gowon was dead. That was the golden era of Nigeria. We have oil. We are making money left and right. And we also continue to make money from agricultural products. But it did not plan. They continued to filter the money away. They concentrated only in Lagos, while they neglect the other part of the country. And because of the bad politics we play as a black man is, I'm sorry to say this, I always say it, we are selfish and greedy. Because of that kind of politics we play from immemorial, then it breeds corruption, it breeds tribalism, and it also breeds nepotism also. So that is the result we have been having till today. And you can see that once your son is there, everybody wants that. It's our son. Let's support him. No matter whether he do bad or do wrong, everybody wants to say, yes, we cannot castigate him. Now, let's just suppose it to present day Nigeria. The corruption has been there. I always said it. There are some people that God put there to make Nigeria a better one. But unfortunately, I will mention name. Gowon is number one. Unfortunately, he did not plan. Although he did some fantastic job, he did not plan. At the end of the day, he was overthrown. Murtala Muhammad was there for some few months. No matter what is a military junta, there will be some flaws about him also. Obasanjo was there too because of his ego. That is another problem. When Babajani Kuku mentioned elections were not conducted according to their laid down rules and regulations. Everybody knows that election all over the world, you cannot have a perfect election. Election is about interest. And the ruling government or the person that is being the head of state or president at that particular moment have a very big power in his hand. And those who are around him. It's not very easy for you to win a ruling party or somebody that is government that already have the ruling government at that particular time, headed by Obasanjo, they already know that they are going to give it to Shagari. No matter what Awolowo do, it's not going to get it. And that's what plays out. And unfortunately for Awolowo too, he has his own people, the backstabber from the Yoruba people themselves, who they don't really want him. This also pans out in 2023. It's always like that for Yoruba people. So all these factors culminated in his defeat. Just opposed to another Nigeria that God gave opportunity. I'm talking about Obasanjo. Because he came from military and they was peak ahead of her. It was peak. The people that are ruling Nigeria at that particular time, they are peak Obasanjo. No matter what you voted for, Falaya or whatever, they know he's going to, because I was there in Jos. I went to PDP convention in Jos. I'm talking about 1998. And I know how they already know that. I already know that day that Obasanjo is going to be next president, no matter what we do. I'm not a member of PDP, but my youth association with some politicians, they sponsor us to Jos that time. in anticipation that we will vote for them when the election will take place that time. So, in a nutshell, Obasanjo was in a very good position to position that Nigeria. He did something right. He was able to save a lot of money, but he was also able to kowtow to the the Western world by giving them $40 billion dollars that they said we are owing at that time. He paid it off, and because his era was also golden, Nigeria was also making money after initially, I think towards the end of his first term, and he was able to save money. He was power drunk. He was egoistic. His ego is too large. So at the end of the day, he wanted to continue to rule Nigeria by third time. Unfortunately, he didn't get it. And he put his puppets there. And his puppet is Yaradua and Jonathan. Now, let's ask ourselves a question. If he has done the right thing at that particular moment, by letting the right people rule that country, you go and Yaradua is not interested to become Nigerian president. The guy knew he was sick. He's not really interested in doing it. You force him on Nigeria, and then you pick a deputy that is so docile. You know them very well because they have been governor under you. You know them very well, and you know you can control them. Let's assume he didn't do this, and we have the right leader at that particular moment. Today, Buhari will not have come in. Jonathan will not have become president, and possibly Tinubu too will not have become president. Maybe at that time, if he had laid a good foundation for the country, not thinking about his own selfish interest every time, maybe that country would have been a better one. These are the people that they were lucky. I will not say God chose them, because only God knows who he chooses. But they were lucky to be a Nigerian leader, and they were lucky that Nigeria were making money at that particular. I'm talking about Gowon and Obasanjo. Now, just opposite to today, Jonathan did not rule very well. We were expecting a lot from Buhari, but unfortunately, nepotism, and also, I don't know whether I should also say ego, or Nigerian attack me too much. I will just let everything slide. Everything, if anything turns out, I don't care. I've been saying that Nigeria is a poor country for a long time because I was privy to some information you guys don't know. And now it comes out. We only have $3 billion in our external reserve. We have used the rest to borrow money. So this is the situation we have today. We are Nigerians. Even here, we will argue against ourselves. We will say we were the one that we named some leaders corrupt. But what are we, the followers, doing? We are as corrupt as them, because some of us will still get into leadership position. I'm damn sure about that one, even from this platform. And we shall see that what are they going to do in future. I hope that God give us the strength so that we can still continue to live. I rest my case here so that I will allow other people to talk.
Yeah, thank you, Remy. I think the bottom line is what Simba is trying to tell everyone and Ajali Popo is that we can't blame our leaders. Our leaders always come from us. They are not alien from Pluto or from Jupiter. So we still have to blame ourselves for every woes that our country is passing through. I think that is the bottom line. That cannot be removed. Yes. Hello, Kenya, how are you?
Fine. Very
Yeah,
well.
go
Fine.
on. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, the leaders are to be blamed. Nobody here is to blame the people for giving them an opportunity to make things work in our country. And you come and tell them that the opportunity being given to them to change the course of that nation, you now turn it to the people. I find it so funny. Leader came up big for an opportunity to serve, and eventually people gave them that opportunity, and at the end of the day, they disappointed. and you turn around to blame the people that gave them the opportunity.
No,
That's
no,
so ridiculous.
you miss it. We are not blaming the people for the wrongdoing of the leader. What we are saying is we are blaming the people for our behavior, for the behavior of society. That's what we are saying, just like general behavior. Whether it's a leader that behaved that way or is the people behaving that way, it's just all of us. We are one. That's what we are saying. Both the leader and the people, we all behave the same way. So what we are saying is our behavior, we need to look inward and really done a thorough analysis, analyze ourselves, because the same behavior we see the leaders behave, the same way we behave. So it's just the behavior of people. So people become leader, and then when we want to point finger at what's wrong, we just say leaders. No, it's all of us. We are all the same people. There's no such thing as leader. They didn't fall from sky. The leader are the people as well. So that's what
Yeah,
we are
the
saying.
leaders, the leaders as they are the people as well. But when you come to Nigeria, you know we have different classes of people. We have the political class, and you know where the political class belong, and they continue to belong there. They don't want to.
Forget
They don't want
class,
to
man.
shift ground.
For the class is not the problem. It's the mentality
Yeah,
that's the
the
problem.
class is the class is there.
Mentality is
Yeah.
the problem, not the class. If you become the class tomorrow, you still be this. The class will not change you. You understand? It's
See,
just you.
for me,
And you're gonna behave what Kene will behave. If Kene like to scam, you're still gonna scam. The way you are scamming today, I
that's
scam
a
today,
fact.
you be a
That's
scammer
a
when you go
fact.
there.
But you know the system now makes it that even when the class is behaving anyhow, the people cannot. The people don't have the strength to say, let us remove this person because it's not acting according. Because I can see what happened in places like UK and all that. The economy was bad. They were able to change the leader about 2 or 3 times
Who
before
change?
things
Is
begin to
it
get
the
normal.
ordinary people that change it? Is it the ordinary people that change the leader? Is it easy like that? They must follow the laid down rules and regulations of their constitution.
Yeah, that's the system. That's our system here. Our system here has made it that our system here has made it that even if the leader is getting things wrong, you don't have the capacity to change that person. Just look at our National Assembly and all that. How can you wake up tomorrow and say our president, our governor is not getting things right? Let us have a change in the middle of the administration. When you begin to do that, those guys will begin to act normally. They will know that I don't have all the power to stay here for 4 years. So when they begin to notice that, then when you go there, you begin to do things right. You understand me? So they have made that system that when you become leader in Nigeria, nobody will remove you, at least for 4 years. It happens in other nations. They can remove their leader at any time they want. Maybe so Africa have not gotten to that level.
What of immunity
But let me
they give themselves? What of immunity they give themselves?
You say?
Immunity.
That is the issue now. That's part of it. That's part of it. So let us not say that the people. Nobody is happy with the economic situation of Nigeria today. But let me finish. But nobody is happy with the economic situation of Nigeria today. But you cannot just come up and say the protest in Nigeria. You know what it will come up? It will come up to at last. People cannot even exercise all the rights as in democracy. We say we practice democracy, but the people cannot just come out on the street and say, "This man, we don't want you again."
What do you mean the people?
It's as hard as
because
that.
obedience are coming out. So because obedience
No,
are
it's not
coming
because
out.
of the obedience. No, Mike, forget the issue of obedience. Forget the issue of because somebody like me now. Because the mentality now is that how can I go on the street and they kill myself just because someone is getting it wrong?
Can you tell me when the people have come out to say they don't want to do that, and then they get rid of it? We've never done it before, so don't say people come out. They don't want it.
I cannot begin to go to that explanation. But you see, there is one thing that made me come here. There is one thing that Simba said. There is one thing that Simba said that making me come here now. He said that what's the name of that country you mentioned that is doing 11 million barrel. Nigeria is doing 1 million. That even if the leaders there are corrupt, at least they have enough to cover for the people. But here in Nigeria, we don't have critical thinkers as leaders. Once they got that little one that they can share, they forget to think.
Have you ever asked yourself a lot of questions? First, Saudi Arabia is making 11 million barrels per day. In Nigeria, the so-called Niger Delta that the oil is coming from, the people there, instead of really cooperating with the government, everybody is thinking about, although we have corrupt leader, I agree, the community leader there, they are thinking, and the Oba or their king there, they are thinking about what bribe or what money the oil company should give to them. They will not be thinking about their own people. The leaders come from followership. And you mentioned about immunity. Immunity has its own advantage and disadvantage. The advantage of immunity is that they don't want you to be disturbing the people in government. Like, because we know that you like writing petitions. You like making trouble where there is no problem. So that was the essence of the immunity. But of course, they also misuse it because they know they can get away with some of their action. But you telling us the power is in the hand of the people. You can recall your senator. You can recall your House of Representatives. You can, if you want to, with your people. So our people are so docile. Our people are only interested in what we need. And you guys, you have been talking about this thing, and to add insult.
You know, Remy, you can be funny sometimes to call Nigerians docile people when you have a system that make it very important. Yes, it's on the
You
paper.
continue to talk about this system or this system.
Hold on.
It is the constitution of the country.
Hold on now. Yes, the constitution says you can recall them, you can do, but the system cannot allow you the way they structure the system. It is almost impossible for you to carry it out. Almost impossible for you to carry it out.
My question is, who structured
Ajali Kogo, something happened in Kano State. Something happened in Kano State a few days ago. There was a protest going on in Kano State. Either 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, a police officer came up and took up a microphone and said, "We ban protests in Kano State." Where does that happen?
So that police officer is a government.
Is that the only thing? Wouldn't they tear gas on them?
Just 3 days ago. Just 3 days ago. The people are angry with some certain thing in Kano State, and they came up to protest. And then a police officer came up and took up a microphone and said, "We ban protest," which means if you come out again, we shoot you.
No, they won't shoot. Why would they shoot in Nigeria? You won't shoot. We will shoot and you go to prison.
But does a police officer have the right to do such a thing in a state that people came out? What happened? What happened if the government of that space come out and say, "Let me address these people and hear their grievances"?
Police officer. Wait. Is that police officer the leader?
Half of the story, Ekene. You are giving half of the story. Know the whole story. The story is that there is pro and anti-protest. And the police they don't want either of them to protest. They want to stop it.
No, let's assume the police is dead wrong. Is that police a leader or is he one of us? Is he part of the leadership? He's not part of the leadership now. He's one of us. He's just a Nigerian that got a job.
Look at, you want to blame Nigeria. A police
Look at
officer.
what you are blaming Nigeria for protesting.
Hold on.
Let us tell you
a police
if you don't know the
that was given that training
to condemn the police action.
A
you must
police.
know the whole story before
Is that what they trained him to do? Is that what they told him to do? Is that part of
why do you want to blame the people?
He's part of the people, now the police officer.
How can you say you blame the people? It's the system that gave him that audacity to carry out.
The system. No.
Yes.
The law. Listen, the police guideline.
Come on,
wait. There's no part of the Nigerian law that tell that police officer that you go out there and collect mic and say you ban protest, when protest is a legal thing in the constitution. So the police officer is one of the people, he's one of us that got a job. They gave him a job as a police. They told him this is guideline of your job, and he's outside of the guideline. The job, obviously, in his job, they say people are allowed to protest, and he decided to take it upon himself to say, I ban protest. Is he a leader? He's not a leader now. He's just a citizen. They got a police job.
It did not even say like a ban protest like that.
No, just to play to
they don't know
argument.
The whole story. I was just picking just 20% or 30% of the story, and then you are wiping sentiment around it. What happened was that there were two protests lined up, and they know that state is volatile. The protest is being carried out by both NNPC and NNN, the new party that was ruling in that state, and APC. And they don't want breakdown of law and order, because Kano State is not like Lagos State or your state, or maybe people, they can fight. And if they fight, they will destroy government property. And you know they have banditry and they have terrorist situation in that state. So they need the level of peaceful they have now, they want to maintain it. And they want both parties. None of you should go and protest. And one of them wanted to protest. Of course, they will stop it as a law. And we have seen protests in America that it was so deadly that they are shooting people. We have seen protests in France that they were using tear gas and shooting people. We have seen protests in China that they are shooting people too. So when you say something, there are some protests that already have a negative interest. I have interest to foment trouble in a state. As a law enforcement officer, you must curtail it. Not that I want to go and protest and they just allow you to go and protest. You can ask Lagos State what
Remy, have you seen protests in Bangladesh shooting live bullets on protesters?
Is it protest? They are protesting in Lagos that they are setting fire on government property. They are destroying a lot of things all over Nigeria. Is that protest also? Is that not going too far?
Well, Remy, since the system doesn't allow the people to say their mind,
Please,
they continue. The country will continue to go the way it's going. So I understand your point that the people should not say their mind, so that there will be calm and peace in the society, and the political class will continue to behave the way they want to behave.
What are you saying, Ekene?
Sorry, Simba. You mentioned Christendom. That is the problem of Nigeria. Islam.
No.
one of the biggest
Remy,
religion.
Remy.
Yeah.
Ekene said people should stop protesting. So, what are you saying, my brother?
I did not say that. He is the one that is twisting it to suit himself. Okay? So I did not say that. I enjoy peaceful protest. But in Nigeria, protests always turn into another thing entirely. Look at what we are suffering in Lagos now. They burnt a lot of BR buses. They burnt a lot of property all over Nigeria. Look at the so-called unknown government. They are killing people in the east, burning property, burning a lot of stuff all over the country. And you will tell me that your followership are good people. Are these not the same set of followership that will become your leader in future? The people that are destroying the property of your state or your capital city, and then later they will turn around and they say they want to contest for councillor, chairmanship, or whatever, and you will vote them in. They say,
where is the rule of law when the law says that Nigerian can have a peaceful protest? That is what the law says.
You said peaceful.
So what are you guys saying?
I have given you the story
you said peaceful.
They are
you said
peaceful.
Oh yes.
But when there is peaceful protest, some people use the opportunity to foment trouble, isn't it? And then you turn to violent process.
Yes.
Well, my problem is this. If we continue to go this way, that people cannot protest and the government cannot do this, then we were stuck. Nothing will happen.
People cannot protest.
So, if we cannot give the citizens the right to change their system anytime they want to change it, nobody is saying that somebody is not corrupt. Whether a president or governor or senator is corrupt, it's not an issue. It's not an issue at all. But the problem is when we allow that corruption to continue and the people cannot say anything. But I think immediately all these people, both senators, governors, president, and all that, I understand that if we continue to be corrupt in our position, that people have the right to remove us. then I think they will begin to behave more normal. They will begin to do things more right.
That is why
Because people can always elect a leader. Let me finish. People can always elect a leader. Because a leader will come up and they made a lot of promises and all that. But to perform is another thing. So when that person comes in a position to lead the people, and the person begins to do the other way around, not to deliver his promises, then the people have the right to say, no, we don't want you again. You said you would do this and you're not doing it. So we want you to be removed. And another thing is the National Assembly. Because the National Assembly is designed in a way that when the executive is doing something wrong, all the National Assembly are behind him because they're benefiting from that the same corruption. They share the money together. So when they share the money together, when the executive is saying, we don't want you, there is no National Assembly to help the people to fight their cause.
Let me come in real quick. Let me say something real quick. You see, one mistake Nigerians are always make is this, right? We don't understand when politicians are campaigning. It's a global phenomenon. Every country you go to, when politicians are campaigning, they say things that they cannot do themselves. They have to say things you need to hear for you to vote for them. Even in America, Obama will tell you, there was a politician in America that was telling African Americans that when he become president, we give them reparation for slavery. We all know he wasn't going to do it. Go listen to every campaigning. See, when during election, when politicians are campaigning, it's competition. They are both competing for votes. So anyone, they have to tell lies and things like that. They have to tell you things they cannot, they're impossible to even do self. They have to tell you. So why are Nigerians, when politicians say they want to do something for you, there's some things you know they cannot do. Why are you believing that they can do it? Why don't you go and ask, the question you ask you, okay, this thing you say he wants to do, can he do, does he have the capacity to do it? Can he really get it done within this amount of time? You have to do the research. And then when you find out that it's something that's feasible to be done, and then that's when you can now go after that person, okay, hey, this can be done. You say you do it, you have to do it. But the thing is, many things this politician will say they would do. There are some things like that is ridiculous. Like someone will say he's going to change this and that. When like a person want to be governor or president, say he would change something. Well, we know that he's only the legislator that can change. The law doesn't allow you to do it, but they will tell you they will do it. But then why do you guys keep believing that they will do it?
Okay, Mike, in addition to what you said, look at the structure of Nigeria, because you are talking about structure. People use religion to perpetuate corruption. Because if my governor is a Christian and I am a Christian, if he do something bad and we happen to be going to the same set of church, we will say, oh, I will say, no, it's not doing that. If that Alpha is my leader in my church and happen to be the chairman of my local government and I'm also a Muslim, I will also support him. And with corruption, and then the greatest problem of that continent, especially that Nigeria, is also religion. Look at what transpired in the last election. Who cares whether you're a Muslim or a traditionalist or a Christian? Assuming that people just vote on personality alone, nobody, Obi will not get vote in some North Central states, and maybe Tinubu will not also get vote in the North because he's a Muslim. So religion, when you look at it from that angle, religion play a big role in Africa, play a negative role. And the so-called Western world that we all of us here today, do you see how they handle religion? Even Simba in Saudi Arabia. I went through Qatar and also Dubai and Abu Dhabi several times. They never worship like we are worshiping in Nigeria. They never put it in their head like that. They do their work. They live peacefully among themselves. But in Nigeria, if you do not dress certain way, then you are not a good Muslim. If you do not carry your Bible and go to church every day, then you are not a good Christian. If you do not belong to some set of Christian, if you are not a Catholic, you are not a good Christian. If you are a Jehovah's Witness, you are a bad Christian. Even within the Christendom, they don't even like one another. And then the so-called Pentecostal teachers, the leaders, they are here to siphon the money, tell you that you can get rich quickly within a certain period of time, and before you know it, voila, they are riding private jets, they are building mansions all over the place. When you are talking, look at the structure you have in your own country too. You continue to blame your leader. This leader comes from the followership. Who knows the present day governor that has been a governor in Enugu today, or the new set of governors? Who knows them before? Are they not part of the followership before? The same got Tijani. Is it not followership? Because has he not talked badly about the government before? Now he's a minister. So many of them are unknown. Now they have become somebody. So when you talk about and we have a good
Mr. Remy, we are not going to elect a leader from Japan to come and lead Nigeria. Leaders must always come from our midst.
So you agree that
leaders must always come from our
but that's
midst.
what we are telling you now. But then when we can't find good leaders
but my
among
point
us,
is
that
this.
means the people are the problem.
My point is this: that the system begins to go down because when we elect that leader from our midst, he goes there, and they feel that nobody can caution me at least for the next 4 years, and even think of another 4 years. Even if I'm getting it right or wrong, then that people that gave me that position, they will not have they don't have the right to say you are not getting it right. They cannot remove me again. I have the legislature on my side. I have the judiciary on my side. So everything is okay. I can do whatever I like.
If you elect
So now
the
people are now being trampled on the ground because you now have immunity. The legislature is behind you. The executive, the judicial system is behind you. So I can do whatever I want. Even if I want to get a second term, I can still get it because I can now manipulate the INEC official. You understand? So that's my point. The system has already made it possible for these leaders. Whenever you get there, whenever you try to get there, do whatever you want, whether you believe it or not.
Okay, you are saying like when we elect the president, right? And maybe start doing
Mike,
not doing well.
Mike, hold on. Do you still have access to the StreamYard?
I'm losing my phone right now. I'm not using my laptop. Why?
Do you still have access? You can carry on.
Yeah, if I use my laptop, I can access it. Yeah.
Oh, you can use your phone too now.
I've not figured out how to do that, man.
You don't know how to do that.
But with the phone, maybe I probably need a code and everything and stuff like that. But I've never used my phone. Yeah.
You never use your phone, yeah. Well, we'll be shutting down by 8 hours. But continue. Okay. Yeah.
So, Kenneth, you're saying when we elect leader, we should be if that leader is in office, you're able to remove that leader. Why are the leaders in office, right? Is that what you're saying?
Is that?
You say if we elect a leader like president, right? And we don't like the way he's performing, we should be able to remove him while he was still serving his term, right?
That's for sure. Okay. If it happens that way, you will see this. You will see this corruption. Even if you are corrupt before you become a leader, when you come there and you know that the people have the right to do that, you see they begin to think very well whenever they're doing
how
things.
would determine that the people want him out? Let's say Tinubu right now today, there's accusation of his corrupt. How will we determine that the people, the majority of the people want him out? Are we have to do election among the people or what? Or how do we determine that majority of the people want him out? Because it has to be a majority that wants him out, right? Because you can't just say because some people want him out, that means everybody wants him out.
Once that majority. I think the constitution has that. Once that
Ekene.
Yeah.
You cannot just sit down as a person and just say, where did you sit down and being practiced anywhere in the world that you say, okay, a president will be removed by the people? The only way you can remove it by election. So where does it cannot be just be thinking and wishful thinking that this is the way we want our things. Is it practicable? What you are talking, is it really practicable, or you are just talking?
It is practicable. It's in our even in the vote happened in the legislative arm of the government. That when you find this leader incapable of delivering in his promises, once that legislative system is working perfectly well, he can easily be removed. Because the election will not happen in the house of in the National Assembly. But the problem now is that they understand it that way, that the National Assembly have the right to do that thing. Because the reason why the National Assembly is there is to say the mind of the people, to make law that suit the society. Then the executive is there to carry out those laws. Then the work of the judiciary is to interpret these laws. interpret it in a way that the people, the society will understand it. That is how the system works. But now the executive now have all the powers over both the legislatures and the judiciary. So none of these two organs of the government is not working anymore. These two organs of the government is there to checkmate the activities of the executive, because the executive is the one carrying out the day-to-days of the activities or of whatever law that is being made in the House of the Assembly or in the National Assembly. So because the executive understands it, they now have the power to control the resources of the nation. What they did is to go there, bring the resources, bring it down to the National Assembly, even to the judicial system, and share the resources among them. So now the legislature that have the right to checkmate the activities of this executive, they cannot checkmate it again, because the executive now corrupt them with bribery, with corruption.
Ekene is not done that way. Representative governor is not so easy as what you just put it. Before you even got to that senatorial state, there must be some people that will vote for you in the primaries or in the party primaries to choose to pick to vote for you so that you can contest. Before you do that, don't you think the governor of a state has that enormous power? This politics, democracy with practice, give more power to the leaders in a certain position. Before, as a senator or a rep, before you can get to that National Assembly, that means the political party, the chairman of a party in your state, the governor, if it's still a ruling governor, they have a say, a big say. And when you get to the National Assembly, you want to create a name for yourself. They will also fight for good position. That is why they have a lot of committee in that place. And that is why they have a standing rule that if you have been a former senator before, then you can be principal officers of the Senate or even the House of Representatives. It's not so easy as what you thought like that. It's checks and balances. Everybody wants to progress. The point we are talking about today is that we must reorientate Nigeria totally. I totally agree with that. And starting from the current president, he must lead by example. He must show good example. It's when a leader shows a good example, and then the followers will follow suit. He must cut himself of his excesses. He must be able to work for the people, to provide the necessary incentive to help Nigerian people. And then the most important thing that is not happening in that country, that if you do the crime, you must commit. If you do the crime, you must be ready to go to jail. Our judicial system are not sending people to jail. How many times have we heard that? When I was growing up, I usually heard that, okay, they are going to execute some armed robber. But nowadays, none of them. There are so many armed robbers so many hardened criminals that have been sentenced to death or sentenced to whatever they are still there. They didn't kill them because of religion. A governor said, no, I don't want to sign that kind of death something. It's like, sorry, it's against my religion. It's me that killed the person. We are not punishing any culprit. We are not doing the right thing. There are so many things that is happening with that country. And then on top of it, tribalism is also there. You mentioned about impeachment before. How would you impeach a northern president? How would you impeach a southern president? And you want the southern senator to say, okay, we are impeaching our president that comes from the same region with you.
Let me even ask you this one, Steph, man. So these guys that are doing our mandate, judiciary or something about judiciary, eyes on judiciary or something like that. These guys is going to sleep, man, because are they thinking that somehow Tinubu will just be removed and there won't be disaster in the country?
You know what, Mike? That one is either coming from PGP or any other opposition. That is a game, okay? We all know.
No, they're saying they will take on the street and protest and this and
that. It's a lie. That one is just making mouth. Go on the street. When police shoot you or soldier shoot you, you are dead and dead on arrival. Nothing will happen. No, go and protest now. Soldier will kill you and nothing you are going to do. Nobody is not. Why can't they? They said, I was listening to an article after the election. He said he's going to protest. He only went one day. After one day, he's not going anymore. He said he's going to protest. Go and protest now. If
Well,
Robert,
PDP people are not going to take on the street now. I mean, PDP voters are not.
Well, let me, as far as I'm concerned, blaming the people, you people blaming the people here have now also blame the power of the people that they don't have the right to protest. You are now giving the policeman the authority
why
to shoot a protester.
Why are you not listening?
No, that is my point. Because when you are now sounding as if you're not sounding as if
There are some
that
things that are ridiculous to do.
if these protesters come out, let them shoot them. Let them shoot them.
Because if they want to burn the country down,
because
that is my point. That is my point. They want you now understanding that they want to burn the country down. At the end of the day, you are saying that the people are docile, that they don't know what they are doing.
No. There's a difference between not being docile.
The better we start to understand that we don't have to fight for these people, for this political class, rather fight for the masses, the better for our society.
Well, is it not what these protesters are trying to do? Trying to fight for Ubi?
Mike, sorry.
Are you kidding me?
Let me ask you a question. The so-called people you said they are going to protest against the judiciary, that means they thought that they are going to lose. That is why they want to go and protest. Why protest? Why not let them deliver their judgment? And after
even if they protest, as long as it is peaceful, the judiciary has also the right to still deliver their judgment. They have the right to deliver their judgment. So that they are protesting. Their protesting is not cleaning. Their protesting is not cleaning any judiciary. As far as I'm concerned, they are not cleaning any judiciary. The only thing is for the judiciary not to be biased. If you have your judgment, deliver it. Nobody will kill you. Let them deliver the judgment after the protest. Then after they have delivered the judgment, let us see anybody that will say that what they delivered is not the right thing. As long as they deliver the right thing, nobody will kill them.
Let's be objective here.
But saying that if they come out, let them come out now, they will shoot them. It's as if that you're now giving the people, even the political class, you're now giving them the authority to go and shoot your fellow citizens.
Okay. Because we know
they don't have the right to speak again.
Because we are being objective here. Those people that want to come out and protest, they already have a motive. And the motive is to disturb the peace of that country or that city they want to protest. Because their leader have lost, or the people they supported have lost. So we are not small children here. Everybody know where it's coming from. The same person you are supporting today was impeached in Anambra.
Yeah, tampering with
the same judiciary you are castigating today, they are the one that put him back again. He has been there. He has seen it all in Anambra State, and we know the people wanted to protest. So if they protested, and of course, and the other party also protested, and then there's a crisis or fist-up between the two, and they start burning government property and destroying the peace. There are so many Nigerians, they are not interested in politics. They don't even want to hear it. They just want to do their normal business. Not all Nigerians are willing to vote. They just want to continue to do their own work.
Mr. Remy, even me as a member of political party, I cannot go out to protest. No, everybody don't like protest. Do you understand? I don't have that kind of strength to go to the street to start to.
Do you know why?
But for me, saying that that people cannot protest, it's not the right thing to say.
Because at the
you understand? No matter people see in a system, whether you agree or not, people must have their say, whether opposite or negative. People must always have their say. What matters is that majority carries the vote. That's how a system works. If these people come out in their numbers and protest, and at the end of the day, let me finish. At the end of the day, the majority will still have their way. Do you understand? So it doesn't mean you cannot trample the right of those people to protest. As far as their protest is peaceful, as far as what you have to do is watch their move. Immediately they make the wrong move, just stop them.
What out all now is no
That is the only thing. That is the only thing I agree on. But saying that they should come out, they shoot them.
Listen
It's a wrong
carefully.
statement.
Listen carefully. What they wanted to process about, it already have a political undertone. And because it has a political undertone, it can be charged, it can lead to various form of how to say, unwarranted crisis or something like that. The police are there to maintain peace and order. I'll give you an example. France, some few weeks ago, there was a huge protest in France, all over France. They were burning government property, they were looting shop, they were doing a lot of terrible things. And then this particular, you see, the election has come and gone. But some people, because they lost, they still want to protest, they want to disturb the peace, because these are the same set of people that are calling for the military to take over. Do you think the police, they don't have the docile, they don't have security report about this kind of people? You think they don't know what you guys want to do? I'm not talking about you, I mean those guys. So if they want to...
Why are you exonerating him? He is part of them, that's why he's defending them. So why are you not saying it's not?
So the police are doing their job, because at the end of the day now, if they protest and they disturb the peace of the people, they continue to loot, burn government property, you are not going to be here and be telling me, it's a peaceful process, it was hijacked. Before you foment that trouble, as a good government, you better nip it in the bud first.
My point is this: the work of the police is to maintain law and the order. So when
that's what they are doing. That's what they are doing.
When it is the right of the people to protest. It is the right of the police to make.
Let me tell you, I don't even know.
It is the right of the police. It is the right of the policeman. It is the right of that policeman on the street to make sure that these people are not going against the law of the land. Why protest?
You can go and tell.
That's the point.
What is the question? No, Remy.
Sorry, Simba, just a minute. I want to ask you a question. It is job of the police to maintain peace and order. Go and ask a lot of policemen that lost their life during the NSAS protest all over the country. Do you know that the people they got killed, they kill a lot of police people? Go and ask a lot of policemen they kill in Southeast. These are husband to wife. These are father to children. And they are protecting peace and order, and they lost their life. So you are trying to say they should maintain peace and order. And these people are being killed by the mob. Are there peaceful protests all over the country? Many policemen were killed all over the country.
Many police stations were burnt.
Many police vehicles.
Okay, Remy, if that is the issue, let us allow them to continue to rule us the way they want to rule us. That is my point.
What you are trying to defend, what you are trying to defend is indefensible. Why
it's not indefensible.
Why you have a case? Hello, excuse me, just wait. Don't lump things together. You have a case in court. Then before the judgment, you want to protest. Protest over what? What is your grievancy? You are anticipating. You said they should.
Now is not even the reason why I came here. What you people are saying now, they say having a case in the court is not the reason why I came here. I came here for a different purpose. That our leaders should be removed when they are not doing the right thing. That you are blaming the people. That the people are the ones that elected them. So
who get to decide what is right and wrong?
I'm not talking about the you are the people. You are the person. You are the one that brought in the judiciary matter of a thing. So I'm not talking about anything about the judiciary.
But
you understand? But my right is this. My point is this.
That's objective.
My point is. Yeah, my point is this. My point is this: that the people have the right to say this person is not performing, whether governor, whether senator, whether president.
Say, yeah, you're right. I don't want to say you don't have right.
So let them be removed. So if we don't, if we as the citizens of a country don't have the right to do that, then we should expect anything to happen in our nation, whether good or bad.
Suggest you don't have right to say
you understand?
Doing well.
So when your economy is not doing right, you know what will happen. You know what will happen. Other people, every country will not. Every other country in that Europe, if UK had allowed that Boris Johnson to continue in that position,
We don't know what would have happened. What would have happened in that system by now. Even another person still coming. So, but here in Nigeria, we just see it as a normal thing that if our leaders are not performing, it is a sin. It is a sin for the citizen to speak out.
I will let you know one thing today. Ask all of them. Some are in America, some are in Europe, some are in Asia. Ask all of them. The people there too are suffering. If you go to UK, you see a lot of homeless people there too. If you go to UK, a lot of people cannot make ends meet.
Kenneth, you know that every country in the world, there's poverty in every country in the world. You know that?
So don't you think that people live in UK or America or something like that? Ask them.
You think everybody's enjoying?
But we live if Nigeria is so beautiful and people there are suffering, at least everybody I know here is in abroad now, enjoying themselves. What is happening?
No, not everybody's enjoying though. Those of us that are enjoying, we are the one that come online showing you that we are enjoying. I know Nigeria people. In fact, I know some Nigeria people. They are still working. They are on the street right now.
Yourself and you are in Nigeria and you always come here every day. That means you are not a poor man.
Exactly.
No.
So it's real.
Don't
let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I believe people. Another point is this: people saying that Nigeria is poor. Nigeria is not poor. It's just a management system that is weakening the.
How do you
making Nigeria look poor? And me as a person, I know that Nigeria is not poor. It's just management system. But another thing is this: coming to the issue of government, what they supposed to do. That I believe that what the government needs to do is just to support the system. I know that the private sector are the major employers of the people. I know that, especially in my space, I know. But you know, when the system is not getting it right, when things are not working, what happens is that you begin to
I want to ask you a question. This question, I'm sorry, it might be a little bit personal, but before I ask it, if you don't want me to ask you some personal questions about your business, you can tell me don't ask, and I will move on. So I create your indulgence. Do you allow me to ask this question?
Yeah, you can ask.
What kind of business are you doing in Nigeria?
Electronics parts.
Are you manufacturing the parts in Nigeria or are you importing them?
I'm importing.
Thank you. So that means you need foreign currency for you to trade with wherever you are importing from. You need to change your naira to that maybe dollar or maybe pounds. That is those ones that are very common. These are these things that are killing our economy. I'm not against your business, but I'm telling you, majority of the things that we use or we need in Nigeria, 90% are being imported. And because you are importing, your business is thriving. Let's say the government now come out and say they are banning it. No more importation of that kind of your business. How would you feel? They want to promote local manufacturer so that if you are you have a small factory that can produce some of these parts that you are selling, and then the government say, fine, no more importation of what you are doing. First, you will feel bad. This is not good for you.
I will not feel bad. Let me tell you why.
Sure.
If the government, yes, let me tell you this. See, importation is not the best. You think that importing goods is the best. Sending your money is taking. Let me finish. I want to clear your doubt for you to think that people are importing goods, sending money, waiting for months and all that is the best for our economy. It's not the best.
I did not say it's the best.
I know you are not saying it's the best. You think we believe it's the best. That people like me, we believe it's the best.
No. You do not get me. What I'm trying to say is this: Nigeria will depend too much on imported products, and because of that, a lot of our people already have this mentality that anything manufactured in Nigeria is inferior compared to those one imported. So that is why.
Let me make this point, Mr. Remy. You see, I want to tell you that importing goods is not the best. Do you understand me? But the reason why we continue to import is because there is no production on that area. Let's say now I'm importing electronics parts now. let me say, 1 or 2 I see, or maybe screen. Then the government now comes with a very big, robust policy that we now have the idea, we now have the people that can begin to manufacture these things. At least we can now create like 2 or 3 industries in some part of the country that these things will be manufactured in our country. Then what happens now is that these things, we're not going to import it anymore.
So you,
I know
Mr.
what to do. I know what I know what to do. I know what to do at that moment.
As a rich man, why don't you join together with your so-called other people that are rich and try as much as possible to put your resources together and go to bank if bank can support you so that you can have a mini factory in Nigeria?
Nobody will go to the bank to collect anything to say you are going to go into production in Nigeria. That is the problem. I cannot go there to say I want to start production. Give me some certain amount. When I know that the interest alone will kill me, I will not sleep over it. So how am I going to do that? And those are the things that the government needs to regulate. A lot of production is going on in Nigeria today, and you at least if we can cut our importation to at least 50%, it will help our economy. Everybody believe that. I believe that. And that is why you see when you come to maybe in our market today, a lot of big men, if you go to Abara side, what are they calling it? All those, what you will see there is big men from our
the business you are doing,
putting up industries, there. A lot of industries are working in this our area now.
Okay, that's good.
What as in the things that they can produce, they know that these ones I know. At least whether government support or I can do it. They're doing it. You understand? So to tell you that Nigerians and the businessmen are eager to do that, but they're not getting that support system.
My own belief that the thing you are doing, most of them are not produced in Nigeria. Those ones that are not produced in Nigeria, and we need them in large quantity. If you cannot have the factory, then of course you have the right to import it and then sell it in Nigeria. But there are some products that we don't really need to import from. So many.
Yeah, there are some products I know.
That are manufactured.
So many products that need not to be imported.
I'm trying to say that we in Nigeria will still believe in all these foreign products. For example, an average Nigerian will tell you, I need to consume one type of juice. If it's from Germany or from Europe or from Australia, I need to consume one kind of milk. Look at the agricultural chain alone. If you have a cow in your hand and then you ranch them, do you know that you have millions in your hand? You can get pure milk from them, undiluted milk. You can get
all those ones are what we can do here now.
But they are not doing it. People are just
for me, do you think I would not love to have to own a factory? If I own a factory in Nigeria, that's one of the greatest achievements. See, these are one of the things I like, and the many businessmen want it. You see, I can close to my.
You know the reason why I asked you that question. When I was doing my youth service in Enugu, I used to pass through Onitsha to Night Mile. So I see a lot of people going to Onitsha market every day from all over the country, even from other countries. So I asked one of them that some of these things, there are some children clothing, and I asked one woman that will enter the same bus from Lagos to Enugu. Where are you? Say she's going to Onitsha. For what? Said she wants to buy a lot of baby wears and clothing. And I asked, this clothing, are they being produced? And she let me understand that most of them are produced in Anambra and in Aba. So that is the beauty. Aba alone can do a lot of stuff. But
Aba, if Aba develop today the way it needs to develop, clothing and shoes. Clothing and shoes.
Look at that.
All the belts.
Abia is supposed to be Eldorado. The people there, I know they are very resourceful and they are very hardworking. But look at their capital. Look at their governor. Look at everything that is. Is it not the same followership that become their governor? That a lot of you guys are very. So the woman told me most of the clothes are being brought from Aba. That sometimes she will go to Aba, but because she has a very good customer that she often bought from, she always go to this man, and the man has been treating very well. And I asked her, how long have you been doing business with this? Because it's an elderly woman. She just, because her daughter is also serving in one southeastern state. And she was asking because as a couple. Then she said she has been transacting business with that man for 15 solid years. That sometimes she doesn't even need to pay money because they already know one another for a long time. So you can see the relationship in business and the trust that is there. And I see Onitsha market is always busy, always every day. So there is a lot of the people themselves. If you come together and build your state, then you can get a good leader. But the reason why I always say the major problem of Nigeria are in the state. You are not concerned with whatever the presidency is doing, but your state picking the right leader and holding them accountable. If you are waiting for all those National Assembly people or State Assembly people to help you hold them, you are lying, because they are the one that put them there.
For me, Aba now, what Aba need is a very good infrastructure, because the people there already know what to do, and I think that's why the present government is doing a lot of trying to make sure that he put infrastructure there. So I just pray that he succeed. But in generally, I understand the point you are making, and I want to tell you that no, for me as a person, I love production. If I can have any, you understand, and I still dream for that. And a lot of people are dreaming for that, and a lot of people are doing it already. If we don't love production, many people that are trading musical today in Alaba, they now have their factory in Abara.
Of course, they started with just producing small movie. The one thing I'm expecting from this Tinubu government, and I hope he can do it. First, state police. Second, partial resource control to the state. Let them control their resources by 25% first or 30% first. Let's see those lazy ones. Bunch of them are lazy, and only few are really thinking on how to improve their state. Because at the end of the day, you cannot be blaming the president for the fault of your state governor. Nigerians should know that the first thing they should do is all these state governors handle them very well. They are the one collecting this money from Abuja, and the money they are collecting is not. Look at what happened in July. Most of them collect triple of what they are collecting before, and they kept quiet like that. They have more than enough money. Now you can see some states have started saying, okay, we are going to put extra 12,000, extra 10,000 on their state salary, on their workers in their state. They can put more.
And it's nothing
on them. And well, you cannot say it's nothing. Somebody that is collecting 50,000 before and they now giving 62,000, he or she will be happy. So,
for me,
for you, 10,000 or 12,000 is nothing to you. But people who are civil servants that collect 100,000 and now can collect 112,000, and then if the government continue to that so many things state can do. Look at your state, for example. Why? Before they used to have some, when the time of the guy that died, they used to have some buses for transportation. I don't know why a state, if you cannot buy buses for public transportation in your state, you can collaborate with private enterprise. This private, the way they do in China is very simple. They collaborate with private enterprise. The private enterprise will buy the buses and they give them the route they are going to plow. Let's say you are going to buy Alaba or Muwo Odofin. That maybe these are your route. And another one business, your route is a National Stadium to Igomu. And this one, everybody, and then they will paint the buses in the color that is you would think it belongs to the state. Actually, it belongs to individual. So there is no wahala. This is you cannot go out from Alaba and say you are going to Igomu because it's not your route. That means you are looking for trouble.
Yeah, that is the point. So my point is this in generally, Mr. Remy, my point is this. The government knows what to do. Nobody is saying the government should come and give me job or give people job. The government knows what to do, just like our banking system and the loan system and all that. You are talking about this production. The government knows what to do in that area. Mm-hmm. Just make it attractive.
And I also think what they are planning, what they are planning about collecting taxes to make it more to like the only one source of people that collect tax. Ask everybody in abroad. You cannot have a different kind of people collect. It's one tax system, tax institution that will collect tax from everybody. That tax also will help the tax institution in Nigeria. What they are planning, if they can do it, that would be good. It's the federal.
Well, before you collect tax, you need to first of all create job. If you create that enable environment, good loan system, people can if people start to earn their money legitimate in a legitimate way, they will pay their tax. You understand?
I'm not talking about that. What they are trying to say now is this: because there is no uniformity. If you bring your car from abroad, you want to clear it from the port. The custom there, they always cheat people one way or the other. But if there's a standard, the federal inner, they'll put everything outside. They want to make sure it's the federal inner revenue that will start to collect tax, no more custom. Custom, your job is just to check the document.
Yeah.
Any duty you are going to pay it to Federal Inner Revenue Service of Nigeria, the tax system.
It will go a long way.
It will go a long way to curb corruption. Because the way they do is that the customer will be waiting, and the man who no man is just. But if everything is transparent, if you are bringing a car of 2015, it's there. This is the duty you will pay. This is what you should do. Once you do 1, 2, 3, Mela. There's no reason why the customs should hold on to your vehicle. If you are bringing a container of this is what you should do. 1, 2, 3, Mela, and you have all the documents. You don't need to go to anywhere. You pay through your bank. It's only for the custom to just release your container for you. So, and to check that the things that are inside are not contraband or that is not good for the country. Not them that will be telling you, we value it to be this or that. This is, at the end of the day, just is part of corruption. We have a long way to go, but I know that nationhood was not built in a day. It's a continual process. Now, Nigeria are more aware. So the president of today also know that Nigeria are aware, and the people vote has started counting. You can see that he is selecting his minister, thinking ahead to hold his base, and also trying as much as possible to give some position to people who help him, and at the same time bringing in new people to help him in governance. If he did not do very well, automatically he will be voted out. It's no big deal. If he does not do very well, I will be here and campaign against him also. He should be voted out. I don't care who you are, because at the end of the day, everybody wants the good thing for the people of the country. So if you are not doing very well, they should vote you out. And 4 years is very fast. It's already started counting. Before you know it, we're already halfway mark. So if the country is not improving, but one thing I like is this: all this money has been given to all the state governors. They are not borrowed money. They are money that they realize from the sales of oil, and also because of no more subsidy, the state have more money now. So the people should know that their state are collecting more money than before. They should be able to do wonders in their state. Don't be telling me that I have to still go to federal government to do this, to do that. That is a lie. So everybody
nobody is looking at the federal government now, because even as me now, even me in my region, I believe that if the 5 governors can come together, we can develop our just few days ago, just an individual launched a very big hospital for his community. In Amici. It's just an individual. It's not just not this all this maternity, not this all this maternity.
So
I said if I have the video, I will send it. If I have the picture, I will send it for you.
You can see now, we are proud of this kind of people. But some people, when they have this kind of money, what do they do with it? They will go and buy Rolls Royce. They want to show off. Go and buy mansion. They are not really helping. And everybody will be talking about is the government, is the government, is the government, is the government.
So if an individual can do that, talk about what is the government doing? He even gave them a check of 100 million. That's Shisco in Amushi, in Anambra there.
and the government will not.
Cisco Transport, right?
Cisco Transport.
Yes.
A very big hospital.
I know all of those guys. We used
The
to
whole
take them.
a hospital that is capable to serve almost all his community. A very big one at that, well equipped. Give them a check of 100 million. Then the governor of Anambra says will now come and
as we are
commission
talking
it.
now, why can't the state of all the southeastern states also come together and give you electricity, just like some states in the southwest want to be doing? Because now
it's possible. It's possible.
Electricity is now in the hands of the state. It's no more in the hand of the federal government. So no state governor will come here and say, no, I don't have money or I do not have plan. You better hold them responsible. It's the federal government that is holding me. That one is all lies. No more federal government. So that's what we are talking about. A good state governor should know that even to improve the electricity in my state, from even if I can give them 16 or 17 electricity supply every day, the people will be happy. Let me work towards that one first. If I can go towards the states, let me do my capital city first. What can I do? Or what can we do? Even if we borrow money to do these projects, we are going to, if there is constant electricity supply, let's just say in Aba or those industrial areas.
At least those industrial areas, give them electricity first. Those industrial areas.
People will now say electricity wala is already over. Then I can think about having my. In China, most people small factory. It's not everybody have large factory. I'm telling you, some people, their factory is not as big as one bungalow, 2 or 3 bedroom bungalow in Nigeria. That's what they do. But because they are very, how to say, they cooperate together most time. There's no infighting. There is no, I'm the big boss here. I do not want to do business with other small ones. If they get a big order from America, all the small factory, they come together and produce and meet the demand.
A young guy just impressed me in my street just a few months ago. He's a Yoruba guy, but a very young guy. The guy just opened a very big bread factory. The price of bread, that big one now is 1,100, 1,213, so 1,004. So the guy now opened the factory, did a very nice job. He's now selling it for about 750. If you go there, if you go there every day, the kind of sales this guy is making. As in, if Alaba close today now, that's like their food industry now. That place now is this Ojo. That place is their food industry.
Now, the guy already crashed the price. For
he
those
crashed the price.
That are producing bread, instead of them to regulate their own price as well too, they will find a way to go and destroy that factory. That guy.
But nobody they cannot, because the guy is already thriving. Under a few months now, the guy and he employed workers and he's paying them well. These are the things I'm looking up to. Government should support them.
24 hours security. 24 hours security. Because those people. So
if this guy now, I know that the challenge he will be having now is electricity, because I'm considering the amount of gas or petrol he'll be wasting every day. So if you can just provide electricity, you see this type of industry now, you can just go there now. As in, when you are talking about a hungry now, people living around this area are not talking about it, because you can just go there now, collect bread of 750.
If there is constant electricity, you just have a gas cooker with an oven in your home. You can also produce bread by yourself. That is it.
But you know that kind of factory now, this kind of factory, you don't need those that, because this the factory is a very big one.
Electricity. Yeah. Look at that guy now. He started producing, he crashed the price, and people are patronizing him. But we Nigerians, they know that the 1,000 plus they are putting on it is making abnormal profit, and they continue to do that, which is not good for the people. What concern Yaloja that buy akarudo or small red pepper in the market for maybe, I don't know how much they're buying, maybe let's say he bought for 2 naira or 10 naira, but he wants to sell it, he will sell it for 200 naira. It's not an abnormal profit. So and when you ask her, you say, dollar don't increase. What concern you with dollar? The thing they give to you in naira, and then you convert it to dollar by yourself, and you are selling at dollar rate. So many things that we are using to really deceive ourselves. And if they say there must be price control, a very good country, they have price control. You cannot just put any price you like. The government will take you out of the market immediately. A price control, this is how much you can sell, the profit margin you can get, and you cannot sell above this particular price. So there are so many things we should do, which we used to do before, but we are no more doing it for so many years. And everybody have a fit day to just do whatever they want. But I like what people are doing, because out of this hardship, some people are doing fantastic things and they will make money from there. So why some people that like to complain, they will still continue to complain till death. Why some people, they will see opportunity when it's so difficult. Like I always said, there's more money when the place is still muddy. Muddy. If the place is look like El Dorado, everything is clean, it's very difficult to make more money there. In Nigeria, there's still opportunities for people to make money because it's still muddy now. But when it become more clearer, more cleaner, everything is regulated, then you will see it's not easy. Ask people that do business in abroad. It's not easy. And this so-called abroad we talk about, ask a lot of people, they have to do 2 jobs to pay house rent, to pay a lot of bills. So, and things are not as cheap as what you thought. As price of food are increasing in Nigeria, it's also increasing all over the world. So I know.
Well, for me, anyway, I don't have any problem with the government. What if this? My problem is like all this factory now. The government knows what to do. That's my point. This electricity of a thing, the state governors and everybody, they should come together, know how to give. If we have electricity now, this subsidy is nothing. Nobody, even if you sell for 1,000 naira, somebody like me, I will not talk to you.
Yes, you are right. And mind you, in fact, all of these Western countries, they are changing from gas and petrol to electricity. Come and sell their buses. It's powered by electricity. Nobody is what concerns them with petrol or gas.
What concerns me?
China, they are due a lot of
these people. This thing you are talking about, Niger Delta people. They will not be the one to be begging people to come and buy those.
It's getting to that stage too now. But buses are being powered by electric vehicle. A lot of things are being powered by AI robots and using electricity. What concerns me with petrol? Go and drink your petrol now. Go and do whatever you like. Like here, most of the cars, they are electric-driven vehicles. They have a lot of charging port for electricity. In Nigeria, they will start importing electric buses, and they have a charging area for them. I mean, public transportation. And in the next 5 or 10 years, go and write it down. Things will also continue to change in Nigeria. A lot of people are not buying gas-driven or petrol-driven vehicle anymore. It's electric vehicle. Because you don't need gas. You don't need all these things. We only need their byproduct for people in the factory or whatever. So before we in another decade, no more market for crude oil like before.
For crude oil. And that's what I'm expecting.
We must diversify. We must try to do so many things ahead. We must go back to the land, agriculture. Ask people who live in Netherlands. They are one of the best that produce a lot of agricultural products. Ask people from Ukraine. Most of the grains are produced there. Ask people in Thailand. The major work is rice. Cambodia, rice. All of them, rice. China also produce rice in large quantity. But still, they still import more. But they eat fresh rice. They don't like eating parboiled rice that we are eating in Nigeria. They like eating rice grown within 3 months, harvested, and they are eating it. It's not as sweet as parboiled rice, but it's more healthy than those ones we are eating in Nigeria. So many things that is going on in the world. And when you see our leader, the way they behave and the followership themselves, the way they do, you continue to wonder what set of people are, what kind of people are these. But at the end of the day,
no problem. We'll continue to get better.
Yes.
I know. Even this last election, I know people might say it's bad, but I still see some positive. The next election will be better. I believe that, honestly.
The beauty of this last election is that it threw up a lot of new leaders. Even some people that they never thought they are going to win, they won. And they are already sworn in, they are already there. Now, these people, let's see what they are going to do in the next 3 or 4 years. Whether some of them will turn out better, whether some of them will also turn out terrible. Because you can never trust a man until he has that power in his hand. Once he has the power in his hand, then we shall see what he's going to do. So that is the beauty of this last election. I like it. And I think that now people will be thinking about how can I get people to vote for me in an election? It's get to this stage now. And I like it that way. You have to prove to people to choose you ahead of other people. And if this government can at least solve the problem of electricity to some certain level and also improve on our infrastructures, we need more railway lines. We need more train stations. I want to see a country where you wake up in Lagos and in the next 4 hours, you are already in Abuja. I want to see a country where you wake up in Lagos and in the next 4 hours, you see yourself in Enugu. It's doable.
It's doable.
It's possible. We have the resources and we have the people. Even if you don't have the resources, borrow money, put the people at work. Let them go and work there and build all this rail line. There are so many people looking for jobs. They will be happy to do it. It's doable. So if you wake up, you can take a train from Lagos to Maiduguri under 6 hours. It's possible. With this kind of standard gauge drive, it's possible also. So people can do business freely. You can move freely all around the country. You can reside wherever you like. If all of these things are in place, who cares the president? I can go.
Nobody cares now. Nobody cares. That's my point. Yes. Nobody cares. If I have 24 hours electricity and all these things, what concerns me with ruling?
In UK or America and the rest, at the end of the day, anybody that wins. But at the same time, I have this good road, electricity. I can look for job. Who cares?
If these things begin to happen, nobody cares that the president comes from one region for almost years. Because you are getting results. What matters is that the result is there. So nobody cares. The reason why we still have all this shifting governance and all that is because things are not working. People have not gotten what they want. If these things start to work now, Tinubu can rule for 20 years. Nobody cares.
No, I don't want him to rule for.
I'm making it as an example. I'm making it as an example. It might not be him. It might be another person from the north or from the east. You understand what I mean? So, but the reason why we are still fighting and all this and all that is because we have not gotten what we want.
So
what matters is somebody that would deliver this nation. Do the right thing.
Look at, for example, we borrow a lot of money from China to build all our airports. Today, we have a lot of airports in Nigeria that are working. And we also borrow money to build the standard gauge line from Lagos to Ibadan. I remember a lot of people complain that it's too much, they are cheating us, but we have a train now. And people are taking the train, they are happy. Now, our state National Assembly, especially from House of Representatives, the China want to give us more money so that we can use it for train from Lagos to the east and then Lagos to the north also continue. Then our assembly members start talking. It's not good. This loan, they are going to make it, if something happens, they are going to take our asset. Who cares? Go and look at China. Most of their cities are developed because they also borrow money from America to develop their city. If I don't have money to pay you now, there's no way you are going to take my asset. I can renegotiate my loan with you. Okay, I cannot pay now, but you have to give me more time or I will pay little by little and I'll meet my obligation. See, if a country wants to develop, there's sometimes, apart from borrow money, if you don't have enough money, you can borrow money to build your infrastructure. If you have enough infrastructure, life becomes more easier. Like you want to, like for example, you are a businessman. Let's say you have a very fast train from Lagos to Enugu today, under 4 hours. You can go to there and come back again.
Sure.
So what's my business with who is my governor or president? If I can move around freely and it's fast and efficient and effective, I don't have no business and I have electricity to do whatever I want. If there's constant electricity, for God's sake, Nigeria's supposed to have that one. That one alone.
That electricity is the one that is paining me the most. I know what Nigeria will benefit if we have electricity. This country, this economy will just develop by itself. You don't even need to.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know.
It will triple fold because I was so surprised, so shocked that for 8 years that Baba was there. He doesn't know what he's doing. And this one that is there now, and they have already put the electricity to the state. We must see results. If you are a state governor and there's no result in your state about electricity in the next 2 or 3 years, people should start talking. Look at Edo State now. They started enjoying 24-hour supply in Benin City because they have that AFAM plant. It's giving them power. They are happy. sooner or later, if they have 2 of those 3 plants in the whole of Edo, everybody will enjoy 24-hour supply. If not 24, at least 20 hours a day. Give Nigeria 15 hours a day concept, they will be happy.
Sure.
And then it will reduce the amount of people able to buy machines and machinery to do their job more easier. Not the old primitive way.
You use your money to do other things instead of buying petrol to power your house. You use that money to do other things that are meaningful.
Yes, thank you. It's true. Thomas, are they not there? Because me, I want to go away.
Well, I have to go because it's already time to go to work. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nice having conversation with you.
Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country. whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹ̀mí tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń sẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.